Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started Let's just have a conversation. How y'all doing, family? Go time. What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk on Lapeef Network. We're going to introduce the crew. We got Real Precious, Paradise, Mr. Let Go, Trey Smooth, Ali, Casey, Cherish, Marcus, Chelsea, and myself from Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
What's going
Good.
on?
What it do? What it do?
It's okay. I got some bad news today a little bit. I think it's bad news, but I'm letting it sit with me.
Got some bad news.
What's the bad news?
My therapist said that I'm a grenade thrower. So I think I'm going to have to find another therapist.
Wow. The therapist is a narcissist.
You gonna have to find another therapist?
It don't seem like we're getting the both of us. It's not going well. I don't think I like it. It don't seem like the money is going in the right direction.
How long you been going to this therapist?
We about, I would say about six weeks now.
Is it possible that she's telling the truth?
Hello? Are you there?
No, I'm just asking. Do you think, like, all right, so look, if somebody gave me some
I
bad
went to a
feedback.
male therapist first. And I think that was my first problem, because when have you ever known men to just really know what they talking about when it comes to women? I really think that was.
Wait a minute.
You're supposed to only go to a male therapist.
Wait a
So
minute.
would you say that's a grenade or no? Is that a grenade or no?
I'm gonna call my mama. If she say I'm right.
Yo, now I'm gonna call my mama. She's the one who taught you to throw grenades. What are you talking about?
Okay. Well, that was therapeutic. I'm glad we was able to process through that as a group. That's how it should always be, right? The community definitely came together. So I appreciate that. Much love. Let's go to get this show started. Then we can do a well-being check on Paradise to see if she's making progress throughout the show. Shout out to the sponsor, T Chanley Uncomplicated Skincare for Men, 30% off along with free gift. That link is in the description. So make sure you guys click that link and feel the T's, as I always say. Shout out to all my green gang that's in the chat. AP Accountability Partner, Team Fatty. I see you in the building. T.O. HR is in the building as well. For all the newcomers. Only one person that's probably new here, but we do have HR. So if any hurt feelings reports need to be filled out, feel free to let us know, and we'll see if we can get it escalated. HR is on site. So just put it in the back chat, and then we'll see if we can escalate it, okay? All right, this is, we play no games over here. This is the real deal. Want to make sure the experience is like no other. So everybody's quiet because they know how serious it get. Anytime you mention the word HR, it's a different story. Okay, so with that being said, we good? Any questions for me?
Straight.
Okay. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and share the stream. It's going to be an excellent, excellent show. I'm claiming it. We got some a lot of great topics. The conversation is elevated tonight. So when I play the clips, it's very important for you guys to kind of keep up. We're going to talk a lot about men tonight. A lot about men. We always talk about women. And I know that men need their turn too, right? Men need their turn. Yeah.
Paris kicked it off with her therapist.
I see. She was right on cue on that one. So I think that means we head in the right direction, right? It's a sign. So let's go ahead and take heed to that. With that being said, again, family, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I'm gonna go ahead and get this video queued up. We're gonna go ahead and get it started. Let us know where you're calling from in the chat, where you're watching from. If you are in the chat, if you're not in the chat, I suggest you get in there because we got the best chat on YouTube. Sometimes it get a little hectic. If we need to slow it down, we will do so if need be. But go ahead and let us know where you guys are tuning in from. It helps. I do plan on I might squeeze an event in this year. I might squeeze one in. I was gonna wait until early next year, but I might try to do something. So that's why I'm trying to gauge where the watches are. I'm looking at a few things to figure out what city we're gonna go in. It's gonna be a major city. And then once we kick everything back up, I'm looking to do at least 4 shows a year starting next year. So it's all about the experience for me, bringing people together. So if that's what you're about, we hope to see you there. Are y'all ready for it?
Houston and Dallas and Atlanta.
Yeah, that's where it's at. That's where it's at. So we're gonna talk about damn, where's that one at? We're gonna go ahead and kick it off a little serious. Pay attention to this clip. Men are in crisis. Men are in crisis. This clip has a lot of things going on. So if you don't pay attention, and once I play the video and you just go somewhere, you're gonna miss a lot. You won't be able to actively engage to the conversation. So men are in crisis. Here we go.
In the same bed as someone does not make you close to someone. Living in the same house as someone does not make you close to someone. The only thing that makes you feel close to someone is when you feel you can be open and when you feel seen, heard, and understood in your most vulnerable, darkest, and open times. If you can do that, everything else is going to work. But if you can't do that, you can't just make it happen in a moment because you're meant to be together.
That was the one I was going for. Obviously, I must have got my videos wrong, but how to actually be close to someone. That's the first topic, how to actually be close to one. I'm going to go ahead and kick it off and start with you first, Paradise. What are your thoughts about that? How to actually be close to someone?
Woo. You talking about vulnerability. I think a lot of times people get complacent when they start going in emotions. And that happens with children. People be having their kids in the house with them and don't actually know their children. They think, if I'm going to work and I'm coming home and I see you, that's good enough. It's very minimum to little interaction, whether they teenagers or not, and I do think that it does take for you to have a certain form of closeness with a person where you can trust them emotionally in order for you to be close with them. Because most times, even in cheating and infidelity, it starts in conversation of comparability. So, yeah, I think he's spot on.
All right. I'm going to go to you, Marcus. How to actually be close to someone. Is this something that you understand?
I think you got to be in a space either where you are extremely healed or extremely hurt, right? Because like when you at your best self or whatever, like when you're in a place where a lot of things fall off you, you find yourself able to open up in a positive way where you can connect with people and you don't feel like you have to create barriers and walls to push everybody away. Also, on the polar opposite side, when you're at your lowest, it's easy for somebody to come in because you're reaching for something. You're reaching for someone. That's why a lot of people tend to trauma bond, because when they're hurt, the person that's in that corner or standing there with them, it creates a instant connection that they can feel secure in knowing that person was there for them. But when you're in a good state, you can get that same thing, but it doesn't have a lot of the negative connotations. So yeah, that's what I think about how people get close to each other.
All right, Cherish, what about you? How to actually be close to someone?
When I think of close, I think of someone truly seeing you truly seeing someone and understanding them. Also, just a sense of transparency and vulnerability, that you can go to them about anything. You aren't ashamed to talk to them about things, and they're not ashamed to talk to you about things. You have a level of emotional security and emotional safety, regardless of what that emotion is, whether you're in a good time or you're going through a rough time, you feel safe with that person.
All right. Go ahead, Trev Smooth. What are your thoughts about it? How to actually be close to someone?
In all honesty, I don't think that we really give ourselves the opportunity to even be close to the person that we're with sometimes, right? Just going by kind of like, what we referred to the other day with one of the clips is like everybody's putting on the front, right? And sometimes it goes with like trust too, right? Because you have to be able to feel like you're safe enough to be able to express yourself with that other person, but we won't allow it sometimes, right? We want everything to be a certain way, and some people just not comfortable with the person they're with. I feel like it's a lot worse than we realize. We're with partners that we don't trust emotionally, and we would never feel safe. So we're putting on this front the entire time. I don't even know who you are because you only show me a certain side of you, and it's going to continue to cause a problem. So the best thing that you can do is just try to be as honest and as forthcoming with the person that you're with, because it's the person you're going to spend the most time with, and you need to understand each other if you're going to be working together. And you're always going to be working together if you're with that person, whether it's finances, whether it's raising children, whether it's managing the house. You need that support. But if you're not comfortable with them, then you'll never be able to accomplish that.
Okay. Chelsea, what are your thoughts about it, man?
My thoughts on intimacy, I feel like there's 2 points you can attack it. It's like, oh, if you're getting started in talking to someone, or if you're already in a relationship with someone. If you're getting started in talking to someone, I feel like intimacy can be attacked in like being comfortable with that person, having a time to be intimate with that person, having conversation, having dialogue. I feel like when you are just now starting to talk to that person you are dating, I feel like the lowest form of communication and intimacy is sitting in front of a TV and watching something. Like, you guys actually have to talk with each other and get down to the nitty-gritty. But when you are in a relationship with someone and you are in a relationship with that person for a long time, it's kind of hard to keep that intimacy up with that person because you feel like you already know that person and you've gotten past the honeymoon stage and you're just comfortable and you're going through the rhythm and the road with that person. But it's always a good thing to keep up intimacy with that person by checking in and doing things that make each other feel like you are sharing love and that person feels love from that person and vice versa. So I feel like to actually feel close to someone, it's a spectrum, honestly, to continue to share love and to feel love with that person. To honestly be in a relationship is kind of hard work, and you always have to keep up that effort and, going closer to that needle of being in a relationship with that person and making that person feel loved.
Gotcha. Mr. Let Go, how to actually be close to someone. What are your thoughts about it, sir?
Well, I always say you don't really know a person until something stupid happens, because we are all operating in a certain type of role that we feel that the typical person around us feels comfortable or is excited to see. So when we go through something, we don't usually show other people that we don't necessarily trust, because in our minds, they don't want to be burdened by the thing. So we don't burden them. So it's not really us. I don't want to, be vulnerable in front of the other person because I don't want to look vulnerable. Sometimes we don't want to look like we are a burden to the other person because we don't think the other person cares to actually see who we really are, because a lot of us are so used to just operating in our role self. But intimacy is into me see, and that person has to allow other people in for them to actually see them. Because people, somebody said up here, like, people want to be seen, they want to be heard. I don't think they do, because they're afraid to be seen and heard for who they actually are, because then they're going to be judged on a different level. So when that person actually gives you an opportunity to see them, and if you don't see them at that time when they're vulnerable, they're going to close up for good, because you don't necessarily get that opportunity over and over again, because we all are, to a certain degree, afraid to be vulnerable in some type of way in front of other people. And if that one time comes when we're actually vulnerable and we don't get what we need from that other person, we're going to close up for good. And sometimes that happens in romantic relationships, and that person actually shows their vulnerability, but they don't get what they need from the other person, and they just go back to their role self. And that person literally doesn't even realize that they're now in a relationship with a person that shown them who they are, but they didn't feel accepted by who they are. So they're just in a relationship just to be in a relationship, and it possibly won't even go anywhere.
All right. Real Precious. How to actually be close to someone.
I think you have to be willing to be open. I have this saying that I say on my show: honest, open, and transparent. You can be honest with somebody, you can be transparent with them, but a lot of people aren't open, and it's because they're scared to be open. They're scared to be that vulnerable, like Mr. Lego said. They don't. I believe it's a practice, and I believe it's a practice from when you're smaller on up. When you're a child, you're told to be quiet. You're told to, do everything that the adults tell you to. You're told to get along with everyone. So, in essence, you kind of become a people pleaser if you're not really finding your own voice. You please other people. You don't want to let them down. You don't want to make them mad. You don't want to say how you truly feel because you feel like you're going to inconvenience someone or you're going to hurt their feelings. So you then close yourself off to people. And so you have to practice being open by opening your mouth, saying how you feel, saying what's on your mind, and not feeling ashamed, not feeling like you're taking up space, but actually value yourself enough to be open. And then I think when you do that, you're able to be open with any and everyone who deserves it. But when you're with somebody, you have to be open. If you're not willing to be open, you shouldn't be with them.
All right. All right, brother Ali, what are your thoughts about how to actually be close to someone?
I think to go a little deeper and more so not on the surface level and not taking anything from anyone else. And I know a lot of y'all are dealing with stuff. So my condolences to, a lot of people or some of the people that's on the panel is going through things. And Paradise, whether you being genuine or whether you trolling or whatever you're going through as well too. Certain stories we shared before. I hope you're doing good on your side as well too. And everybody else on the panel. I think how to actually be close to someone is you want to be close to people. And I think we're kind of still a little surface level. And when I mean by that close can be proximity, close can be temporary. Are we meaning like actually solidify relationships? Or are we talking like for just a little bit of time? And I'm saying that because I believe the only way we can actually be close with each other is if the environment is suitable and if our interpersonal environment is suitable as well too. And I think when we have these discussions, a lot of discussions we having on and off the panel is there's a divide between men and women. And then what JR was saying on the conversations that we're having, it is way more finger pointing going on than solution-based conversation. So in order for us to become closer to someone, we have to want to be close to someone inside and outside, but the environment also has to be suitable for it as well too. But we have to come together as people as well to better the environment that we're going in. I think a lot of us keep focusing on, not people on the panel, I mean in general, we focus on individual responsibility, more of a collective responsibility. I think we can tend to get closer and be close to someone once we get the environment straight, and then the people get straight, and then we can get closer to each other. And regardless to the longevity of relationships, more so than temporary relationships, which is hurting a lot of us. And while we're coming to these panels to have these discussions.
All right. Casey, what are your thoughts about it, ma'am? You got something to say, Paradise? Hold on, Casey. Go ahead, Paradise.
I will wait till Casey finish, but
okay. I didn't know if you want to follow up with what he said. Okay, we'll come back to you.
It's just the entire conversation.
I got you. Go ahead, Casey. My apologies.
Oh no, no worries, no worries. First of all, I miss you guys. Happy to see all your great, beautiful faces. Um, so just talking about the topic, I just have to agree with Real Precious and Let Go and just everyone cherish the way you guys dug in intimacy, practicing intimacy and being open with each other is it's just a necessity. Having that willing spirit. I believe a couple months back, Lapeef, you had a show about like studying your partner and paying attention to your partner and really like anticipating their needs and learning them. I remember Precious going into detail about, you know, just really learning who they are. That's important in a relationship because a lot of people bring past things that they had from other partners and they project that on in new relationships onto their new partner, and they assume emotionally they're the same just because, you know, they may be from the same area. They're, man, okay, this person was like this, so I'm sure he'll be like this, or she was like this, so she'll be like this. You just have to really go into it with open eyes, open heart, open mind, and willing to learn that person and see where you might have some blind spots in your relationship, and then be open and willing to build the bridges and the gaps that you may have to build that bond stronger and stronger. And then as the years go on, you know, life happens and things happen, and we can change internally and mentally and emotionally, and certain things that cause us to shut down. And it's important that our partner is there to support us, not judge us, and just be loving and caring and help us through that. A lot of marriages and long-term relationships suffer when life happens, when loss happens, when hardship happens, job loss, struggles, all those types of things. And so that's when intimacy and dialing in closer to that person is so important, even with, you know, having children, because in working, that can pull relationships apart. So building that intimacy and then being open as you grow older through life is important to remain close to your partner. It's an active, love is always a verb, right? It's an action verb. Like, you have to get to work, you have to work on it, you have to be actively participating with that other person to be close to them.
All right. Thank you for that, Casey. Go ahead, Paris. You wanted to follow up?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, based off of everything that everybody's describing and their perspective, all I hear is that everybody goes back to the default self of like default setting of thinking about self. Anytime there is some form of an issue in a relationship, like Marcus mentioned vulnerability, like we didn't even talk about that portion, like when you just going through something or when you happy, right? Like, it's like sometimes you steal the moments from your significant other, you know, or like I said, sometimes kids steal moments from the parents. Like, everybody goes back to what is it about me, you know, or like even if you were to bring up cheating or something like that, some form of infidelity, like it's always about the individual who was partaking in the thing. And we don't emphasize enough on sacrifice. Like, that's where when it gets tough, that's where you should be like leaning into your partner. When you feeling like you are being ignored, when you feeling like you are going through a very tough time, and instead of doing that, most times human nature is to recluse and go out your happiness and find something else new.
All right. Anybody else want to add to it? Go ahead, Sheriff.
I just wanted to say that I feel like majority of the people didn't actually answer the question. The question is how to actually be close to someone. And a lot of people are saying why. A lot of people aren't really describing how or what it feels like to be close to someone. They're more so talking about their problems or struggles that they've had, which is fine if that's like what we're doing here. But I feel like it was more so like, yeah, I don't feel like everyone answered the question.
Okay, I'll jump in. I'll go a little deeper. I'm glad you brought that up.
Pause.
how to get close to somebody is to get to a point where you can understand that ain't nobody thinking about you to that point, right? Because like I said, people feel like they are a burden to other people. I don't want to burden somebody with this. What if they judge me? And like Paris said, that is self-serving. So when you actually, because part of being vulnerable is for the other person too. So the less vulnerable you are with somebody you care about, you actually are hurting the other person. So so for you to like build this bond with another person, it would behoove you to become vulnerable. So before you do that, you have to let go of your fears and your apprehensions of being judged, because ain't nobody thinking about you. Ain't nobody finna just jump up and storm out the room because your bills are late, or your mama died, or you still thinking about this and that. Just say what you got to say, because in a lot of cases, it opens a door for the other person to actually be vulnerable too. So how to be close to somebody is to let go of your fear and apprehension of being judged and thinking that you're a burden to other people. Because if you are a burden to other people, they wouldn't be around you. So you're not.
Go ahead, Paris.
I got a little pushback in that, because inherently we kind of taught that, and psychologically we respond that way in relationships. So when you look at like starting off as a kid in the Black communities, especially if you're talking about a single parent household, even if the dad is around, if you just say in a single parent household, the reality is those things that you're desiring, you're not getting them. You're not getting the attention. You're not getting the coddleship. You're not getting the vulnerability. Like most times when people are going through something, that's why when we was talking about me and crying, I'm like, when you think about the Black community, most times Black mamas say, stop all that crying before I give you something to cry about. There is no comfort of allowing you to express yourself, knowing how to speak, knowing how to go into depth of what you need. So these behaviors, they become a thing of comfort in adulthood. And when you're saying just let it go, like one of the most hardest things that I always get pushed back on is women don't communicate with. We talk a lot. We're not actually communicating. That's two different things. And so it's like to say just speak your mind, just address it. Most Black people operate in a high function aggressive state when times get tough. It's suppress it, go on, figure it out, and the only time we actually are addressing stuff is when it's with an intimate partner. That's the only time. We're not telling our family how we really feel. We're not telling our friends how we really feel. We're not really going into anything for people because of preservation of relationships, or feeling as if, we don't want to start conflict and things of that nature. So the only thing that I disagree with is just say what's on your mind, because we all know being vulnerable is very difficult. It's a lot of strength and vulnerability, but you can't put it in everybody's hands. And being vulnerable is a very difficult task.
But that's the reason why I say ain't nobody thinking about you, because we start thinking about cause and effect. I say this, what's going to happen? Nothing's going to happen. You're not going to die. The person most likely isn't going to just up and leave you. So there's a fear that if I say something, something's going to happen. But if you just sit back and just think and just play it out in your mind, okay, what's the worst that can happen if I do become vulnerable in front of this person that say they care about me? Nothing. It's all in our heads. And like you said, Paris, it comes from our childhood. We weren't able to be vulnerable or speak our minds or just be seen or heard when we were a kid. But you got to play this out in your mind. Is this going to happen in 2023 at my age? It happened when I was a kid, but I'm grown now. And then
but some people can't separate their adult years from their trauma filled years, and that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So the best thing to do is to find a strategy on how to deal with those things. And usually it is therapy. Usually it's actually getting close to someone who's not close to you, so you can, have a little bit more of a broader
Practice.
perspective on what happened to you, what you went through, or whatever the case may be. So when you say, when you're a kid and you're told to hold it in, well, as an adult, that it doesn't get any better. You're still walking around with that stigma, and that's why you can't get close to someone else, because the same thing might have happened to them, and they're not getting close to you because they're still walking around with that. So I think people really need to practice how to let go of the things that, and when I say let go, I mean speak it, not let it go like, oh, it never happened or I'm not going to address it. No, you have to speak it out of your mouth. We have to learn how, and we have to practice how to speak things out of our mouth and actually feel the emotion that comes with speaking those things out of our mouth. Because if not, you're always going to shy away from doing it with someone you say that you care about, someone that you say that you love. So we have to get used to being uncomfortable. We have to get used to sitting in things that don't feel, good.
But I want you to think about this. There's no worst case scenario when we're an adult, when we become vulnerable. When you were a kid, if you speak out of line, you become vulnerable. You can literally get slapped. You can literally be told to go to bed without food. There were certain situations that can actually hurt you emotionally and physically when you were a child if you spoke out of line. As an adult, we all have a certain amount of either respect or understanding that the other person has the floor at a certain time versus being a child. Sometimes as a child, you can't say nothing. You're going to get slapped in the mouth. We ain't getting slapped in the mouth as an adult. So going back to what I said, you're now an adult. Nothing is going to happen to you if you become vulnerable with this other person versus when you were a child and you try to become vulnerable with somebody. You try to be vulnerable around your homeboys when you was a kid. You're a punk. Da, da, da. Grown men don't act like that now. So even as a grown man, your friends aren't going to treat you like they did or could have when you was a child. So it is a difference.
Yeah, but rejection piles up with people. Some people don't know how to handle it because they don't address it at the root level. So when it piles up, they're going to shy away from even opening their mouth. That's just my opinion.
Most people don't give you that space, though. That's the problem, right? And the less effective one person is as a communicator, the much more the counterpart has to compensate. So you have to be an expert communicator. There are some people who you just can't talk to. You ever talk to somebody that's really just like a brick wall? No matter what you say, no matter how you try to express yourself, sometimes you just got to walk on. You're like, damn, I got to walk on eggshells. How am I going to present this to a person in a way that's not going to offend them? There are some people who are trapped in relationships like that, where they know they cannot communicate anything that they would like to their counterpart because there is no effective way for you to express yourself in a manner that they will receive it without being completely offended, or shut off communication altogether. And I know you probably should not be in a situation like that, but unfortunately, many of us are. And some of us are like that with our family, who we can't discard because we can't talk to them either. There's mother and daughter, father and son relationships. You can't communicate because you know that they are not going to be able to receive anything that you said. And this comes with practice, just like we were referred to a little earlier about how you're trained like that as a child. If you're trained like that as a child, how do you just break out of that? You can't just become an expert communicator if you've never had the opportunity to ever express yourself ever, and you're always told that you have to hold everything in or shut up or wait till later or be banished for saying the wrong thing. That creates a habit of you just harboring feelings and emotions, and you'll never be able to effectively communicate with anyone.
We also putting it out there as if adults don't have consequences to their actions and the things that they say. That's wrong. We should never make that assumption. Secondly, we forget that
what are the consequences?
Secondly, we forget that we learn how to interact with people based off of how they treat other people around them. So if me and my best friend are dealing with each other and I've seen her lay into her sister and I've seen her lay into her partner, then I don't have enough context between her and those different situations in order to know what could have set her off. I just could be trying to avoid that. So I don't think that we're actually taking into consideration the person who is trying to be vulnerable and why they are held back, and just placing the responsibility on the receptor of, just being this open-ended, like this well-rounded individual. And let's be clear, everybody communicates, everybody don't communicate the same way, and everybody don't have healthy communication skills.
Quick story.
Okay, hold on real quick. Marcus done had his finger up for about 30 minutes. I want to go after Marcus, but I mean, he having his finger up. I just want to go right after Marcus.
I was trying to be respectful of the panel. So I'm gonna try and answer the question more if I didn't provide enough clarity the first time. So what I was saying was, I think we operate with either a plus or a minus amount of vulnerability, right? So you got positive vulnerability. That's when you're healthy enough to give of yourself, and if somebody does not handle that correctly, it does not hurt you. You can brush it off, like, well, not hurt you long term, right? You can brush it off like, this person did not treat me how I was supposed to be treated. I'll remove myself from them, and then I still have the capacity to open up to someone again. So it's positive because it doesn't set you back. Now you can also have a negative vulnerability, which is where you're so low that you're vulnerable, not out of being in a position where you can reach out and connect with somebody, but because you have to. And if you don't, you're like withdrawing further and further into yourself, and you might become depressed, and you look to that person to try and pull you up out that depression. So so to answer specifically how to be actually close to someone, I would say the best way is to be in a position where you can give of yourself and it does not hurt you to the point that you can't try it again if it goes wrong. The other way can result in someone being withdrawn and never opening up again.
I want to add to what Marcus just said, and he kind of was adding to what I'm saying. Majority of people who are not vulnerable are extremely selfish. Most people aren't loving people because they're afraid they're not going to get back from the person what they're giving, and in hopes of what Marcus is saying. When I was growing up, people used to be like, man, why you wear your heart in your sleeve? Because I genuinely want to be close to people. I genuinely want to love people without getting nothing in return. If that person is for me, then they'll stay in my life. And if I have a little gateway of vulnerability, and I know I can talk deeper to that person, then I'll do that. Some people, off gate, you can do that. First time I met Marcus, I was extremely open with Marcus. Marcus extremely open with me as brothers. Like, I knew I could be vulnerable with him based off of how he conduct himself and his energy. And I didn't care what he was giving back as well too, but because I truly care about giving to people and giving love to people and sharing insight with people. The biggest thing that I do every day though, and I wonder if people can take away from, is, it might be a little too deep, may not be too deep. I look at the sun, I look at the earth, and I look at the water, and I look at babies, and they never go off the trajectory of what they're doing. They stay the course of what they're doing. And I think, again, when we come in these conversations, a lot of the reasons why we're not close is because there is something else, a catalyst that's in between us in society that we're not addressing, that is dividing us, that is making us not love ourselves, that's making us not value ourselves, that's making us not see the greatness in ourselves. So until we address the catalyst that's in between us, and we know that's happening because we are essentially, there's a core to us that has to be guided when you're a baby. Whatever's put in that baby will develop. But if Paris can say one thing, and I can say the opposite thing and see one thing in love, and not using you right now, I'm just using you just in my scenario. If she could say something and see love, and I can see something and not see love, that means our interactions and our encounters with what love is completely different. And I believe a lot of people have never seen what being close is. Most people are looking to use people, and not because of they want to use people. That's all they know. They're looking for if they can get leverage over someone. They're looking for if they can get control over someone, resources over someone, validation over someone. So if I come up to Marcus and I go, yo, I'm about to, I might not get nothing back from him. I'm being selfish because I'm not doing it out the kindness of my heart and actually loving them and actually being the type of person in my own skin, my own interpersonal relationship, that I'm actually loving people that aligns with other loving people. And we have a lot of responsibility in loving people. So I believe most of us have never been close to a lot of people. And I can't speak for the panel. I mean, in general, a lot of people have never been close to someone. That's what that guy was saying. There's someone literally laying next to you in your bed that's making you sick, and you still laying next to him because at least you know that temporary closeness more than another closeness. A lot of people sleep to hell every single day because it's the hell they know versus going to pursuing another hell. So we're not going to be close with each other until we truly work inside of what's wrong with us as an individual, and then us as a collective, and then we'll get closer as a community, and it'll be reflective of bearing more close children and close society. So until we address the catalyst, because I believe most people won't love. Most people want to connect to people. Most people want to be part of something, but we don't know how to be part of that because of what's happened to us. But past generations stuck together no matter what. It was a responsibility and duty to stay together. They valued each other. Even if they went off and went up and down a little bit, they still stay close to each other. So until we do that as a collective, it's going to be very difficult for a lot of us to get close to each other.
I wanted to add what Paris was saying, how she was with her friends. I feel close, the most closest when I'm having a conversation with my girlfriends or my best friend, and I'm talking to her about something that's on my mind or something I'm going through. I feel no judgment, and I'm able to become close to her because we have this type of repertoire where we can just talk to each other about things. And I feel like I should be able to carry that over when I'm trying to talk to someone romantically. It's like, if I'm trying to be vulnerable with you, if we're having that closeness, I should feel zero judgment. Not saying that I'm attacking this selfishly of saying, oh, how I feel, but it's just like, when you're trying to be vulnerable with someone, you don't need to be judged. Like, I should be able to come to you about anything that's on my mind, and we should just be able to laugh it off, or you be able to give your opinion unsolicited or anything like that. I feel like when I'm in a relationship with someone, I love sharing a part of myself that I don't get to share with someone, especially if I want to be close to you. I love sharing myself with that person, or sharing a part of myself that I don't normally get to share with someone because of that. Like, I like being vulnerable with that person. It's increasing our bond. It's getting us somewhere where we need to be. Like, when we are in that zone where we are having an open dialogue, having that zero judgment, or that space where I can talk to you about things that are on my mind, it helps me become more closer to that person because of the space that we're in.
All right. Guys, just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talks. Make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I know somebody, Demar, said it, likes are down. Just do a favor. Just hit the like button right now. Also, go ahead and share the stream. Let me go ahead and get to these super chats real quick. T.O. says, sent here by Ali, $1.99. Thank you, Ali, for that. Ali Oop. AP Accountability Partner, $5, says, Ali just had a show with a man not taking accountability. I'm here for it tonight. T.O. says, next meetup. How you say that word? Lagos? Lagos, Nigeria.
Lagos, Nigeria.
Okay. Never been. I know I'm half Nigerian, but my father never took me over there. So, the AP Accountability Partner, $2, says there's something off about Paris Mike. We did look into that, so hopefully it is resolved. Caesar's Palace, $5. All this learning each other and knowing what each other want is crap. Panel. Why does arranged marriages work 90+% of the time? It's duty and roles.
Can I say that's the epitome of closeness? These people, family raised men and women up to be close to other people and to align with other people alike with them. It's how close they were, how closeness of the culture, the closeness of the religion, the closeness of the type of relationship those men and women had prior even to then. And when you were what defines a culture, it was being close. And the closeness mattered more so than the feelings. It was a responsibility to be close and stay loyal to each other versus how you feel, and being able to use your feelings when it's convenient to leave a situation versus remaining close to someone. Because close shouldn't always be what you want to hear. Close shouldn't always be when you want to vet. Close don't always mean it's just a one-way street where someone can just listen to you, where you just want to be heard and not even want to have no type of accountability or type of response, or maybe some type of advice to change what's happening to you in what you're going through. You know, we have to be able to have our ups and downs and be able to work through certain things when you're close. It shouldn't be just sunshine and roses. It should be through the darkness as well too, that we're close when we're being vulnerable.
I will
So
also
I
say,
have,
You know,
we talk
can I
about
say something really fast? Oh, go ahead, Paris.
we talk about arranged marriages all the time, but the reality is they are due to a caste system. The places that adopt arranged marriages, they typically parallel themselves out of the same type of likeness altogether, from their political views to their religious views to their monetary status. So as much as we like to lean and cling towards that idea, it has more so to do with them consistently keeping their family in a certain way, as opposed to them just actually doing something that they want to do. It don't have anything to do with them specifically, as opposed for what's the betterment of the entirety of their family. So, I mean, yes, it works, but it also works because they adopt all of the same type of mindset. They adopt all the same type of principles,
Mm-hmm.
and that's not American. That's not what we do here.
I think it's because they're
I
young
just wanted to
too.
piggyback. I just wanted to piggyback on what Ali was saying about like working through and ironing through in relationships. So I think it's really funny that a lot of time, and not to make it about men and women, but people will say for like one of their really, really good friendships, they'll say, I couldn't stand him at first. Or I couldn't stand her at first. And we had a big old blowout. And then we was close ever since, right? But somehow when it comes to romantic relationships, it can be smooth sailing until one hiccup and that person is out the door when it comes to romantic relationships. And it really baffles me, because sometimes, I have friendships and I've said, how is it so easy to, if this person has 90% or 80% of these great things going on with you guys, how is it so easy to walk away and be so tired and done? But when it comes to platonic relationships or cousins and stuff like that, distant family members that you have friendships with, you can go through the fire with those people, right? But you value that relationship, and you know what they do, you know what they provide for your life, you know that support and that listening ear, and you don't want to lose that. So you will work through it and iron and go through the fire with them to maintain that relationship. I just wish that crossed over to our romantic relationships and our marriages, because man, you would build an empire. Because
But look at this, Casey. I just want to answer your question.
Okay, go ahead.
Usually romantic relationships are built off of not being rejected. See, if you have a sibling, mom, cousin, family member, y'all got in arguments, fights, they've rejected you, they told you no.
I'm talking about friendships too. People that you just meet off the street and y'all fight and then become like sisters and brothers after that. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about people that didn't grow up in your house. But
but in a romantic relationship, that person ain't never rejected you. So you get to the point where when you do get rejected, or when you do see the other side of this person that never rejected you, I'm not going to say never told you no, but never gave you that feeling of rejection before. Now you're like, I don't like you no more. Because sometimes a romantic relationship is literally built off of that person affirming your existence. They like you, you like them, and y'all happy. But at some point, there's something about that person you don't like. Most likely, you ain't going to tell them. And when something does hit the fan, you like, you don't like me? You don't like this? Because it's built off of like just a person affirming you. And
but I feel what you're saying, but I also believe that when it comes to especially women, I feel like women believe like their friendships are just like irreplaceable, right? When you get like that ace in the hole, that homegirl that whether it's somebody that you just meet and y'all click and bond, right off the bat, or it's a person from like childhood that's been there through the thick and thin and watched you grow into womanhood. We as a whole, not myself, but we as a whole, like really hold on to those relationships like they're gold. And then we go on the flip side and look at romantic relationships like they're dispensable or they're the bus. Every 15 minutes there'll be a different one coming around. So, this one, he pissed me off. I don't like when he do that, or he getting on my nerves. And so then now your eyes wandering and they looking for the next, because they irritated. But these girlfriends irritate your nerves just like these men do. So it's like, what is the difference? Like, seriously, what is the difference?
I can tell you the difference. I can tell you the difference.
That
20%, that 20% that we don't get from our significant other is what always drives us to go away. Right now, see, with the friendship, there's no cap on friendships. So I could have more friends. I could have less friends. It's nothing to really interfere with that. You can only have one relationship in most cases, right? Outside of polygamous situations. So every single thing that you want out of your life, you are depending on that person, right? You are depending on your sex. You are depending on your cooperation, right? You live with that person. You have to sleep in the same bed with that person. You have to eat with that person. They don't go away. Your friends, you can take space. You can take time away. Your significant other don't go away until they go away. So with you having so much dependence on that one particular person, that's all you have to fulfill all those needs and desires that you need or feel you need out of a relationship. You're depending on that one entity. That's it. One person to fulfill everything. So a lot of times we'll feel like, you know what? I could probably find somebody that's more suitable to fulfill all these gaps in my life. We depend on our significant other so much to fulfill everything that's wrong with our lives, whereas our friends don't have nearly that amount of responsibility. So if we feel like there's some type of deficiency there, we are compelled to exchange it for something that we perceive as better. Not to say that's good, but that's what it is.
I think that's probably why the arranged marriages work too, because they get together young. They don't have all these cliques and girlfriends and friends that they've been hanging with and have influence over them, over the person that their family said, hey, this is who you need to grow up with. So start now. So I think that's why those relationships actually last, because they have the time to get close, because they pretty much have clean slates with one another. They don't have a lot of things clouding their judgment. They don't have a lot of experiences that tells them that one is better than the other. So, whoever said that about the arranged marriages, I would agree. That's why they last, because that's all they know. They're open to each other, and so they grow that bond quickly.
This is also why we make the distinction of saying those women are trained to be wives, because they're already clinging close to their mothers, their whatever the familial community organization that they have around them. But the idea is that it works. We don't do it here. And so it's not to say that something is wrong with arranged marriages, but you have to look at the value system of those people and why they do it versus why we don't adopt it here. America is based off capitalism. And when you've been indoctrinated in this capitalistic society, it's kind of hard to reprocess and deprogram that. But when you're talking about these other cultures, they have a history of cultures way before, generations way past us and our ancestors, that completely continue this traditionalized sense where the women are not trying to make friends. That's not very common. Sometimes the women don't even go get an education. Sometimes it's more so based off of them being literally raised and groomed just to continue family. So it has a lot of benefits to it as far as marriage and the family. But I mean, even with that, it could be some things that some people just don't want to opt into. But I would encourage people, when you're talking about that, kind of do your research, because yes, it's a positive overall. But if you intricately get into it, they don't talk about the negatives, even the negatives towards men. So yeah.
But Paris, if you look in society, and by the way, indigenous people, Africans, Egyptians, they all had arranged marriages. That's our culture. We had the longest, we set up the arranged marriages, and why Indian culture does it, why Arab cultures does it, why Asian cultures do it. We're the indigenous people who taught those people that before we was destroyed. We adopted capitalism and we adopted a Western philosophy. So arranged marriage is what kept people together. If all the people can redo it again, if we all sat at the table, would we push for? And I don't know if and again, the men, a lot of the men, and why certain men, when they're at the epitome of their leadership, are going to make extremely logical decisions. I'm not going to take anything from women who can make those logical decisions. But if the men sat at the table, all as fathers, would you prefer arranged marriage, or would you prefer your daughter to pick the man she should be with? Looking at the experience of what happened in society with women going to men, to another man, to another man, to another man.
I would 100% prefer arranged marriage. The main thing I think.
Hey Marcus, we can't see you, bro.
Yeah, Marcus, stop hiding from us, man.
No, I'm trying to talk into the mic. Can you hear me when I'm talking right here?
Yeah.
Can you hear me right here? All right,
you good.
So the number, I would definitely pick an arranged marriage, but the main reason is because, like in the past, families were involved.
You can get, hey Marcus, you can get in the camera. You good? We can still hear you. Like it ain't gonna change. Like speak right there.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
What kind of mic do you have? That's all the way over there. You got like one of those little small baby mics?
No, I got a big mic.
Pause.
You solid though. It's not taken away from. It's not taken away when you like that. You good. Pause.
All right.
You gonna let that one sit in, Marcus? Right? You gonna let that one sit, right?
Yeah. Like you know, it is what it is. But yeah. No, the thing is families though. The thing is families, right? When you have people outside of the relationship rooting for the relationship, monitoring the relationship, talking on your behalf, when you are going to vent about the other person, pushing y'all together, it's a cultural impact that influences y'all to stay together. People that will not let you get divorced, people that will shame you if you try and get divorced, people that will take the kids to make sure you go and reconnect as a couple, people that are just there to make sure that this union works, right? All the people at the wedding should be pushing for that relationship to stay together. However, what tends to happen in our society now is you go talk to somebody and they'll listen to you, they'll vent to you, and then they'll tell you, you know, you might could do better.
Life is short.
Yep.
Life is short. Live your best life.
You
need to be vacationing, and you could be seeing the world and being a citizen of the world.
We got to transition.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, that's what happens now. We don't culturally have that with.
Right.
You guys just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talks. Make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Caesar Palace did super chat in between that interaction. $5 says, so Paris, you want to keep going down the American way until black marriages go way down to 10%. You act like the way we do it now is working. Nope. All right. Let's go ahead and hop into our next topic. Hit the likes, family. Hit the like button. That's all that we ask and require. Now, this is the video that I was talking about, the men in crisis. We are going to get into it. This one is a little bit deep, so it's important we pay attention. Y'all ready? You ready, panel? All right, here we go.
First is to have a conversation that this is a group that's struggling, and to stop using terms like accountability and somehow blaming them for their own problems here. A 19-year-old male should not pay for the sins of his father or grandfather. Now, and my Yoda on this is Richard Reeves, but basically it comes down to kind of three things. The first is biological. Our prefrontal cortex does not mature as fast as a woman's. An 18-year-old woman from an executive function standpoint is like a 20-year-old male. So, or put another way, two seniors in high school applying to college, the woman is essentially competing against a 16-year-old. And that is her prefrontal cortex had that executive function that he has. She had it at 16. So we're seeing double the number of women graduating from U.S. colleges as men, because it's 60-40 ratio when they start, and then the ratio only gets worse because more men drop out. That still is an incredible on-ramp to influence and economic security. These men aren't getting on that on-ramp. So there's biological reasons. There's also, I think the education system is just biased against men. A boy is twice as likely on a risk-adjusted basis or behavior-adjusted basis to be suspended for the exact same activity as a girl who's brought into the principal's office for this exact same infraction. You're sitting in front of me as a guy, you're twice as likely to be suspended for cheating on your chemistry test as as a girl coming in. A black boy is 5 times as likely to be suspended as a girl. So we have a real bias. Now, part of that is that 90% of primary school teachers are women. There are more female fighter pilots per capita than there are male kindergarten teachers. Men are not going into early stage education. And this is really important because you have an entire cohort of boys who grow up. If you were to point to a single point of failure where all of this starts, if you said, where did this young man come off the tracks? If you tried to identify one signal through all the noise, it would be the following. When the boy no longer has a male role model. And with incarceration, with male abandonment, and with a lack of teachers in primary school, you have an entire generation of young men who grow up having never had a male role model. And so a lack of male role models, an education system that is biased against them, and then I think economic policies, whether it's the outsourcing of manufacturing jobs, the transfer of wealth from young to old people, and you think, well, the fact that someone over the age of 70 is 72% wealthier than they were 40 years ago, and someone under the age of 40 is 24% less wealthy, that affects men and women. I think it's especially hard on men because I think men are still primarily evaluated in terms through the lens of their economic vitality. So they're biologically behind women, have an education system biased against them, and we have economic policies that have created a great deal of shame and rage. And the last point I would just say is, for the first time in Europe and America's history, a 30-year-old is not doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. And that creates just tremendous shame and rage. I mean, look at the housing market. The average age of a first-time home buyer is 47 now. In 1980, the average age of a first-time home buyer was 29. Young people have been sequestered from whatever you call, loosely speaking, the American dream or the UK dream. So,
all right, men are in crisis. I'm gonna go ahead and start with you first, Chelsea. What are your thoughts about it? Seeing you nod your head.
I'm so glad you started with me. But I love the topics that he brought up: biological, in school, and being male teachers. It doesn't surprise me at all. Women are inherently older in the brain than men are. It's scientifically proven that we age faster in the brain than men. So they are being left behind in that aspect, that they're not really achieving the same mental constructs as females are. And for them to be in school, to be 2 times, I think he said, more likely to be suspended than females, it just goes to show the female hierarchy that we are on. We are constantly being, I forgot what it's called, but as females, we are, passed on the street. We are giving so many passes. We are getting the pretty privilege. We are getting all these things because we are females that men can't do. I can go into somewhere and get a pass and say, oh, I don't know. And then men, they will be looked at differently just because they are a man. We are obviously, that makes sense to me. And then for males to not be teachers anymore, for them to be lower, to be a teacher in primary school, it makes sense to me because men, they like to be seen as strong and powerful, and that doesn't seem like a career choice they would choose because they don't want to. I don't think being a teacher is something they think to be strong. They choose jobs like construction engineer, those type of jobs where they can be seen as strong. And for him to say that because there is no male dad in the picture, males are abandoned, there's nobody to be that, patriarchy in their family, that makes sense to me. And I would say that men now, they are seen to be so much ahead of females, but they are really just falling behind in the sense of they aren't emotionally intelligent as much as females are. They have a hard time expressing themselves, and they are becoming, sassy, as they're trying to say that there's a sassy man apocalypse going on, that they are fussing about their feelings, but they can't explain it at the same time. It's like, oh, I'm going to shut down on you, but I can't explain how I'm feeling during this time. So it just makes sense to me. I'm not surprised at all.
All right. Go ahead, Paradise.
You see me nod my head to this video, did you? Everything he said was pretty much spot on. I think that we're looking at it from a infantilized and pedestalized obsession. Like, there will always be some form of coddleship for women in society. And then it's a impeded bias when you have women in dominated fields that work directly with children. And then what we don't realize is a lot of times it's hard for women to code switch. It's hard for women to come into a workplace and not already feel the way that they feel about people. About 70% of people don't leave their community. So a lot of times the teachers already know your family. They probably already know your dad. They already have an idea, maybe have interacted with your dad at some point. So you seeing this male child and you watching this male child do whatever, or you just seeing a child who is having behavior issues. And it's so much more easier for women to go and give girls, a little bit of empathy, because we are, one of the same. And it's very dismissive for boys, because a lot of times we idealize that men, even in little boy phases, should already be adults. We see it, and the study has been done with predominantly white women in the American school system. They start feeling like little boys are actually adults around, black little boys are actually adults around 14. So when we're talking about men's behavior and their actual emotional intelligence and all of these other things, they're not in a crisis because they're acting sassy. It's no such thing. You can't ask for men to be emotionally intelligent, and then when they express themselves to you, you don't like how they express themselves, and so you default to he's acting sassy because he didn't respond the way that you felt like a man should respond. And then even when we talk about women being a little bit older, women being advanced, this, that, and the third, of course, that is something that is biologically proven, but it's not that much of a bigger gap. And I think we try to make it seem like it's just a huge grip in between women going to go be this amazing individual who's very smart, very intelligent, and men are not. But then we're constantly defaulting back, well, she's young, she didn't know any better, she just has to live and she learn, and maybe she just needs time, but you shouldn't talk to her. Like, it's always a constant coddleship with women. She could be a 21-year-old knowing exactly what she's doing, making all her decisions, going to date a 35-year-old man, and people will tell her that the man is the problem for simply just being attracted to her, and she probably went and preyed on him. She probably went and DM'd him. And we have this innate ability to always see women as victims for some reason, even in situations where they're wrong. Or how I just saw this white lady who went and helped the young black boy who was in jail escape. And she is in her 40s, and this kid is like 17, and again, we don't look at how the dynamic of women have this control. Most women are in fields of social work. Most women are in fields of nursing. Most women are in fields of school teachers where they are dominating, not the primary field for women, but they dominate in those sectors where they have a direct interaction and they can control the narrative of what is happening to children. And then when you get to reflecting and seeing yourself in the individuals you interact and you engage with, the empathy is not pushed to the boy child more than it is pushed to the female child. So overall, this is harmful, right? Because we got a lot of women, again, even in conversations, we are impeding our own bias. Men should have this behavior. Men should behave like this. But it's a reason why, and I will always say this, Black men specifically have the highest suicide rate. When you sit there and you actually putting your biases or your prejudices on how you believe men should behave, you know, and you're attacking them with all of these trigger words, they're narcissists, they're manipulators, they're gaslighters, they're predators. You're finding every trigger word in order to make them the boogeyman. And then you want them to believe that you're their ally. You want them to believe that you have good intentions behind them. You're such this good woman. You're going to love them. You're going to give them everything as long as you get the best benefit. We got to do, because the reality is, again, it starts as a child. And a lot of times these little black boys, they get out into the streets, and when they lose a mentor, right, whether it's somebody who is passed or somebody that moved away, they become extremely susceptible to doing whatever, whenever, however, with whoever. And we just seen, soon as Dr. Umar said, hey, it's on us as the men in the community to gather up and get with the other boys and make sure that they don't do that. The men said, nope, not my problem, find their dad. But you don't see that with women. If women feel like we can have an influence on other little girls, we know we make it our business to influence. Women will fight a mother tooth and nail just to have control of somebody else's child. So, I mean, that's the dynamic. We know it, and we see it again in music. We see it in everything. We see it in the influence of culture. We see it in sex. It's on you guys what you want to do with the information.
All right, go ahead, Trev, and then we'll go to Cherish.
Yeah, I think Paris made a great point where we refer to how they coddle women, right? So it starts right there as children, right? Women are coddled. Nobody has any type of sympathy or empathy for young boys, particularly black boys. We are just seen as something else. They do not care as much at all. And we're not really it's going to be tough for us to ever change that, right? Because for one, women don't have as much as an understanding of how young boys are. And they always want to throw you into the ADHD category, or, oh, something's wrong with this guy. Oh, he's not supposed to be acting like that. Nobody has any type of patience that's required sometimes, especially now if you know that most of us are raised without a father. So there's going to be certain elements that we're missing that we would need people to compensate for, right? So you don't even have the understanding of it. You don't have the empathy for it. Where are we supposed to go? And you're not going to be able to change the fact that there's so many females in schools. It's always going to be like that. Women are interested in people. Men get jobs that are more concerning with things, right? That's why men are into STEM. Women are more into socially. And to be honest, it's easier. And most men don't go into those fields because they particularly don't pay as much as you would by going into the STEM field or things like construction or anything else like that. They're going to pay more in most cases, right? If you get into nursing, that's one thing, but majority of jobs in STEM pay more than almost any social work that you could find out there. So we're already starting at a great disadvantage from the beginning, and we don't have the nourishment that's necessary because people just don't want to be bothered sometimes. I see how it is in some classrooms. Me in my urban neighborhood, I grew up in Newark, New Jersey. It was at least 31 of us in a class, and you have one lady there. I'd say 95% of my teachers were ladies, and there's 31 of us. That was about the average. I remember it always being like 31 people in the, that's a cat. Oh, so it's like 31 people to one teacher. And I think that's too large of a classroom. So we can't even get the attention, and now they don't care. And they don't understand us. What the hell are we supposed to do at that point? So that's our foundation. That's where it starts. We don't have the building blocks to even compete at that point, right? But at the same time, us as men, right, once you become an adult, you understand these things. And society is not going to change towards us. It's up to us to be able to persevere through that, right? It's always two types of people in the world. The people who do it, who can't do it, because of, and then the people who did it in spite of. And there's which one do you think wins? We're going to be dealt these nasty hands. We're going to have a garbage hand sometimes, but we're going to have to find a way. The information is out there, right? You can find it now. It's not like back in the day. Anything that I wanted to know, I had to go to the Encyclopedia Britannica or whatever to dig it up. Right now, all the information is at the tip of your fingers. If you want to learn something, if you want to go to school late, whatever it is that you want to do, as an adult, we're held responsible for all of our actions. And we do understand what's right and what's wrong. Once you start seeing how society operates and you see that you are left behind, by the time you're 17, 18 years old, you're like, all right, something's, because this could have happened to me. I wasn't going on the perfect path when I was younger, but then I saw that there were many things wrong and the direction that I was going was not going to work. So I had to make the necessary changes. I had to say, you know what? Nah, this ain't it. Let me see what I can do here. The information is out there. Anything that you need to learn, you could learn it from the internet. There's so many other ways that you can make money aside from the conventional ways that we're used to nowadays. We have these opportunities. Most of us can make money doing what it is that we're doing right now, and for some of us, it is a good source of income. It's not conventional. You'll have to do your studies. You'll have to do your research. You'll have to do it, take it seriously, but you can still do it. There's so many different ways. We're in a capitalist society right now, so that you don't have to have an education per se to make money. There's nothing that you can say, oh, well, you don't have this, so this can't be your result. You can come up with good results from so many different avenues right now. So we just have to understand that this is what we're going to be dealing with, and we're going to have to do better at it.
All right, we're going to go to Cherish, and then we'll go to Mr. Lego.
I do agree with the video and everything. We're in fallen times. Our government is corrupt. Our schools, our families are dysfunctional. Our relationships are divisive. I agree on a biological, systemic, and cultural level that these barriers for men are present. And I feel like we need to hold more space for boys and men. And those of you that do have platforms and have voices, we need to get very creative with solutions and kind of heal these systems at the root from the inside out. I think it's very obvious and present that these things are here. So I think that solution is what we need to think about now. And when it comes to solution, it's not an individual thing. I feel like if we start by zooming out a little bit more, maybe start with families and things like that, we can build the blocks. But yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Lego.
All right, I'll start off by saying that most of us males were or are not raised in a household with the adult versions of ourselves like most young girls are raised. Like most of us had our mothers. We didn't have a male adult. I mean, we didn't have a male version of us or an adult version of us growing up. So altogether, we're being raised by a woman instead of by a man. So when y'all say modern men are sassy, well, y'all are the ones that are raising the sassy men, because men don't necessarily raise sassy men. But none of these children, just like us, were raised by men. So that's the first thing. And the woman's prefrontal cortex does develop earlier than men because women bear children, right? But if you look at this in a different way, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because not only are we looking at this from a biological standpoint that women, develop faster than men, but from a socialization standpoint, women are forced to develop faster than men also. More women are R'd, more women are M'd, more women are pushed to be, you got to go to school, you got to do this, you got to do that. A lot of us as males, we were able to go outside and be kids. So to a certain degree, women developing faster, you're actually, to a certain degree, and depending on how you grew up, you're actually becoming more traumatized along with that. So not only is your prefrontal cortex bigger or more developed, your amygdala is actually being filled with more trauma. And now, because you have a female counterpart in your house versus us, we get to go outside and be a kid and explore the world and figure out, what's right and what's wrong, while you're in the house with your female counterpart, your mother, telling you what to do, what to not to do. She's instilling her fears in you. She probably has been R'd or M'd or treated badly by men. So she's instilling all of her trauma into you instead of into us. And we're just outside being kids. So I think when we look at developing faster, there's a good side and a bad side to that, because we developed a little bit better than women when it comes to this, because we were able to be children. We were able to go do stupid stuff and not be ridiculed to the degree of women being ridiculed. If your mother found out you did something crazy or you had sex early or whatever, she will beat your ass where you actually think she's going to kill you. She didn't do us like that. So to a certain degree, women, young girls, simply because they have a mother in the household and we didn't have a father in the household, we're hurt in a way because we didn't have our father. But at the same time, y'all are hurt in a different way because you didn't have a father. So I think there's a good side and a bad side of this, because overall women are more abused or traumatized by what happens in their households compared to what happens in our households as boys, because altogether we get left alone. We get to go outside and play. We get to do whatever. Even when we come in the house, we don't have to cook food, wash clothes, do dishes, do all that stuff. No, we can just do what we want to do. But our sisters have to be maids, butlers, secondary parents to us, picking up behind us and all that other shit. So altogether, yes, it's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing, because it's one thing about your prefrontal cortex, but you always also got to look at your amygdala. Y'all are more traumatized than us. So you go out in this world, figure our shit out. Y'all actually had a grown version of y'all. We didn't. So we are the ones dealing with what we have to do, but we figure it out.
You said it's called the amygdala?
Amygdala and your prefrontal cortex. Your amygdala is the part of your brain that all of your
You
traumatic experiences have been.
Yeah. You spell it for me and write it down.
EMIGDELA. That's important. That's where all your traumatizing experiences are held, to keep you from reliving them.
All right. You said ED?
Amygdala.
You spell it for me one more time.
Bro, can you stop? You know, when y'all start talking about the brain, I get excited. Shout out to
Casey. But to what you were saying, Mr. Lego, okay, so you said that the girls pretty much were chastised more than the boys were, and you guys got to play outside and be free. And I think that alludes to the point of what he was saying in the video, because boys need men. Men need men. I don't even think it stops when you're a boy. I think that men should continue to counsel men, because you have like experiences. You may go through the same things. And so I think that probably was the problem.
Yeah.
Because dad wasn't there, you got to run free. Education wasn't important. It wasn't something that was pushed. That whatever you did was through trial and error, and if no one corrected it, you thought it was correct, or you thought it was okay. So overall, I think that men just need men, And if you can't catch them when they're boys, definitely still be able to mentor a man, or, like Ali was saying, him and Marcus were able to be close or open with one another. I don't know if they ever met in real life or, face to face, but that's a brotherhood that they can develop, that they can now mature and be better as men. I don't think enough men take other men underneath their wings and say, hey, I see what you're going through. I went through the same thing. Let me help you. Let me mentor you. Let me, take you underneath of my wing, because I see potential there. I see that, you have the tools. You just don't know how to steward over them correctly, or you just don't know which direction to go in. So I think that because of the lack of male representation in the home, there has been a decline in male education. There has been a decline in male teachers. I forget who was saying it, but back in the day, Trev was saying it. You had all these students in the classroom, and you had an older woman, predominantly white, trying to, tame a classroom full of children. I remember doing student teaching in Paterson, New Jersey, and that's North Jersey. Those are rough parts, and you have children who have behavioral issues. They have their own IEPs written up, and you don't have strong men who are in those classrooms helping those children progress. You have women who are stressed, who are, can't take the volume of the class. They can't take the behavior of the class. And now the children are going to the wayside. Even in today's education system, the way that they're grading, checking things is just not like it used to be. It's just like, okay, you get an A for participation, and it's like, okay, is it right? Is it with the same curriculum? Like, are y'all up to par? So you just see that the education system has declined over the years, and there's definitely not enough male representation. That definitely not enough Black male representation. And then when those children get out of school, whether they're just passed along, not even really, making the grades for real, they get out into today's society and they don't know how to function. So
yeah, and then you look at I think it was Trev who talked about how so many young boys are diagnosed or falsely diagnosed with ADHD, being in school, acting up. But it goes back to not having the male representation in our house. We don't have ADHD, we have DHAD. That is, don't have a daddy syndrome. We don't have no male, we don't have a daddy. So we miss our dads. We mad about this. We going through this and that. So we don't have that male person to take us fishing, to teach us how to throw a football, whatever it is. But the thing about it is, we need, like, desperately, that male representation in our household. We don't have ADHD. We have DHAD. We need a daddy.
Let's go to Casey and then Ali.
So this is a topic that I'm like really passionate about. I was raised with 3 brothers. My husband has 2 brothers. I'm a daddy's girl. I'm surrounded by men, and being a little girl, my oldest brother, I remember seeing my mom and dad go to school to talk to his math teacher in high school, because my brother was just being ignored and disregarded. He was in an advanced math class in high school. He went to a great high school, and he had issues just ongoing with this math teacher. And it really came down to it. I remember like hearing conversations with my parents, discussing this at home, and really like having conversations with my brother, before all these parent teacher conferences, like, okay, did you ask her about this? What was this conversation? How did you feel with her response? Are you raising your hand in class? Like, she was ignoring him. She had no patience at all for the male kids in her class, for the little boys. And I saw my younger brothers, not have to the extent of that issue. They had no behavioral issues, but just not be on the same level as little girls and the attention that was given. And I think in society, that's where we are. I feel that there is a campaign to raise women to this pedestal, right? I don't subscribe to Black Girl Magic. I don't subscribe to the future is female. I don't subscribe to any of that, because this world needs both of us, to both of our genders to function. We work as a team within society, and that's how society works within roles and duties. And it's so sad that men don't have a safe place at any part of their life. But like Chera said, the only way that we're going to correct that is going to start within the home, right? My brothers knew that my father was their advocate, my mother was their advocate, right? I wasn't put on this grandiose pedestal over my brothers because I was the only girl and I was so special over my brothers. Like, that's not what it was in my household. I learned my role as a young girl, as a young woman, and I didn't feel above them or anything. I still serve. I have a husband. I serve my husband. I serve my brothers. I serve my father if I'm at home. You see what I'm saying? Like, so there's a campaign in society to push men down. Like, they don't matter. Their opinions don't matter. You see things on Instagram and social media that says stuff like, I don't like men. I don't trust men. I don't like, it's just so negative. They're either predators, they're not smart, they're out to get women, they want to use and abuse women, believe all women when women lying every day about men, whether it's high school boys going to jail for 10 years when they were both drunk, in a situation, and the boy gets sentenced to whatever because he was 16 and she was 15 or 14. They're still in the same age group, and the boy's life is thrown away, and the girl thrives and moves on with her life because she may have told her parents something because she's scared of what her parents will say, because we're taught that men are bad and boys are bad. And so something has to change, but it has to start in the home. It has to start with men in the home. I think we're all saying that. With men, I had more male teachers in college than I did in grade school. I had tons of male professors at university, but hardly any in grade school. So all of that matters. All that shapes who we are as people and how we view each other. But men should feel value because they are valuable. And it needs to change. I could go on and on, but I'm gonna mute my mic.
Man, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women on the panel. 5 women on the panel. There's one thing that where I think that we shedding light on that's a stereotype that's get pushed on about men being this toxic masculinity, speaking about men who grape, delete, do all these things. That's a very small demographics of the population. But men make men. We have fathers to be men. We need fathers in life to need men, right? But there's a wise woman that once told me, right, that all y'all women can tell me as well too, or something about. At your best, you are love. You're a positive motivating force within my life. Did you ever feel the need to wonder why? Let me know, right? Y'all are what we need. Like, our men make us turn us into men, but women, we need women's love for our purpose to live. I don't care how egotistical men can be and say they can live with money, they can live with cars and finances and all these things, but at the end of the day, men need women for love. So the main thing that's happening in society.
Hold on, Ali. Hey, Ali, I think something going on with your mic, man. I was looking at everybody's face expressions and I seen Casey like this. I said, okay, it must be coming through loud and clear because you agreeing. Oh,
dang, I got messed up. It's still going on?
No, you good now.
I'm good now?
Yeah.
I'm good like this?
Yeah.
Okay, so if in society now,
that man,
I'm good.
Oh no, yeah. I don't know what you need some foil, man.
Am I good now?
You need some foil.
You might have to cover it.
Yeah.
Look, am I better now?
It happens
It's
when you
gone.
have happens when you have headphones instead of an actual microphone. It happens on Instagram Live all the time. Also, it's about headphones. It's a headphone thing.
Dang, just come back to me.
It was good then.
Yeah, it was good. I don't know what's going.
Headphones cause interruptions on,
How about now?
different signals.
How about now? Am I good now? Am I still good?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's doable.
so I'm doable. So in the society that
No, but
Nah, bro.
nah,
Gotta get a
dang,
mic, man.
Bruh.
my mic
yeah,
was working fine.
It's not, bro. It's the headphones. Headphones do not work on because it's two different signals going at the same time.
all right, we're
Okay,
gonna
let me fix it. Come back to
okay. Go ahead, Marcus.
So like I'm thinking about, can you hear me? I'm good. Am I good? All right. So I'm thinking about how it was for me in school, and I was like in advanced classes until my father died. Then I kind of like I wouldn't call it depressed, but I kind of like got distracted, right? And when I tried to re-engage and like really try, it was like too many kids in the class. So if I'm trying to answer every question and participate, the teacher like, all right, well, you answered 4, so let the other people, you know what I'm saying, talk. And when they start doing that, I start drifting off, right? I start like not really caring, and then it just kept spiraling and kept spiraling. And then I just kept wondering, why am I doing this? Like, I'm not going to be able to use this. I'm not about to make no money today or tomorrow in using any of this stuff I learned in school. And it just seemed pointless. And I think for a lot of young men, especially where I'm from, it's like, what's the point? Because you don't have the foresight to see that you're going to need to matriculate and make money 15 to 20 years later from doing all of these things at X, Y, and Z. And you don't have the male role models there to be there and be present and show you like, hey, shorty, this is what I did to get here. Just X, Y, Z, who wop the bam, and you can make it. All we seen is the people that stayed within the community might not have been the best positive role models. They might have been strong role models, but they might not have been the best positive role models. So naturally, we was gonna look to them, right? And the people that potentially could have been positive role models, in my opinion, it seemed like they ran to the suburbs, or they just disassociated completely from the community. And because of that, I'm looking up to a specific archetype of man that y'all don't want to replicate, but don't got no choice because that's the only man that I'm seeing, right? So if you like zoom out from just our community, like men in general used to have pensions, used to be able to support a full family, buy a home off of a salary from something that required manual labor that didn't require extreme higher levels of education in order to do. Corporations weren't as greedy, right? They cared about a wage or a standard of life for everybody that was in America that was able to work within that, within that system. We're at a point now where it usually takes 2 incomes for the average family to just not make it, right? To just be above the poverty line, but not enough to really get ahead. If men's worth is tied to their financial ability to provide, and most men can't provide, most men will feel inadequate. That inadequacy will lead you to feel like, what am I doing here? Then you go online and women telling you all day, you got to be able to buy me a Birkin bag, or you need to spend $700, take me to STK on a date, and all these other things. And a lot of men cannot do that. Where does that leave them? It pushes us further into a potential, men are in crisis, but the world in crisis. Because if men completely detach, this become a dangerous place. When you have that many people who have nothing to live, people with nothing to live for are, I don't know if you've ever been around them, but it could get real quick. Like that, men are in crisis, yes, but if we can't fix this for men, we don't fix it for nobody. Like, I think we should look at it holistically. How can we solve this thing? But the people in charge don't seem to prioritize this. So yeah, we in crisis. One of the things that I was able to use to propel me over was just maintaining optimism and figuring out a way where there is no way. And that's the best advice I got. Always try and stay positive and just keep going. And whatever you do, just don't quit, because eventually it could pan out. But foresight hard to see when everybody around you has not done the thing that they need to do, and you don't have a valid example. Man got to come back and be role models to these kids And I know people get on stepdads and all this other stuff, but them dudes is necessary. You might not want to be a stepdad, but don't attack another man that take it upon himself to be in a mother's life or mentor the young man. Like, that's selfish, bro. Just because you got issues with X, Y, and Z, you gotta let them stepdads rock, because they are needed, just like mentors are needed. But you can go, Paris.
You said something very pivotal. You said if men stopped caring altogether, this will become a dangerous world. And I don't think we really take into consideration the negative approach that women have now as dating attack men so much to where we're influencing the younger generation of little girls. And again, women don't code switch the way that we think we do. That idea that I can love my child, I can love my male brothers, I can love my male friends, I can love all of these people, but I can't love a regular male that I'm intimate with. Like, I can just disassociate myself from him. Or how we give excuses to, well, he shouldn't, if I can do this for myself, he should be able to do this for me, this, that, and the third. But you're struggling, and we lie about it. A lot of women think that the light bill due just became a new thing. Rent due was once the light bill due, meaning that a majority of these women have a man somewhere behind them help to coax this financial stability that they're even bragging about. Majority of these women are not just doing every single thing alone. And we are letting the lie be what that is. We're letting the lie enable itself on the internet, because the first thing that she'll tell you is it's happened to me before. But she won't tell you that it's happening now. Or she'll say, I got a man for that. You lucky because it's another man who's trying to do or who's doing X, Y, and Z. There are men who have never even gotten a actual response from a woman in DM sending her money. So you can't tell me that this idea of her taking care of herself, this whole idea of independence is not preset on a man being around somewhere to help enable that. But we choose to live with this lie that women just got it all together. And we really don't. Like, and it looks bad because we always make jokes, or people always discuss the fact that he got his heart broke at 13 by one girl. Now he don't trust nobody. But they'll never talk about the fact that he was probably getting abused or molested or, picked on or whatever the case may be. And he learned how to cope with that by never trying to tell another woman anything. Or how the woman that he trusts later on in life took his deepest, darkest secrets and threw it in front of his face. And then again, we sitting up here talking about sassy. I hate it so much that we minimize these men. You cannot ask for a man to express himself and control how he expressed himself. It is unrealistic. You cannot tell a man that you want him to open up, be vulnerable with you, but then when he does it, you're telling him he acting like a bitch. And if you don't feel like that's counterproductive, you need to check yourself. We got a huge issue when we talk about how these men deal with certain things, or even down to the women picking bad men. I can acknowledge women do pick badass partners, but I can also say the idea of being a mother is, even if you can't stand what the hell that situation is, you accept that responsibility. You do what the hell you're supposed to do. We got too many men who feel like, if I don't fuck with the mama, I deal with the child when they get old enough to comprehend. They'll pick their peace over their parenting. And I can't fuck with it. And we don't talk about it enough, how a lot of men feel like it's okay to be very dismissive to their children, or feel like, oh, she should have just chose better. She should have just chose better. When the reality of it is, everybody needs to own their fucking priorities.
Is my mic better?
Yeah, sound better right now.
Okay, so the main thing I wanted to address, what the man being in crisis, was to just put an emphasis on the fact that we need women to be at their best. We need the love from women, and I don't want to point fingers at nobody, but when you're looking at society and kind of putting speaking on what Marcus was talking about and what Paris was talking about, if you're broke, I'm still good, right? If you're a broke man, if you're broke, you're not a man, but a woman is a strong, independent woman. If you couldn't go even as far as saying that when he struggles, it's when he struggles, he's not being a man, an adult. And like Paris said, they'll call you the BITC word, the BITCH word, right? Because when when he's struggling, he needs to be man enough to go through what he's going through. But when a woman's going through this, she's strong and independent. But to go further, when a man is unattractive or average, or how can I say this? When a man is unattractive, I'm trying to make sure my mic is good. Okay, because there's a delay on my side, so I see what y'all saying. So when a man is unattractive, average, or out of shape, he's not seen by most women. When a woman is out of shape, average, or or not in shape, she views herself as a 10 in society. And if a man is doing everything he can to sacrifice to a woman, the main thing that men struggle with is the fact that it's not good enough. So if a man is giving his best or he's at his best, it's still not good enough. And that's why a lot of men are deleting themselves. And that's why a lot of men are opting from connecting to women anymore. And they start going to the reservation of having sex. If they can't get love from women, they're going to get sex from women. So the point that man can be at their best or give their best and it's still not good enough. But when a woman's at her worst, like Paradise was just speaking to, men have to fight for her and they have to be equipped for her and continue to pursue her. Even if she's at her best, it's still a strong woman. So when you're looking at society and the way we're being treated, not more so on how we treated each other or condition ourselves or how we were programmed, it's the way we've been programmed by society to devalue men. And my sister, is it Chelsea? Or Chelsea?
It's Chelsea, yeah.
Who's the biggest supporters of the LGBT community? Who's the biggest supporters of gay men? Who's the biggest supporters of trans men until they start wanting to compete with you? Because everything was all good. A lot of women wearing weaves, doing their eyebrows, eyelashes, getting BBLs, breast implants. And then all of a sudden, you cool with the trans, or almost a lot of our women starting to look like trans. But as soon as this trans starts competing with women, then women got a problem. So if we are okay with gay men, and if we're okay with trans men, and if we're okay with Ali putting on a wig, and Ali putting on doing stuff to his breast, and you calling me a man, how can we ask men to be men if you're okay with those men being sassy? There's an extreme problem with that. If we act, and especially when we ask y'all to be y'all natural selves. You know what the crazy thing? Me and my father was talking about weaves the other day, and Mr. Lecko talk about weaves all the time. Why is it if our women don't want to take time to do their hair, why they don't wear natural weave? Like why don't they wear weave that's their natural hair or looks or embodies their natural hair instead of doing their hair in a way that it doesn't even look like in real life? Do our women really love themselves? And if our women don't love themselves and they're not the epitome of love at your best, how can we get that? How can we love you? How can you receive love from us? And then we're going to continue being in crisis. And how can you love us? We're going to continue to be in crisis until our women are loving men, are being there for men the way they were supposed to be. Our purpose is to take care of you. Your purpose is to love us for it.
And I want to just go back to the men that are in crisis, right? Because we're mainly talking about men, right? And Marcus brought up like men are expected to pay for this and do all this and other stuff, right? Well, that's why we have to stay away from women until we get our shit together, right? Because men and women are not the same. We're not going to be treated the same in any category, right? So as men, you have to understand that there is an expectation for you to provide for whatever woman that you decide to date, whether it's going out to eat or whether it's taking care of her or whatever. And if you don't want to do that, stay away from women. If you're not able to do that, stay away from women. I always say I stayed away from women altogether, out of relationships for like 2.5 years when I was building up my business as, just doing what I do on social media, because I didn't deserve a woman. I didn't deserve a girlfriend. I didn't deserve nothing. And if you busting your ass over here trying to build something and you over here flirting with this chick over here, she's going to like screw up your focus and you're going to be distracted. So I made it a point not to worry about nothing but me. And that's what men have to do. Building a business or whatever it is, even starting in the mailroom at a job, you got to focus on you and get your shit together and stop trying to have a girlfriend and having babies and all this other shit. Leave these damn women alone until you can get your shit together. Because at the end of the day, ain't nobody finna feel sorry for you if you can't do for your woman or your wife or your baby mama. You are just going to be looked at as a loser because you are the one who came out there and got in that woman's face knowing you ain't got no damn money. We are men, and women have their own category. We have our own category. You ain't got no damn money. Jack off and leave these damn women alone.
All right, hold on, Paris. Let me get to Chelsea so she can respond to Ellie. Go ahead, Chelsea.
I wanted to clarify on what I meant by sassy men. I wasn't referring to the ability to express their emotions or to overly express your emotions. It was the inability to express your emotion, like not being emotionally aware and then reacting like sassy, like about it. It wasn't the fact of you expressing your emotions and saying how you feel that you're being sassy because of it. It's your inability to express your emotion. It wasn't because I think that you expressing your emotion that you are feminine or less masculine. It's just like you not being able to express.
So when a man communicates and is emotionally available and attempting to lead you and tell you the truth, a lot of men on this profess about telling the truth. Are women receptive to that?
I mean, I would be. I can't speak for everyone, but
no. I'm asking you in general. So we're even talking about general population. We're talking about men are in crisis. So you might not be putting men in crisis. Is the overwhelming majority of women receptive to men telling them the truth, being emotionally available, communicating, and being prepared to lead women when they're prepared? Are women receptive to a man that actually sits down and tells her the truth, tells her what he cares about, communicates what he wants to communicate? Is the overwhelming majority of women responding well to that, or do they push back on that?
I would believe that some women find it hard to take that or receive that emotion because it is thought that men are to be strong and not express themselves. But so yeah, I would say that like some women they take it a little hard that it's a man is coming to them and expressing themselves in a way or being feminine or has a feminine side. I think there's a balance of feminine, masculine. So when a female is taking some pushback to that, that is obviously a negative.
Right. And I think that's what a lot of men struggle with. If they express to you what they care about, it's not received unless it's what you care about. If the man communicates as you ask, if he's not communicating what you saying, what you want him to say, you're not being receptive to it. If you saying you want the leader and he's saying, okay, babe, we going this way, or he says no. The greatest indicator of seeing if a woman is actually committed to her man is when he says no, not when he says yes. How you handle him going a different direction and you saying, I do follow you. But what happens is the women go, you being controlling and you being toxic when you said you wanted a leader. So if he has no authority over you, and if he can't dictate certain things when we have to go a different direction, then is the woman really loyal and receptive to that man? Is a lot more women choosing men that are easy to control and run over versus men that have options and men who are established already and can make certain decisions and be able to help you. Are women receptive to those kind of guys? Because what we see in this society is when a lot of women are receptive to the man they can control.
And I think there's power in both, like you being emotionally aware and intelligent in how you express yourselves, and then also being able to take pushback from that and be able to take a woman not receiving that well. And then also if a man is unable to communicate how they feel, I hope for sure, like the solution, them to be having a mentor, someone that can teach them how to be that way.
Hey, Church, you want to slide in there real quick?
Yes, I think she was more so, which Ali, I feel like, yes, you were valid. I think she was more so speaking on whatever men are not constructively expressing those emotions. So I feel like that is something to unpack.
I would concede to you, but what I'm asking you is when a woman says she's looking for an intuitive, principled man that can lead her, and he communicates that, even the good guys.
I don't think just calling that sassy.
No, I'm asking, are those men being well received as well too? That's what I'm saying. So we can let's take the sassy man out the picture. Let's take the gay man out the picture. Let's take the man out the prison that's in prison out the picture. A lot of men, and this is why if men couldn't get certain places without lying, they'd stop lying. The truth is what's hurting a lot of women. Women don't want to hear a man say how he needs his house to run, what direction we gonna go. I need you to dress this way. I need your hair to be this way. I need you to conduct yourself like a lady. I need my household to run this way. I want my children this way. That's not being well received. A lot of women want the control of a lot of women want the control of the household. They want to be right, and they want to have the last word, and will give up the entire family over that if they can't have that. That's what Paradise it was talking about. How many men on this panel or off this panel, dudes in actual relationships with women, are fighting for their children, while a woman is going to and I say white man to another man and saying, hey, this man ain't listening to me. Can you make him listen to me? But you had a kid with this guy. You understand what I'm saying? You going to the white woman to in a position where black men have never had control of black women. We never was oppressing you. We never had control of you. We were both being oppressed. In the 70s, black women were going to work to help the black man. My grandma went to work to help my grandfather. She didn't go to work to compete with my father and say, hey, I don't need you anymore. We are black women, and I'm just saying black sis. I ain't gonna talk about other women right now, other races of women. Our women are going against us and competing with us. They hijacked that feminist movement where white men wanted white women to go to work, and it was used to make white women go against black men. So I'm supposed to be your greatest investment. You're supposed to be my greatest investment as a reward. Once I work myself up and I meet a great woman, she wants nothing but to be on my page. I met him. I need a man. Whatever he needs me to do, seeing that he's a great investment, I'm going to do that for him, because everything he's building him life to be is someone that's going to support a woman. And if he's not that kind of guy, you don't need to be dealing with him. If he's prioritizing his ego, if he's prioritizing finances, if he's prioritizing power and being able to manipulate other people, that's not a kind of guy you need to be dealing with.
Okay, I do want to say this real quick. We're gonna go to Paradise, and then we're going.
And I want to say something too, but
we're gonna get a couple more people and then move on. But let's try to make sure we keep our responses shorter, and let's be mindful of the people that hasn't spoken. And this is to everybody, right? Anytime you got a full panel, you want to make sure it bounce around, and people on the panel just be sitting there waiting. So let's make sure we try to keep it like 1 minute, 20 seconds. We can always come back around, but let's make sure we keep everybody engaged. Go ahead, Paradise.
I just want to say I don't agree with the desocializing of men. Like, that's not healthy. And I understand that a lot of people are going to push back on this and say, well, you're not a man, you won't understand. But I can tell you as a woman, I don't want a man trying to get in a position to quote unquote lead me and has never had an experience of knowing how to adapt to women. That's an incel mindset where you just cocoon yourself. You've never had no experience with women. You've never really interacted with them. You've never really had a heartbreak. You've never been really disappointed or anything. You just solely go to work and you get your money up, and then you get yourself to a status where you believe a woman wants you. Because I'm going to tell you something. It's women sleeping with broke men every day. Money get very fickle when it comes to women. She will lie to herself and create all type of scenarios for a man that she just simply wants to be with, bro. So I understand having to be on your square because, of course, love is not going to pay the bills. But I don't think that that's the best thing in the world to try to tell men to pass this information like, hey, bro, get your money up, then deal with women. Because now you're telling us that we have a harder man of dealing with. We have a harder man of actually trying to integrate different type of things with, as far as never having to deal with being involved with a woman at all. And that's kind of scary. That's kind of scary altogether. Not saying he's dangerous, but it's kind of scary because you're not actually acknowledging he's never had some of these emotions. He's never been able to filter them. And people going through heartbreak, they don't deal with rejection well. People going through, loss of whatever, they just don't deal with it well. I just think that that's a bad idea.
So
right. We're going to let go, and then we'll go to Trev, and we're going to transition, family. Go ahead.
So I'm going to go right after Paris and go right against what everything she said. If you ain't got your money right, leave these damn women alone. Because just like what Ali was saying, these men, if you broke as hell, of course a woman ain't going to respect you. And then you turn around and said, if a man is doing what he's supposed to do and he's in his purpose, he's going to have a woman that's going to listen to him. And if she doesn't listen to him, she can get the hell out. So that's about boundaries. All of this is about men. Get your shit together. Leave these damn women alone until you get your life together. And then once you got your life together, the woman that you actually want is going to present herself because you are out here doing your thing. She's going to see what you're doing. And guess what? She's going to fit right in your program. And if she doesn't, you tell her to get the hell out and life is good. And that's really how life is. And as an example, because Paris said a lot of these men see this as jump in my program because I got some money, but you don't have the understanding of women and you're not used to women because at first you didn't have no woman before you got money. That makes a lot of sense, but I don't think nobody out there is like that. He has zero interaction with women. He ain't been in no relationships. And then all of a sudden he makes a lot of money and he has a whole lot of women.
It's
All
more
together,
than it is women. It's more men who are
yeah,
incels than it is women. It's
I
more
got you,
men
but the incels don't turn around and end up. I get you, but hold on, Paris.
The nice guy's a thing. That's
Yeah,
exactly
but the incels don't necessarily turn around and have a whole bunch of money out of nowhere and then start demanding women to do whatever. So with me, as an example, I was married. My house was great. My kids are great to this day. And I ran my house like a well-oiled machine. I busted my ass. I worked 10, 12 hours. I came home, played with my kids. I helped my kids with their homework. My ex-wife, she handled what she needed to handle. Of course, it didn't work because I didn't want it to work. She didn't really, screw anything up. I just
So why
was
you
like,
leave?
I
Why
want
you
to be married
leave?
anymore. That's not
Why
the
you
point.
leave? That is
Bro.
the point.
Oh, whoa.
Hold on, y'all.
This is
Let's
one
make
of the
sure-
problems.
Let's make sure we stay on track. Hold on.
JR, you
let's
see this, right?
No, you
Hold on,
projected.
Right?
hold on. Let's make sure we stay on topic, y'all.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So all together, when a man gets his life together, because I had my life together as a teenager to a certain degree. I had money when I was a teenager. So to a certain degree, I had my life together before I actually started my family. A lot of men don't do that. And it's important for them to stay away from women to focus on their purpose. And once they do that, things work out to their liking. I coach women. So I talk a lot of things that other men deal with and women deal with, but all together, not saying I'm perfect or whatever, but I don't deal with the shit that other people deal with. If you got a problem, you get the hell out. I ain't got time for all this shit. So when you get to that point, your confidence and your just mental prowess is going to just save you from all of the madness that women bring. You just get out. I ain't got time for that shit. And life is great.
The difference is you have had experience in these areas. It is much more different for you to speak from a place of privilege. And I say this with very much so respect. You're speaking as an experienced man. You don't sound like you have ever had to deal with a woman who was actually terrified of dealing with a man who couldn't take no for an answer. You don't sound like you've ever had to deal with a woman coming to you after she has had a codependent attached ex that every time she left a situation, here he come trying to get back with her, trying to create what type of ever emotional attachment boundary, because there are men who think what you're saying is something else in an extreme. It's the reason why incels exist. It's the reason why we're saying there are men who are 18 to 35. The average man only has approximately 3 sex partners in his entire life, and he's not losing his virginity until he's an adult because his interactions have never been in a healthy manner with women. He's probably always had women bullying him. He's probably always had women doing whatever the case may be to him. But then you're turning around and tell him, don't worry about no women, focus on money, because the woman who you like gonna come to you. And I'm telling you, it's broke men out here getting a woman who hustling every day and let him be the greatest version of himself every single day. It's broke men out here who are getting loved, getting catered to, and parlaying every single day. Because we all know when you get married, your income increases. A man getting money is not a man hustling, sitting on his own, cocooning himself and not dealing with women is not the answer to him having a better option or opportunity to dealing with women. It's some fat men out here who got money and ain't getting no play. It's some men out here who got money and ain't getting no play. So we got to stop that lie.
All right, yeah, we got to get to Trev, and then we got to transition, to the next topic. Go ahead, Trev.
The one thing I wanted to say is that just kind of referring back to the video where Homeboy was saying, whereas the dude would get so much more punishment for doing the same thing as a female, right? We aren't afforded the same opportunity at all in almost any case. Like, just our perception is so horrible, just as men, right? I've heard at least 2 references to men and self-deletion, right? So let's just get on that for a second, because men, yeah, that's absolutely a problem, but it's not just men, because the reality of it is females actually have about 66% of the actual self-deletion thought, and they supersede us in attempts. It's just that men are a lot more effective when it comes to violence, and we will take a pistol versus, pills. So we're much more successful at it. So we're all depressed, right? You're talking about 20% of men who are clinically depressed versus 37, which is almost double the rate for women. We're all messed up out here. But just the perception alone, we are told that we are violent, right? But then when you dig deeper into the stat, you realize that the most violent relationships in existence are woman on woman. They have the most reported violence. So we can't even get the facts right when we talk about us as men, right? We're not even given the same opportunity to have the correct perception, which is where we're starting at. So how are we supposed to do? And it doesn't just go with that. It's across the board. We are not perceived in actuality versus women. Right. We're never afforded that opportunity to be coddled or say, all right, well, how could we help this dude? How could we come up with some solutions? You're bad. You're bad. Look what you're doing. Look how bad you are. That's what we always do to men. We don't a lot of times we don't come down to the source of the issue. How can we help this? How can we help these men become better? Right. Because at the end of the day, if we messed up, man, this is over. Just like Marcus said earlier, if we don't address it with the men, we're over, right? If we really do decide to become violent, we've gotten taste of this before when you see a natural disaster or just something as simple as a grid shutting down, right? You got global warming. There's so many scenarios. We could have the dollar collapse. All of these things we could likely see in our lifetime, to where it really hits the fan and we're going to see what people really are. You don't know what you really are until you are faced with some real circumstances. So it definitely needs to be addressed. But I mean, I think that it has to start when we at least approach it, right? Like, women are approached in such a humane manner. They're soft. And I understand we're men, right? But damn, just at least give us a fake at perception. If we don't even know how bad this really is or how good this really is, we can't even acknowledge that for men. We're not even starting in the right place, and we're not going to get anywhere.
All right. You guys just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Hit the like button. I'm hearing the likes are down. Hit the like button right now. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and share the stream, man. We still got a couple more topics to get into. We are slowly approaching a lot of men struggle with taking accountability for their role in failed relationships. I'm going to read these super chats, and then we're going to get into our next topic, which is withholding things until marriage. So y'all make sure y'all start thinking on that. Withholding things until marriage. Now for the super chats. Bob, 499 says, I don't know if men are in crisis, but that sweater, JR, is, what are you, a Cosby or something? It's not a sweater, man. That's sleeveless, man.
Yo, that was funny. That was funny.
It's not a Coogee, man. Him Duncan 199. He spoke objectively on 100% statistical facts. Good Mike, $5 says, I will not be called sassy by a chick that has on the same hat, strange rock, and boomerang. I will not. Him Duncan says there's a butchy woman apocalypse. Then Trigger Mike says you spelled it wrong, dumbass. Trigger Mike, kind of ruthless, man. I ain't expecting that. Him Duncan 489 says women want their lick back. And the black community can't afford to operate it this way. Trigger Mike again said, "Look at God, you're simping, so he's chopped up your mic." We come for everybody, man. 499. Ask Marcus. I don't have an issue with stepdads. My issue is the expectation that men have to be stepdads to fix someone's trash life choice.
Can I say something about stepdads real quick?
If you, as long as you keep it with 60 seconds, let go. We got
guys who don't have children don't have no business being stepdads, right? But there is a space where stepdads are helpful to these children. So I just want to say that. I understand don't get with a single mother and all this and that. If you ain't got no kids, I understand. But if you got kids, like, we gotta let this shit go.
Okay. I read this one already. Last one. There we go. You won't work in a corporate job as a teenager. You were running the streets. That's no parts of having your life together. You just had money. I want to thank everybody that's contributed to the platform. Appreciate you. Much love. Hit the like button again. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Channeling Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. Third restaurant for a free gift. Y'all make sure y'all click that link for that Teach Channeling. Shout out to all my Green Gang that's in the chat as well. You want to become part of Green Gang? Click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat. Now back to our regular scheduled program. Marcus, you good?
Hating on me as a 17-year-old. That's hilarious.
They was talking to you. I thought they was talking to me. All right, yeah. You got
they
were talking about me.
I had my shit together when I was young, and they don't have their shit together at the age they are. So
I think they were talking about me. Like, don't worry about it.
They was all right because I didn't say nothing about
that. I thought I was talking about me getting married early, and I had my shit together.
They was talking about me, man. You know how the chat is. Don't worry about it. Let me do a well-being check. Everybody good? Chelsea, I know you guys are kind of like newbies. Want to make sure y'all doing good. Okay. Any hurt feelings reports? Y'all good? Casey, you good? Okay. I like them shades. The fly. I might let you connect or something.
You don't like Trevor shades?
Casey seen me with these shades the whole wedding, and then was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get that.
Oh damn, y'all do got the same shades on. That's crazy.
Damn. Look in the wedding photos. I had them on.
Y'all both
I know that's your swag. I know that's your swag.
But the reason why I brought that up is because those are my shades.
Don't play with me, Marcus.
I'm trying to right now. So y'all make sure y'all go ahead and cop them Lapeef shades, man. I already gave Marcus a pair and Casey a pair. I'm gonna get a whole panel of pair. It's that kind of thing, baby. Nobody do.
Wait, you got Lapeef shades for real? You for real?
Nah, I was just trolling, man.
Oh, okay.
I did. Miss Lego, I did have these on at her wedding though. If you look in the pictures, I got these on.
Oh, like you went to
Marcus was in our wedding. Marcus was the groom in our wedding.
I didn't know this small world.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Him and my husband grew up together.
Oh, for real?
Yes.
That's
nice.
Y'all both got a little common sense.
That's why y'all got great like mine. That's why y'all got good people. Y'all got good people.
And if y'all hear my husband, you'll see it too.
That's what's
up. When he said at the wedding, I thought he was just playing. He was really
in our wedding. Marcus has been to my parents' house. Like, I know his mom, I know his sister. Like, we're a family. We've known each other. I've known Marcus for over 15 years. He's known my husband his whole life. So
shout out to Marcus. That's what's up.
Yeah. And so when I say bro, I mean that for real. And exactly who he portrays himself to be is exactly who he is, 10 times fold. And he
not pretending.
No.
Okay. I was at Trev's wedding.
Was it? Trev?
Yeah, I was at Trev's wedding. Trev, tell him.
All right, y'all. We're going.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, y'all make sure y'all stay for the barbecue on the back end. We're gonna go ahead and hop into this topic, man. Barbecue for everybody. We got some shish kebabs and we got some vegan rib tips. So
pause.
Let's go dive into it, man. So we're going to be discussing withholding things until marriage. What is being withheld? What is actually being withheld? I'll go ahead and play this clip.
Withholding things until marriage. My perspective, when I'm in a relationship with somebody, we're working towards marriage. So what are we withholding? You know what I'm saying? My personal opinion is we should be preparing for marriage, right? And in order to prepare, we should be doing what we would do if we were married. That's my opinion. Not everybody dates that way. Not everybody's in a relationship that way. But that's my opinion. So I feel like the whole withholding stuff is like, what are we wasting time here? We wasting time. What are we doing? Now, everybody needs to do what they want to do and what they feel comfortable with. But for me personally, I'm not going to be in a relationship with you unless I feel like we can get married.
Oh, yeah, of course. But
all right.
Okay, so I see.
Withholding things until marriage. I'm going to go ahead and go to Chelsea first.
Well, I've never been married or even had that prospect, so I don't even know to go on to that. But my thing is, I would think you would be fully yourself before you even get married or receive a marriage proposal from someone. Why would you want to withhold something from someone before you get married or get into a marriage with someone? I just think that gives way to a lot of problems down the road by someone saying that you're not authentic, or you didn't show me this from the beginning, or I didn't know this was a thing for you. But for personally, my brother is about to get married this month, and I've only known her for about, I want to say 5 months. So I don't really know her too well. So I would hope that they know each other fully before they would get into a marriage with each other. But my question would be, if someone has ever been in a marriage, what would be something that you would withhold from your partner before you get into a marriage with that person? Like, I'm not really sure why would you do that, or that would even be the case.
I'm going to go to Marcus. Marcus, you want to answer that question? You're on mute, brother. I don't know what's going on over there.
I said the answer is nothing really. Like, so I was in a relationship with a girl. She wanted to withhold one thing until we got married, and I'm not gonna say that's the reason I cheated, but it had a lot of help to it. I ain't gonna lie. So I mean, it's like, I know some people feel like you shouldn't cohabitate, you shouldn't do XYZ, right? You shouldn't do certain things sexually, you shouldn't do certain things as far as the man's responsibility if you're not married. But for me personally, I can only speak for myself. I looked at, like, I don't think that the relationship should have a drastic change once you're married, right? It was more of a reward for being the person that I needed you to be in my life than anything. So that's just my personal. Now, somebody else might say another thing, but for me, that is how it worked. I didn't want to withhold any part of myself, because I felt like, what if I get past this and it's not what I want? And it's not like, I feel like it's buying sight unseen, you know? So I want to know fully what I'm getting, and then, okay, I'm good with this, let's move forward. But that's just me. I don't know. Other people have different metrics.
So Chelsea and Marcus, I know you guys, Marcus at least is focusing on sex. Let's make sure we also incorporate like wifey duties, before marriage. So should that be withheld? I want to get you guys' thoughts on that. I want to kind of elevate the conversation a little bit and not just focus on the sex part of it.
Okay, so if you mean like cooking, cleaning, doing all those things?
Yeah, whatever. I mean, some people feel like, even when it comes to submission, so we can talk about submission. That's something that comes up. Should a woman submit before marriage, or should she be engaged before she fully submits? Everybody has different perspectives on the same thing with wifely duties. As far as cleaning, like if she comes over, should she be cleaning the house? Should she be showing that she can be a wife before she actually gets a ring to every man?
So not to every man, but if I think after post sex, right? If y'all get into a relationship, she should be showing you who you have within that relationship. That's not that she going around and cooking and cleaning for everybody that she dated. But if you get in an actual real relationship, I think she should, right? Why would I stay in a relationship with a woman that was not that was bucking at me all the time? I don't think those type of women should be in relationships. Honestly, I think you should leave them. If you are in, because that's a sign of disrespect, and if your woman don't respect you, that's gonna lead to all type of other problems in the relationship. So absolutely, as far as submission goes, that should occur before the relationship. When it comes to cooking, if y'all don't live together and she comes by and you're hungry and it's food there that she could cook, if you ask her and she says no, I think that's a problem. I really do. I think all of this stuff, when women respect you, they'll try and do things to show how much they love and respect you. It's not really the opposite. And if you're in a situation where a woman is holding things from you or trying to play the tit for tat game, and you're actually in a relationship, I would get that serious pause. Like, I don't know. Like, I just don't know. You're
Marcus,
not fully committed. It's how I look at it.
You're speaking kind of passionate about it. Who hurt you?
Actually, I never had that experience.
Who hurt you, Marcus? Come on,
I
man.
never been on that
Be
side.
vulnerable.
Yeah,
Be vulnerable.
I kept hearing the
Who hurt
word
you?
sex being thrown up like that. I know that's an absolute for you.
She ain't
Oh
give
yeah.
you none.
No, well, so what I'm saying is I got hard lines. Casey, I don't be playing games. Like, shit, I'll walk away. If you can't do what I need you to do, I can replace you. So place it, and then we move forward. You're doing right, we're gonna move right. You know, but if you ain't, you gotta go.
All right, I'm gonna go back to Chelsea. I'm gonna go back to Chelsea real quick. Did you want to speak on anything as far as the wifey duties, submission, anything before we move on?
I think it's vice versa. Like, he says he wants to know what he's getting into before he, commits to the full thing. And I feel like for women, I want to know what I'm getting into before I sign on that paper with you and I have children with you. It's like, if I don't know your ins and outs, if I don't know how you are with this union with me, how am I supposed to dedicate myself to you through marriage? It's like, I need to know what I'm investing into before I invest into it. And that goes to show with, how are you on anniversaries, or how are you with celebrating my birthday, or how are you with going through financial hardships? Like, what are your ins and outs? What are the full range of yourself? I need to see that before I get into something with you. And withholding things, I mean, that can come, it depends on the person. Some things like I didn't like sex, I guess, sex before marriage. And some people get into, like we were talking about before, what was it called? Arranged marriage. Like, some people, you might not even see that person until your day of your marriage, or you may only talk to that person in very small amounts, depending on if you are religious or if you are, Indian, you may not know. So far as for me, and I'm sure in American culture, Western culture, like, we want to know what you are before we get into a marriage with you.
Okay. Cherish. Hold on, Ali. Hold on. Just trying to get to the people I know. They've been sitting a little bit. Go ahead, Cherish.
As for the video and then your question, I think that there is nothing wrong with going ahead and operating how you're going to operate in a marriage, as long as that's a balance on both sides. I don't mind being my full self and what you can expect from me as a wife, as long as you are also showing me what I'm going to be getting from you as my husband.
So
there's a balance.
Okay, so it's transactional, right? So you got to be.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't use the word transactional.
So then would you show wifely qualities no matter what, and you just hoping to receive, or are you going to show a little bit, and then when you see something, you will start exhibiting a little bit more?
I feel like a little bit of both. So naturally, organically, as a person, I am a nurturer, I am a giver. I am someone that, as far as the spectrum of love languages, I think there's like 5 or 6. I don't
5.
Okay. I'm one of those people that if I like you, if I have a crush on you, or if I'm with you, I'm actively going to want to be doing everything. But I do feel like you have to be careful. You have to slow down a little bit, and you do have to make sure that things are balanced out, because in the long run, that can lead to problems. But if you are actually in a long-term relationship with a person and you guys are even thinking about marriage, then you would already know how the person is. So I wouldn't say transactional. I would more so say you guys both are on the same page and you both care the same amounts, and you're both just getting in the back of the line for the person again and again. Versus like, oh, I did this. Like, I don't want you guys to think, oh, this is doing something to get something. It's more so just about reciprocity as a spectrum. I feel like that's important. And I don't think anyone would want to go there with a person without that commitment and then not get that in return. So I think that it is a balance. If it's in you, then it's in you. But I do feel like if that's the practice that we're doing kind of like a test run in our boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, in our fiance relationship, then I think that needs to be both-sided for sure.
Marcus, you got a finger up? You're on mute, sir.
No, real quick. The one thing you should withhold is kids. I forgot. I don't know how that slipped my mind. But yeah, withhold kids until after the marriage. Other than that, yeah. You can
What
go
do you
ahead.
mean?
So until you guys have solidified, so one of the things that propelled me forward was making sure I could put my wife on my insurance claim. So when she went in there, she had the right type of
Withhold on
coverage.
your taxes?
No, hospital insurance.
Okay.
So when you go into the hospital, you got insurance, but you can't add somebody to your insurance claim if they're not married to you.
Okay, but you're not saying withhold that you have kids or not let your kids know about that person.
He's saying don't have kids with the person.
Until you're married.
Having children regardless.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the one thing.
All
yeah,
right.
that's really important. I don't know how I slipped my mind. I apologize. It's the most important thing. Create something that's going to be there, that you know they're going to be there for the kids. That's it.
Thank you, Marcus.
Yeah.
Let me go to Casey. Go ahead, Casey.
So I think this question can kind of go either way, and it really depends on the age of the couple, right? Because older couples are going to be doing things a lot differently than you are doing something at, your early 20s. I met my husband at 22 and a half, 23, right? I wasn't expecting him to pay my bills so that he could show that he was going to be a good husband, or that he would, put me first or want to take care of his family. What I looked at, and I think what he looked at in me, is how we moved in the relationship and how we moved with our families and our friends. And that showed his husband qualities, and that showed that, my wifely qualities, because I feel like I was raised to be a wife. Just simple things of like how when I visited with his friends, and his family, and how I respected boundaries, and I respected his family and his parents, or, how he moved with my family being away from home, or just the way my husband was when he was in school and how he studied. And, he gave me a key to his apartment, was like, hey, baby, you can come over. I'm going to be working, but, you can be in my space. That showed maturity to me, like he has priorities in his head. I'm welcome into his life and into his world, but he's prioritizing his schoolwork and his goals and his ambitions. Those are husband qualities that you look for in men at an early age. And so, of course, that's not going to be the same with somebody that is older. I wasn't going over to his apartment and cleaning his apartment and, he had a roommate at some time. So no, I'm not stepping into that role. Like, oh, I'm going to play wife and we're going to play house. But what he did see is if he was coming to pick me up, or we had a date, well, wait, babe, my mom and dad asked me to do X, Y, and Z in the house. And so I'm going to take care of this first, and then we can go and do our thing. He saw that I prioritize my home and prioritize, authority in my life at that time. So there's ways to show qualities of a husband and a wife without what they say, getting the cow, getting the milk for free without buying the cow, that type of thing. So I think that's important, because that's why people end up in relationships dating for 10 years and never getting married, because what will be the change? What will be the difference? There is no difference, but there should be a difference.
Go ahead, Precious.
I really like what Casey said, but I think if you were raised a certain way, then you know who to withhold certain things from. So, just because a man or a woman comes your way don't mean that they're your husband or your wife. Yet you're still going to be who you are. I think it lends to what Marcus was saying earlier about being hurt, right? So if somebody is hurt to the point where they can't give of themselves, and when I say give of themselves, I mean just show openness towards someone else, be able to express themselves to someone else. I think there are certain things, certain characteristics you can show um, to say that you are husband or wife material without giving everything away to that person. Now, whether that person deserves it or works for it is a different story. But I think you just have to be cautious. You just have to use discernment, honestly, and you have to know what you're getting into with who. And before you get in too deep, you have to know if it's worth it or not. So. I say be who you are, and if who you are is a wife or a husband, that's what you will be. But if it's not, then it won't be.
Okay, go ahead, Trev.
I feel like the concept that people can just hit a light switch when they get beyond the threshold of marriage is insane. One thing that we know is that practice makes permanent, right? So it's a gradual process. I'm not going to say that you should give a person everything the day you meet them, but it's gradual, and we don't put milestones on it, right? You gradually trust a person, you gradually love a person, you gradually do more for that person. You'll be able to perceive what it is that you can do for them and be reciprocated. And however you want to manage it, you'll be able to understand that. But the idea that marriage is just here, like, that's different. Now, I could say the one thing that if let's say you still got your V card, that's fine. If you want to withhold on McLovin up until that time, because that's respect. I would take my chances. I would take my chances with a virgin. But if you haven't already practiced that, you've already like someone's already deflowered you, then it's over. Like you can't put that on me, because I'm going to want a test drive before I buy the car. It is what it is. But like I said, if you still maintain, right, you still have your flower, go ahead. That's cool. But everything else, you have to practice it. There's no way you'll be able to just hit that up. You need to know what you're getting into. You need to know how this person is with you emotionally. You need to know how this person is, how much they would actually care for you. What will they do for you? How are they receptive to things? What happens after arguments? Don't hold anything back. Once you start to realize you can trust this person, then give me everything that you can. And eventually you'll learn better and better how to love each other. But in no way, shape, or form should you just say, okay, we're married now. Now we can do all of this. It's never going to work like that. We need to know what it is that you are about before we get into that situation, so we have a good understanding, because that's a permanent decision in my mind. I understand that a lot of people just feel like, oh, well, you could always divorce and everything, but you should be going into the situation with the idea that this is your life partner. I mean, those are the vows that we take, right? So death do us part in most marriages, right? So the idea is forever, right? It's finite. So you shouldn't, infinite, I'm sorry. You should not go in with the idea that this isn't going to last. So you just learn to love each other as you go along.
All right, Trevor, you said McLovin?
Yeah.
McLovin.
You know McLovin?
Let me.
McLovin.
Okay, got it.
The
right,
M and the L is capital.
Put the big lovers in the chat, y'all. McLovin. I like that, Trev. Go ahead, Ali.
It's funny that it's I am Casey. It's why buy the cow if you could milk it for free. I was going to say that earlier too when you said it earlier too, but I think it should the things that should be withheld, and when we're trying to solidify a relationship, is the part that everyone values the most, either about themselves or the other person, right? So men want to see if a woman loves them without him spending money on her, and a woman wants to see if a man loves her without having sex with her. So I believe that when we get mature and we get older, I think there's an important part about withholding a certain degree of that part of you. So I believe men should start going in positions where they're not spending money on a woman until they see that she's really intentional with him. And I'm not saying he's just a guy that's broke, and broke when I mean broke, not able to provide for himself. I think you should be able to build with a man who can take care of himself and be able to take care of family. I think nothing's wrong with that. And I think we're asking too much from a lot of men when we're going beyond trying to get him to finance luxury, especially if he's accepting of your past decisions. But when it comes to a transactional agreement, I believe that two people I should withhold my money for a time, and the woman should withhold her part for a time, even though some brothers ain't going for that. But I believe they should, because if you go too early into it, if you don't know I have no idea about who this person is, and if I lead with my wallet and she's leading with her body, we're already setting up ourselves for failure. I don't even know who she is. She don't know who I am. I don't even know what her favorite color is. She don't even know what my favorite food is. And we're already deviating from why we're coming together. While we're coming together has nothing to do about the intangibles and about I really think you're a beautiful person, and you really think I'm a beautiful person, and we're leading with those things, we already know we're already settling for doom. I mean, a lot of reasons why relationships don't work is because men have compromised themselves with their money, leading with their money, and women are leading with their body. Most people aren't leading with that mind, body, and soul and spirit and who you are as a person. And we're not actually coming together on the earlier topic about being close to each other, not being close to what we possess and what we bring to the table that are tangibles versus the intangible. I want somebody to invest in my survival, and I want to invest in her survival as well too. But I wanted to ask the ladies a question. If and this conversation me and Marcus and JR had on King Talk. Do you think a woman is qualified for being a wife if she has sex too early to a man? But I will concede to that, right? I think, let's say I'm gonna go with Marcus and what some other brothers were saying, that if you have sex too early, you can still be wifeable. If he goes, I'm gonna look past that and go, you'll be the woman that I desire to be with. If when y'all have sex and you say this is a man you love to and you want to spend the rest of your life with, you finally have sex and his thing is too small and he doesn't know how to please you, even after you taught him how to try to please you, you still can't hit nothing, he can't please you, it's too small, are you going to stay with that man?
I need to hear the question again one more time, please.
You said if it's too small and you already told him how to.
If a woman said, hey, two ways, either wait for us to have sex if you value me, or I give it to you and you still value me. A man said, hey, just because you have sex with me don't mean I won't wife you. He's still gonna wife you. You gave it up fast. It might have been a one night stand 2 weeks in. He still wifed you. He looked past the fact that you had sex early, or you withheld and he got it. But once he got it and you say, I love you unconditionally, and he loved you unconditionally, and then it ends up being small, micro, whatever you want to say, and on top of the micro, he don't know how to please you or have sex with you, but he loves you. Are you going to stay?
You have to say, you say you love them unconditionally, so you're going to love that unconditional small penis. Like, what? I don't understand.
The rest of the ladies, are y'all going to?
I feel women come into relationships with so many stipulations that men overlook.
Yeah.
And it's definitely one-sided.
Right. That's why I'm asking.
It's one-sided.
He can't control that.
The majority, the majority of women would not stay with that man. And that's the fact.
Thank you.
They would not.
Casey. Thank you.
Yeah, they would not. But they would want to be accepted through all of their flaws,
everything else,
through any medical conditions or any issues or whatever. That man maybe won't be able to produce children with that person. That man will stay by her.
If he loves her, if he loves her,
if he loves
her.
Hold
on, because we want all the ladies to answer the question first, if they show
as much as and I haven't even answered the question yet, but as much as I love you women, I don't think that you guys are actually being honest.
Thank you.
And I don't say that with malice or disrespect.
I know.
Just lying.
When
you think they'll stay?
You're married to this person?
Wait,
is that what you said?
I need to hear the parameters.
Can y'all hear me?
Hold on.
What I'm saying is, right, most times as a woman, because I done had sex before, even if a man's done small and you actually have a emotional attachment to him, your body will conform. So the idea that, oh, she won't stay with him, I mean, he may be doing it and she may not know that she's satisfied, but there is that thing of high infatuation. So the idea that she won't stay, that only happens when there is no emotional attachment. Bro, there are so many women that when they get with their boyfriend or their baby daddy and they blast him, the first thing she say is, "That's why your dick was good." That's the first thing she say. Like, and we know that has been true. She stayed with this man years on years on years on end. Never had an orgasm with him. A lot of women, it's studies that show it, never have had orgasms. Women do not know their bodies. Women do not know when they ovulate. Women do not know anything about themselves. They can't even tell you when their highest peak fertility period is. So you are not convincing me when there was just a post that went viral about Sexy Red where the lady said men can't even tell when women are faking it or we're simply not in the mood, that women are like not letting men that they are physically attracted to get on top of them and do it constantly. Women are constantly having sex with men that do not please them. The same way women are constantly having sex with men who they do not like. If it makes sense for her, if she can justify it in her mind, she is going to do it. So the idea that she's going to leave this man who either doesn't sexually satisfy her or has a small penis where she loves him unconditionally is a lie. She's staying.
I see your point, Paris.
I do too.
Trev doesn't look convinced.
What about Cherish and will y'all stay?
You can go, Cherish.
Exactly. What the hell are we doing? This is crazy.
Mr. Lego, how are you talking in this world of women? You're like,
don't nobody want to answer this question. Look at them. They don't want to answer this dumbass question. Look how they looking. Ain't nobody trying to answer this shit. We trying to stay with the topic.
But if you ask a question, they should answer it, right?
Right. The question is not even
no.
Okay. All right.
So y'all can see, we can move on, right?
I'm not uncomfortable with the question. It's
a dumb question.
I don't.
How is it a dumb question?
Hold on. Like I think Chelsea was gonna respond. Go ahead. You want to say something, Chelsea?
I would say getting super deep into sex because I'm pro sex, but sex positivity. There is a difference between sex, pleasure, and intimacy with the person. People have been in relationships where there is a good sized penis involved and they are getting zero pleasure from it. There is no orgasm. There is nothing highlighting up there. And then you are in a position with a person with, there's chemistry. The penis size may be different and there is sparks flying. There is zero air in that room because you are just on this little pipeline with that person because everything is just going. So I'm not saying that, this person could have a micro penis and we're having sex and I don't even feel anything and I'm not getting, aroused at all. But I don't think that really cares too much. If I'm willing to marry this person and I'm in love with this person and I'm infatuated and chemistry is going off the charts. And when we get into that mode, we're wanting to be intimate with each other. Before we even get to the sex part, I'm already, off my rocker. So I wouldn't say that the penis size, or I think that's a male push agenda. It's like, the penis size is what's going to make that woman be like, ew, and don't touch me. And it's like, before I even know what your penis size looks like, I'm talking to you, we're touching. So it's like, I don't think that plays such a huge part in people's agenda of sex and what intimacy and pleasure is for a woman's body. Personally, I don't think that would sway me too far to the left.
Well, That wasn't the question, Chelsea. That's why I couldn't answer it, because he already set up the stage to where it wasn't a vibe and you weren't aroused. So you have to answer it from that stance.
Well, if I'm not aroused and I'm not in the I'm not going down the road. I'm sorry.
Thank you. It's just crazy.
I'm
Some
not going down
things
the
are
road.
just
I'm
common
not
sense.
the exit. I'm not getting out the car. I'm not packing my spin a night bag. I'm not going nowhere.
All right, go ahead.
JR, I
Go
just
ahead,
wanted
Paris.
to say this. Women have the right to enjoy sex just like men do. So it's almost like this travesty when a woman is like, yo, the sex is whack, or I don't like the sex and I'm out. They have the right to enjoy themselves just like men do. So I just don't understand, because we men, we come off, any woman we with. If I get with a woman and for whatever reason I can't, get an orgasm, I'm out. I'm like, so I feel the same thing with women. Like, come on, man. We all want something out of these relationships, and we can't expect a woman to just deal with some bullshit because she wants to be in a relationship. No, women want what they want and men want what they want. I just think we get to the point where we just demonize women for wanting to enjoy good sex. It's just dumb to me.
Man, where's the discipline in this conversation? Go ahead, Paris.
I just wanted to answer the question, and I personally feel like Marcus or Trev, I don't believe we should be withholding anything in the context of getting into an actual committed relationship. And I say that because of one reason and one reason only. For a woman, being a wife is in you. It ain't something you turn off and on. So if that's really who you are, right, you should be operating in the state of mind, and you should be operating in that role at all times. You don't take it off and put it back on. You don't turn it on and turn it off. Like, the issue is that a lot of times women become wife to a man who wasn't supposed to marry. A lot of times women become wife to a man who they not the real of, and they feel like he was the person who wronged them. So she starts acting in a I've seen nature towards every man that she deals with, that she wants to give a chance to, and that wants to give her a chance. And the reality of it is, if you gotta change who you is based off of the person that you dealing with and past hurt, that wasn't in you no ways. Because if you a nice person, you a nice person. And if you like kids, you like kids. And if you're a caring person, you're a caring individual. And if you're, loving, you're loving. It don't stop because of, this way. No. Let's call it what it is. It be manipulation. Men and women be manipulating the other party, trying to tell them, don't give this, that, and the third before you get into a situation, when the reality of it is there is no way in hell you can be with a person for 2 years, never give them anything. You never buy them anything for their birthday. Y'all live in 2 separate houses. Y'all never spend no time together. Y'all never date. Only time y'all around each other is talking, texting, and having sex. And then you turn around and go, well, we finna get married. And they wake up one day and start being the best person ever. Y'all cooking in the kitchen together. Y'all dancing. Y'all singing. Y'all going to family events. Life don't happen that way. So the reality is, we study telling women and we study telling men, oh, hold back. Hold back what? I need to know what I'm getting myself into. Because I need to see if something go on with you when you get into a precarious financial situation, how you respond. I need to see what happens when you get your feelings hurt by somebody in your family. I need to see how you deal with grief. I need to see how you deal with you losing your job or you having an issue at work. I need to see all these things. So what exactly would I be holding back? Because if I need to see these things, I need to also have the opportunity to show up for you to see how I respond to you. And I think that we keep missing that part. Like, I need to be able to show up and respond to you in a way that makes you feel like this is a person I can be with long term. So I don't agree with that. And I ain't even talking about sex. I'm talking about real nitty gritty. What happens when the doors are closed, it's cold as hell, and it's dark, and ain't nobody looking, and it's just me and you? When we got to sit and see each other, what happens then? Do I like you? If these children never exist, do we still stay together when we have no other obligations to each other? And until people actually stop holding back shit, we're going to constantly have a lot of divorces where people are predicated on their happiness. We're going to constantly have a lot of broken homes where people say, it's about me, I can move on, it's other fish in the sea, because you already started out holding shit back.
I think people got to understand too that you can't duplicate every situation until you're in that situation. So, like whenever you decide to, I'm in it for the long run, just keep in mind that when things arise, y'all gonna have to process through that. Y'all gonna have to understand there's gonna be some things that we didn't foresee that we may be in, and we're gonna get through it. So keep that in mind.
Can I say something?
I didn't get a chance to actually comment on the actual subject itself.
Okay. Casey, I'm gonna come to you next. Let me let Go answer the question, then we'll come to you.
Okay.
Then we're gonna try to wrap it up so we can get into the main topic. Go ahead, let Go.
All this withholding stuff is for young people. It's for when you like 19 and 22. But if you over 30 or 35, like what the hell are you doing? A lot of y'all don't had babies already. Talking about withholding some shit. So the whole withholding is just stupid. All right. Do what you're gonna do. And I love everything Paris said, because and it goes back to what I said in the first topic. Too many people try to hold back feelings, vulnerability, money issues, or whatever, because they're afraid of being judged. And next thing you know, you end up being with a person and find yourself lying or withholding information, not just sex, but information from the person, because you're so worried about being judged. Now you end up finding out that you've been with a man for 2 years and he ain't paid his taxes, or he broke, or he got some shit on his record that you know, he got a criminal record, some crazy shit, and or he lied about something, right? So I think we have to stop with all this withholding shit and just be real with each other. It ain't no withholding sex, it ain't no withholding head, it ain't withholding money. Like, do what you do in a relationship like you are married. All that shit is just dumb. What are you withholding for? We too old for this shit.
All right, go Miss Casey. And then we're gonna go ahead and transition you guys. Go ahead, Casey.
No, I just wanted to say, when I started talking, I did say that it's a difference between ages, right? I said how you would move at 20 something versus mid 30s or late 30s would be completely different. But still, my opinion is, I don't believe it's just me, just how Marcus said, it was just him. With my opinion, I really feel like a boyfriend is a boyfriend, a husband is a husband, a wife is a wife, a girlfriend is a girlfriend. They're not all the same things. I don't believe in people moving the exact same way just because you're in a relationship with someone. There's levels. There's levels to everything in life. You get a bachelor's, there's a master's, and then there's a PhD. It's not just, oh, I went to school, so I've mastered it. So I don't feel like you give your all and pour everything out for a boyfriend to become a wife. The way you move shows those qualities, if you have the qualities or not. Now, the checking of the boxes of y'all talking about like withholding sex and withholding this and that, I'm talking about just in general. The way you move as a girlfriend and boyfriend is not the same thing as a husband and wife. And your souls, it's biblically not. It's really not. It's definitely not. The way people move, people buy houses separately as girlfriends and boyfriends. When you're married, you're not moving as two separate individuals. You're moving as one. And I think women make that mistake with putting all their eggs in a basket and moving as wives when they don't have rings on their fingers. And that's why they don't end up getting married, or they end up in failed relationships, because they don't get with men that have husband qualities and move and show those husband qualities, but they move like a boyfriend. That is not a husband. That is not your husband. You don't tell your boyfriend that he needs to do X, Y, and Z like you're his wife. That man is a single man until he walks down the aisle. No, y'all talking about act accordingly.
Two different things.
Y'all are saying act accordingly, and until you just happen to be husband and wife,
I'm
because it's
not
all the
saying
same
go
thing.
buy a house with your boyfriend or something like that. I'm just
I'm
saying
just giving an
how you
example.
operate as a person isn't going to change when you get married. I've been married, I've been dating, all of the shit to a certain degree, it's the same. I've had women live with me, I've been married. It's all the same. But all together, we have our own kids. We run things a little bit differently, but all together, you know, so like you said, it's levels, but it's all the same shit. You don't buy a house with your boyfriend. I get it. But at the same time, it's the same thing how you
They sign
operate.
leases together, and that's common. That's very
Yeah.
common in the Black community. It's very
Right.
common that we
And that's
date
also
later.
why people, that's why we're not getting married in the Black community
That's
as
not
well.
why we're not getting
That's
married, though.
why.
That's not.
No, here's the thing. That's not
People
why
aren't-
we're not getting married. That's not why
Okay.
I promise you. That is
Because
not
they
the reason.
haven't seen, because
That's
people
not
haven't
why
seen
people are
what a
no,
healthy
it's not.
marriage
One at a
is
time so they can hear it, y'all. One at a time so they can hear us.
Statistically,
It's not.
Statistically, that ain't even why we're not getting married. Because even that has proven that us being in long-term relationships where you got an uncle who ain't never married your auntie or this, that, and the third, that's still your family, bro. Like, we'll never sit here and try to make it seem like those people don't operate on a contingency of marriage. When they in the household together, paying all their bills together, their kids are communized together. She integrated into his family, he integrated into your family. That's not saying that that's the reason why Black people are not getting married. That's always been a part of our
Paris,
culture.
what
Hold
do
on,
Black
it is-
people say?
hold on, wait
I
a
don't
minute.
know what a marriage looks like. I don't even know
No,
how
no,
to
no,
go
no, no.
about getting
That's
married because I
but
don't
that's
have
not my
the
point.
That's not
example
the
of a healthy
same.
marriage
That's not the
or
same.
marriage
The
in my
reason
family.
as to why that is due to the fact of being separated is slavery. So I ain't gonna give you like
You're going in and out.
understand. I just don't agree. Now, as far as this particular topic,
Your phone messing up.
It's going in and out, Paris.
You're going in and out right now,
y'all hear me
Paris.
okay?
It's messing up.
Going in that you need some of that forward that I leave.
So let me say this. Let me say this.
Hold on. Let me see if she can. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Paris.
Can you hear me now?
I think it's bad.
Okay, go ahead.
So the reason as to why I say that this is the issue for me is as a person who is watching what people do in marriage, the only thing we're talking about is merging finances and the idea of complete commitment. That's it, bro.
Mhm.
Like, I can literally go and me and my boyfriend right now can sign. I can add him to my lease right now, and he stay here longer than a certain period of time. We're cohabitating together. I can literally open enrollment coming up, put you on my insurance as my domestic spouse. Like, that's what it could be classified as, your regular car insurance. If y'all live in a household together, you're classified as that person's partner,
married.
this house. You get it. So when we're talking about it in totality, I too feel like marriage is a hierarchy, Casey. I'm not taking it away from you. I do feel like the title is very different for the obligation. But when you're talking about the actual duties and the obligation, man, we playing semantics here because we all doing the same thing. You still want a man who could come in and protect you. You still want a man who could be a good role model to show you that he could be a good man to you if you have children. You still want a man who can help you when you sick, when you down and out, who gonna be respectful to your family, who show up with you, who support you through anything.
Of course.
Despite whether or not y'all ever signed the paperwork. So why are we playing like the next day after the wedding that there's so much great change? Ain't nothing changed.
Paris, let me give them an example.
I never. Y'all are saying this
Hold on.
great
Hold
change.
on. Let them. I know they're going back with it.
Y'all are saying this great change. I'm saying it's a difference, and I'm saying it's a progression. I'm not saying you're not a wife, and then you walk down the aisle and you wake up and you become a wife. That I never ever said that from my first statement to when I just spoke a second ago. But I'm saying it's not the same thing, and you should not expect to see a person the same as a boyfriend or girlfriend as you do as a wife or husband. And you shouldn't expect somebody to be in a husband role for you as a girlfriend when they're not.
Okay, let me say this. I am a husband to a certain degree to women that I'm friends with. Okay. I am just a husband, period. I've been married. It's just how I conduct myself. All right. So I'm a husband to a girl I'm dating. I'm a husband to a female friend. I could be a husband to a
what?
It's all the same because I am me. Now, when it comes to, am I going to live with this woman, buy a house with this woman, the financial stuff like Parrish was saying, of course not. But I am who I am, and I move regardless of what's in my environment, the damn same. So being in relationships, if I'm in a relationship with a woman and she got a kid, right? And I meet her and I meet the kid or whatever, and we decide to get married. Nothing's going to really change overall between us being girlfriend and boyfriend, and I'm in her child's lives or whatever, and we get married. Nothing's changing. If whether we live together and decide to move in together, or whether we live together and then turn around and get married on Thursday, Friday, everything's the same damn thing. There's nothing different.
Casey, the only question I would ask you is this.
Disagree.
Casey, I just want to ask you one thing. All right, I just want to ask you one thing. Only because we're talking.
You ain't been single.
Only because we're talking about withholding, right?
Single.
Casey, I only wanted to ask you this one question, just for clarity, because we're talking about withholding. What specifically would you recommend you withhold from when you are fiance or whatever, these other levels that you would now do that you're married specifically?
Nothing.
Wait, say that again. Well, you said that I would now do.
Now, you saying that it's going to be different, but we're talking about withholding, right? You're saying you shouldn't do the same thing, as it's going to look different when you're married. So what I was asking you is specifically, what do you recommend people withhold who are not yet married? Maybe that's your fiance, maybe it's your long-term girlfriend. And we realize marriage may look different, but what do you specifically recommend people withhold?
So going back to the age is going to play a big difference. If y'all are mainly talking about grown 35, 40-year grown people that have not been married, X, Y, and Z, there's still a spiritual aspect and a connection aspect that is not going to be the same as a full individual man or woman that has not been married and that is going to be merging themselves with another person. Like I'm not about to sit on here and give a whole list of X, Y, and Z. But
I've said other than spiritual, I can understand what you're saying. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, you have
Other than that, contextually, what?
You're not gonna do the same thing as a 21-year-old. So I'm sure you probably
gonna be
playing with each other. So as if you're younger, you're gonna be in your own households or still with your parents. But as a grown adult, I feel there should be some boundaries. There should be some boundaries that are removed as you go into marriage as a older person going into one.
Like what?
Two different households, if you feel like it, or of course, if two different people are moving
together,
they might live together. But there's still going to be some boundaries of they're still not my husband. That's still not my wife.
We just asking like what?
I'm trying to think. Let go.
That's what we're saying. That's all we're saying. Like, what specifically would change?
The older aspect.
There are none, Casey, and this is all I'm saying. You've been married since you was in your 20s. I understand. That's
Are you co-signing a loan before marriage, Mr. Lego?
I literally said we're not buying a house together. I literally said that. I literally said that. We're not co-mingling stuff, but other than that, if me and you together, you got a kid or whatever, and we're around each other and we move in together, when we get married, nothing changes Friday after we come back from the vacation. Everything is the same shit. Other than
just how you move with other people in your life, that person you may be living with them, but that person doesn't come first. Like I believe there's a hierarchy. If you're not married, I believe your children should be coming first. If you're not married, if you have children and you're dating somebody, if you have children already and you're in your 30s and you're dating somebody, that person, I don't feel until you're married should come first, because in marriage is Christ, the husband, the wife, and then the children. But those children have another father. So I believe if two people over their 30s and they have children and they're getting together and they're living together, I don't believe that that other partner should come first before those children, because you haven't made that covenant. You haven't made that. You haven't made that covenant, and that those children still have another parent.
Black
Those
grandmothers
children
used
still have
to
a parent.
If a woman
grandmothers
with a
grandmothers
man,
used to recommend what you said. Grandmothers.
Hold on.
Who,
If a
me,
woman,
Ellie?
Yes,
if
yes.
if a woman lives in the house under a man, the child and the woman is going to go by the man's rules. What are you talking about? Whether they married or not?
First of all, if you want to back it all the way up, if I had children in my 30s and I wasn't married and I met somebody who could be my potential husband, we not living together until I'm married. I'm not moving my children.
You're right. I dealt with women with kids before,
and I would go with what the man says who's running the household.
You wouldn't be running the household because you're not the head of the household, because you're not a husband.
Oh my God, he is the head of the household.
Just because you playing house does not make you. If you want that role, step into that
you
role.
never lived with a guy in a relationship. You've been married. You got to understand that.
I live with my husband as a fiance. I live with my husband as a fiance.
And he ran the household when you was a fiance.
Why can't he press her about that? But I couldn't press him about earlier. If he gonna be able to press her like that, no, I'm not.
Hold on, y'all.
See what I'm saying?
Let go.
Let
go. He's not being disrespectful. He's asking the question. He's not being disrespectful. All right. We all grown up here. Let's just have a conversation. As long as it's not personal, then we can get on the table. As long as we're not talking to each other, we can put everything on the table.
The nigga want to talk to me so bad. Like, leave me alone.
Let go. He's not being disrespectful. Let go.
I'm not offended by the conversation. And I think,
bro.
He's not saying.
The show's called Let's Talk. Okay. So let's not even bring your personal life into it. If what she's discussing, and I'll share my experiences. I dealt with with a woman who had children. My immature self was selfish. I didn't know any better. I felt she should have prioritized me. As I got older, I recognized that her kids should come first until I at least put an engagement ring on her finger or I'm married with her. She should put her kids first. And grandmothers and mothers taught that back then. If you had a man with somebody, hey, it's your kids now. You don't even worry about dating back then. You need to raise your kids, then worry about dating. You put yourself in that situation because the father should come first, especially if you're not listening to that father. The question that I asked you, and I'm not going to personalize it. And if you're coaching women, are you going to coach women? Is it, or men? Let's say men being great leaders. If I'm a great leader and a woman signs up to me getting married with me, should I leave her if I get this woman and I'm committing to her? Should I leave her? That's what I'm asking. I'm not even gonna bring your situation up. If we're talking about what she should promote or what you should promote, and we're having a let's talk discussion, I ain't trying to disrespect you. If a woman does everything in aligning with this man and it's a phenomenal wife or a good wife, and if you have your ups and downs, should a man ever leave his wife?
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm asking the question. This is an honest discussion.
What the hell are you talking about, bro?
Why are you saying what I'm talking about? You knew what you were talking about.
Can you talk to Casey?
Hey, JR, I'm having an intentional conversation.
Come on, y'all. What are you talking about?
I'm not disrespecting him at all. If he can tell her that it's okay for people to give, if a woman could be able to give up everything and treat a woman like a wife before he gets married, and he's able to press her, and it's a conversation in good faith, why is it that I can't ask that question? How is it what the hell I'm talking about? If we're telling women to be with men.
Go ahead, Paris.
Ali, you done? I don't want to overtalk.
Yeah, thank you so much.
He's done.
Thank you.
He's done.
You're welcome.
Come on, y'all. Come on.
I will say this. I completely understand, and I agree with Casey's point that I think we keep overshadowing. Her point is there is a different level of obligation with the title. And when you get that title, some things are just not negotiable anymore because you are one. I agree with that. I think the disconnect in the conversation that we are having is there are still things that people are doing relationship oriented, and they're wanting the privilege of having that title. They're wanting the privilege of getting that entire obligation, but they have done it in a manipulative fashion, such as trying to restrict certain positive attributes that their partner should be benefiting off of due to past experiences with other people or due to just simply influence. Somebody else is in their ear telling them, why would you, how would you, et cetera, but it's manipulative because they're still expecting the other party to show up as them true selves. And then in the event that they don't get the benefit in the end, it's like, well, they were the ones who got played. whole time they doing the plan. You know, so I think
And
that
I think Paris, that's what the disconnect is. I'm not saying withhold your goodness, right? I'm not saying withhold your heart, you're gonna be showing if you display
no
those
intent
husband qualities,
all the way around.
yes, you're gonna all of that's gonna show that love, that care, that nurturing, that thoughtfulness, that just really making that person a priority in your life. That's going to be shown regardless. I'm not saying withhold any of those qualities from a person and be manipulative, like, oh, you didn't do this, so I'm not going to answer my phone, or this and that. Like, that type of stuff, that is evil, that is manipulative, and that does prolong the process of getting to know a person for who they are and what they bring to the table. I'm definitely not talking about
anything,
that.
right?
And I will
That's
never
not what I
say,
said. That's not what I say, Mr. Lego.
I don't want to put it out here.
Yeah, we got to transition to that final topic too, y'all.
Age is not the determining factor here. I don't care if you're 21 or you 31 or you 41. At the basis of it, if you're going into it and marriage is your end goal, then you need to show up in a marriage mind again. And I stand on this for women. Being a wife ain't something you turn off and on, regardless of the experience that you have had with another man. JR made a great point. When you go into that next situation, it's not going to replicate what you have done and who you have been before. You are growing, you are changing. The next person that you show up with looks like a different person than you were in with before. So, like I said, even when Precious mentions getting along, I don't think that's fair, because it's a lot of times people are playing house in a lot of different ways, and they're getting cars together, they're doing a lot of different things together, and they getting businesses together. We've seen Instagram couples come up off of Airbnbs and everything, and they never showed you a wedding. So people are doing it. Should they be doing it? It's a different story. But people are actually doing it.
But let me just say this. You said a couple times. He made a couple personal attacks saying that I've never been single. The thing about it is, I probably wasn't single most of my life, but my parents are married. My husband's parents are married. I'm married. My older brother's married. My younger brother's about to get married in March. Like, I'm around marriage-minded people, so there is some proof in the pudding. So I'm not talking out of my ass.
And you was everybody, and you was your man's wife. You wasn't everybody's wife.
All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and just dive right into it. Hit that like button. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Now it's time to get to the main topic, which is a lot of men. That's men. Like, a lot of men struggle with taking accountability for their role in failed relationships. So I'm gonna go ahead and fix that typo and play this clip.
Why I've acted like this in these relationships that I've had is because the trauma that I haven't learned how to process or deal with. So this girlfriend didn't last, this one didn't last, and it was my fault. So realizing that those things were your fault, because the stories we say are what we make true, right? But when you got to face yourself again in that mirror, or you creating that content on that phone, you got to realize the stories that you've been telling were wrong. Sometimes you go through when you're going through therapy, like, no, that wasn't a real story. It was your fault, bro. And it's me talking to me, bro. That was your fault. You caused that. You weren't honest. And yes, it may have been your trauma. That may have happened. Still no excuse. It's still your fault. And those are conversations I had with myself. And those are often tough. Because then you got to backtrack. Sometimes you got to apologize to people you hurt.
That's a fact.
You know what I mean?
That's a fact.
And then the apology ain't it, bro. It's changed behavior is the real apology. Because if you repeat it again, the apology was meaningless.
All right, let's go ahead and dive into it. A lot of men struggle with taking accountability for their role in failed relationships. Go ahead and go to Cherish first. What are your thoughts about it, man?
I feel like this is true, but it takes men more time. In my experience, at first, men are very stubborn, and also their egos are very, sensitive. But over time, they do take better accountability, in my opinion. But at first, up front, up and running, no. It can be pretty childish and immature at first. But I do have hope, and I, in my experience, have gotten respect and gotten apology and articulation and emotional maturity. Maybe not when I wanted it, but it always came around.
Okay. All right. Chelsea, what are your thoughts about it?
I thought it would be really pretty much it's vice versa. I would say that everyone carries some sort of baggage with them into their relationships, new relationships with people, just because it's just stemmed from trauma, something that you probably haven't processed yet, and you don't realize that you're doing, or it's a wall that you put up that you feel, oh, this person did this to me, so I'm gonna have this that I put into my next relationship, that this never happens to me again. So it's all like pretty much trauma based, that some things that they put into the next relationship are negative, and they don't realize that the other person is taking on this toll or taking on this new agenda or having to assimilate to this new, curriculum that they are instilling in the relationship with each other. So I'm not going to say it's just mainly based on men. I just feel like men have a harder time like realizing what they're doing, or realizing what they're putting their trauma that they have with it. They like to say that, oh, she did this to me, but fuck, F her, and I'll just move on to the next relationship, and I'll just she did that to me, but I'm just gonna move on and just forget all about her. But you still have some trauma, you still have some things that you need to work through, and they don't really realize that until they come into the next relationship, and this girl is probably better or 10 times better than her, but he's still treating her like the past one. So I would say that.
All right, go ahead, brother Marcus.
Yeah, so Q to typing in the chat that I'm a simp, because y'all know my philosophy is men are ultimately responsible for everything in a relationship, due to the fact that if you're the leader, everything falls upon you. So it's your responsibility to set up how you want that relationship to go. And that's the parameters, the way you discuss things, what you allow, what you ignore, what you bypass, what you keep having sex with her and let her get away with. All of those things ultimately fall on you, because you were the one that was supposed to set the parameters for the relationship. And if your relationship fails, it's probably because you didn't do one of those things correctly. And if you can't come to terms with that, you will repeat that mistake until you come to terms with that and fix it. You will pre-solve if you take responsibility and fix it. So I'm sure the chat calling me all the simps in the world, but it's the truth. You can't fight the truth, bro. You can't fight the truth. If she extremely disrespectful when you're talking to her, you didn't set up the parameters for what was okay and acceptable. If she don't want to have sex with you and you stay in a relationship with her, you allowed that type of behavior or her not being attracted to you to continue. If you continue to give somebody a relationship while she's showing you all the signs that you don't want, you are rewarding negative behavior and training that person to do that. So although you don't want that, that is exactly what you train them to do, because you rewarded them with the things that you did not want to see.
Marcus got a mic drop. All right, go ahead, Casey. You're on mute, just so you know, Casey. You're on mute. Casey, you're on mute.
Can you come back to me?
Yes, man, I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Trev.
All right, so y'all make this a little bit personal real quick. So I definitely understand why men have to be considered accountable for the relationships, right? So with that, right, in my first couple relationships, I did not understand what I was doing. When you're talking about like teenage years, right? So I didn't know how to establish boundaries, right? I didn't know. There were so many things that I was just lacking, so many different categories. I did not know how to navigate the woman situation. So I was completely obliterated. I was abused, because women will take advantage of that. If they see you weak, then they're going to run all over you. That's just what it is. So I sat down And I'm like, man, you know what? This is my fault that I was treated this way, because I noticed that it wasn't happening to other men. I've seen these same women deal with other men, and the outcome was different. So I went, I analyzed, I said, all right, what am I doing? What am I doing wrong? What do I need to do better? Right? I mean, I overcompensated because I realized what it was that women were responding to in general, right? And a lot of men actually go through this. This is when most men swallow the red pill, when they were done dirty by a few females, and then they just become a complete animal. So for some time, I became a complete animal, where I would disregard any woman's feelings, pretty much on a sociopathic level, right? So we become that. But then you have to look at it again. What's the outcome of here? What are you doing now? You are now ruining women by doing what is great for you, but it's really not for them. So you become a womanizer and everything else after you swallow the red pill. This is one of the things that people do. Some people rage out. Some people just try to. This is how victims are. If you feel like you're a victim of something, then you end up victimizing others. Right. So once you start to realize what the outcome of that is, I came to my favorite word, balance. And I'm like, OK, so there's a happy medium of what you can do here. Right. You have to establish boundaries, but you don't have to just become a maniac and do whatever it is that you want to do. So once you are able to actually look and realize what it is that you are doing to that other person, you have to be able to just step outside of it. Stop being so selfish. Look at what it is that you do. What's the outcome of it? And like Marcus said, we're the leaders. We are going to dictate the pace of the relationship. If we establish boundaries, then women will not raise up on us. If we don't, then guess what? They're going to run all over you and lose attraction to you at the same time. And you'll end up eventually losing a woman. That's just how it goes. So we understand that, but it doesn't mean you have to try to rule with an iron fist either. You have to find that balance where it's like, all right, so she knows that I'm no nonsense, but she also knows that I'm no nonsense on her behalf, that I got her back, right? And that's why women test us, what they call the shit test or whatever. Sometimes they're going to try to see how much they can get over on you, to see how you're going to manage in real life. Right. They'll realize that you can protect them based on how it is that you respond to what it is that they're doing. So you have to understand that. I'll leave it there.
All right. Go ahead, Precious.
I think the men who struggle with taking accountability for their role in failed relationships are just the men who struggle to turn the ship around. There's a saying, you're sick and tired of being sick and tired. And when you become sick and tired of being sick and tired, that's when you change your ways. That's where other men come in to the picture to say, hey, I've been here before and this is not what you should be doing, or you might want to change this, you might want to do that. But I think that the men who struggle with it don't want to change their ways. Ultimately, they don't want to get in a straight and narrow path of a man who takes care of his responsibilities, who loves his family, who loves his wife. um they're just not ready to take on that role. They're still running the streets, they're still doing whatever they want to do, and they'll struggle to take that accountability until they get old and gray and ain't nobody taking care of them.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Lego.
Well, like Marcus said, everything a man does is his fault, his responsibility. And when men struggle taking accountability for their own relationships, I'm a little confused on who's allowing this, because with a lot of us, I can't say for every man, but a man goes to his homeboy and says, yo, man, we ain't together no more. It's because of this, because of that. Most likely the homeboy gonna be like, so what you do? Because the homeboy knows you. He knows you more than a woman knew you, right? So your homeboy gonna be like, bro, you tripping. It's your fault, right? So even if the man tries to blame her, he's gonna put the onus back on him and put him back in the manly role of, you know what, bro, you're right. It was my fault. I need to do better. I need to choose better. Because it's like this. Even if the woman is a hoe or narcissist or this or that, gaslighter, well, he's the one that chose her. He's the one who chose her. So your ex-girlfriend isn't a hoe. Your ex-girlfriend is your choice. So if you chose a hoe, it's still on you because you chose her. So no matter what you try to do to make a scenario out to, oh, she was crazy. Well, that means you have to look into yourself and find out why you are attracted to crazy women, why you're attracted to hoes, why you're attracted to women with daddy issues. What is going on in your life that is causing you to go after? Because we men don't just sit back and wait for a woman to try to talk to us. Women can say that. Women can use it. Oh, well, these type of men talk to me. We don't have that issue. We approach women. We DM women. We talk to women. So if you're trying to talk to a woman and you turn around and find out she's a basket case and you still stay with her, you can't complain about nothing else but your own choices. Every last one of our exes are our choices. So we can't blame them for nothing because we chose them and stayed with them because that person was our girlfriend or boyfriend for a reason. And it's our fault.
All right, we're gonna go to Paradise. Hold on. Go to Paradise and then Casey, you ready? Okay. All right, we'll go to Paradise, Ali, and then Casey.
In the words of many, when they talking to women, as a woman, I would just say pick better women.
Okay. Short and sweet. Go ahead, Ali.
I want to point out two things before I go in. The first thing is what Marcus said. I do believe that it is a man's fault if let me rephrase that. If a man puts himself in a position where a woman is disrespecting him and he continues to stay with her, he has to take his accountability on continue to stay with a woman who's intolerable or not on his page. The second part that I want to address is the fact that we spoke about how men are in crisis this whole entire time about because the degree of women that they're dealing with. And I want to point out something. Nobody talked about men graping. Nobody talked about man assaulting anybody. Nobody talked about man abusing anybody. Nobody talked about nothing where man was doing anything detrimental to the woman. Almost every man said, if a woman is mistreating you, if a woman's disrespectful, if a woman's out of line, and we're having a discussion on men are in crisis. The fact that that women are saying control me, you have to be in control, or a man has to rule with an iron fist. The fact that a man has to keep coming in contact with so many women to have to control women and to have to put them in their place instead of women arriving already as a solidified woman. So I think it's very irresponsible when we're addressing the fact that most women don't even see men. Women are picking the partners. Well, regardless of when we say that women pick who they have sex with, men pick who they have relationships with, but women pick if they're going to be loyal to that guy and follow his instructions. When we talk about this all the time, when women are initiating the divorces, 70, 80%, 90% if they're educated. If women are even picking whether they're going to be loyal to a man that gives them a relationship, we have to really, really break this down and ask ourselves, every time something goes wrong with the woman, if we did something wrong, all the men here would take accountability. A man shouldn't have touched a woman. A man shouldn't have assaulted a woman. A man shouldn't have raped a woman. A man shouldn't have disrespected a woman. He should have never been out of line with a woman. But every time we reverse this, it's a man should have picked better. A man should have vetted. A man should have saw the red flags. A man should have instructed. A man should have led. But again, with respect to everyone, it's ego. Because I can't make Marcus a good man. He's either a good man or he's not. And I can't make Casey or Chelsea or Precious a good woman. She either a good woman or she not. That's a responsibility to come to me like that. So we living in a society where men are given constant instruction to take care of the community, be family orientated. It's his duty to fight and live for the kids, the women, and the children. And we're instructing our women to do what's in their best interest and do what makes them happy. And still in 30 years old up, we're still telling women to engage in self-love and self-discovery because she doesn't know how to love someone else. So no, the problem with society why a lot of failed relationships, do some men have a problem with taking accountability for failed relationships? Absolutely. But for most of it, men are getting instruction on how to love and be and take care of the community and be there for their women. Women are not getting instruction no more in this society on how to love and make it their duty to invest in a man. Women are not getting instruction to love. So most of the failed relationships are men not being loved properly and being mistreated. And if we're gonna say it's failed because he's being run over, he's a pushover, and he's weak, when that's exactly when the women are asking for, and they saying men are sassy for that, you want a man to cater to you, be emotionally available, communicate what you want to hear. So you ask to have this type of guy. And now when he's this type of guy, he's a pushover. It's crazy to me. But when a woman shows up masculine, it's his fault for trying to love her and show grace and still take care of her. And again, this is why men are in crisis.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If we are men and we have an ex-girlfriend, we picked her. Like, what the hell? We picked her. Ain't no woman choosing or picking me. Okay. We as in individuals, all right, whether you're a man or woman, you pick the other person. It's two people in a relationship. I got to pick her and she got to pick me back. So we both are the pickers. So whoever the individual is, regardless of where you are in your life, you pick the person that you're going to start dating, screwing, or in a relationship with, or marriage. A man can't ask a woman, will you marry me? And she turns around and says yes, and said, well, he married me. It's not my fault. You the one who said yes. So you are just as at fault as the other person. This is another problem with men. We literally are talking about a lot of men struggle with taking accountability for their roles in failed relationships. And a man turns around and says, women pick us, and that's the reason why the shit. No, we got to take responsibility for the women that we date. We pick them and the women pick us back. It's the same shit on both ends. As men, we got to start looking at ourselves in a goddamn mirror and saying it's our fault instead of it's the women's fault. The women did this. No, the hell they didn't. We did this shit to ourselves.
Well, I'm glad that Mr. Let Go finally has a change of heart from our conversations in the past, and that you took on that approach that in the end is always the man's fault.
I agree with you. Remember that day?
Yeah, I got
Remember
you. Look, first of all, peace and blessings, everybody. It's been a long time since I've been back. I'm feeling hyped, Mr. Let Go. I'm gonna get back because you disappointed me on the last points that you was making on the last topic, but I'm gonna address this, brother Ali. I was with you. You my brother. We got the same name, bro. Listen, I was with you up until the point that you start talking the women is picking this and the X, Y, and Z, bro.
Exactly, man. That
listen,
crazy.
Accountability is allergic to the immature. Y'all know that's my quote. Accountability is allergic to the immature. You can't call yourself a leader, right? And say that I respect every man saying that they have the capability to lead. Now, rather you have nurtured that or not, that's one thing. But I'm gonna respect you by saying saying that you are a leader, right? From the rib. I mean, this is the respect could grow depending once you show and prove that. So if I'm gonna put you in that position as being a leader, listen, when things go wrong, bro, you have to take the accountability and say that I led it in this direction. If you choose a hoe, you chose a hoe. You didn't have to. She didn't force you.
Fact.
And if you choosing people based upon the emotions, then that means you're not a good leader, because good leaders don't make decisions off of emotions. When you start making decisions off of emotions, now you become an emotional person. People could view you as an emotional person. And now you say, well, the women is choosing. Just because a man is emotionally available or puts himself in a position to be emotionally available and willing to listen to a woman, and he's emotionally intelligent enough to know that he don't make decisions off that, but he opens the room or make a segue for her to be able to express herself, that doesn't make him a pushover. No, they know who to do this to. When you see women, any man that's running around talking about, oh man, my woman is not respecting me, I look at him as the problem. What do you mean? You
All
don't
facts. All facts.
If any man that's running around talking about she won't let me,
Facts.
you the problem. If she's not allowing you, right, to be who you need to be as a man, why are you still with her?
Facts.
Why did you? And then what was your vetting process, right? How did you even get that far? Right.
So can I ask you how many men are dealing with women in the beginning of the relationship? Same way, if I want sex from these ladies, I'm not going to lead with the fact that I want to have sex. How many ladies are initiating relationships with brothers where they showing that the intolerable part of themselves? They're leading
with
with
the fact that I want sex.
I was talking to brother Ali. How many women that's maybe dealing with a good leader leading being intolerable, not following that man's steps? Same thing that happened to brother Tyrese, who's a wealthy man. Same thing that happened to the brother that what Keke Palmer did to her boyfriend. Same thing to with a lot of, I know you're gonna say he's a cornball. If we make a commitment to respect and love each other, and the woman goes away from that, and you're a great leader, I'm gonna ask you, you're a great leader, right? You're a great instructor, you're skilled, and you're let's say you're the best brother ever, and if that woman chooses not to listen to you, it's your fault.
Yes. You know why? Because I should have. You know why? Because a leader, a general, should see everything happens before it even happens. Like a parent, when you see your child, right, moving, making certain decisions, it's the devil is in the details. Well, we like to say in Islam, God is in the details. You can't hide yourself. As much as people running around talking about this front words, listen. The problem is we don't pay attention enough, or because you chasing the booty, right? You're not
ignoring shit. You're ignoring the red flags.
You're ignoring things, and then you say, you know what? Well, I'm able to take X, Y, and Z until it builds up. And look, I don't know those brothers, right? I don't look at Keke Palmer boyfriend, right, or baby father. And that's what I'm gonna call him, because that ain't her husband. He didn't marry her first at the end of the day. So they already did it wrong. So I don't that's not great leadership. That's not great leadership. So in a woman, I don't believe that women should be submissive to any man that's not giving her a 100% commitment. And real commitment is marriage, not just because you sitting there, just because you was born a man, that doesn't mean that a woman should specifically submit to you. No,
I don't. Problem right there, bro.
I don't subscribe to that. I got.
Why are you sticking your head, Mr. Let Go?
My daughters. I don't teach my daughters to just.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. There's a million more black men that's married than black women, so we know how to get married. 70% of black women are unmarried. So is that because brothers are not good leaders, or is that because women are not willing to follow the brothers' leadership?
It's because men aren't. What we doing is we saying, oh, I'm only going to take care of my family. The ones who we marry, I'm only going to take care of my family, and we're not.
No, brother, I didn't ask you that.
Wait. I'm answering your question. It's because we're not teaching them. First of all, it's because we're not teaching. You're the head. See, you can't say
you and Marcus and Leco both said, and this is where we contradict things. You both said if the woman is not on your page, leave her right where she's sitting. Correct?
Yes,
so
right.
Two things. If she's not, hold on, let me finish. If you're in a relationship with this woman, if you're married to this woman and she's not cooperating, you leave her right where she stands too. The man, if men are the leaders, then the woman should have no problem with letting that man be an authority. There should be no pushback. How we push it, blaming the man. Hold on, let go. I was finished. Let me finish. If a woman's dealing with a man where she has to push back, she's the problem. He's the leader. If you signed up for this man and you're pushing back, the only thing you can say he's wrong for is still showing grace and still trying to cater to this woman and be supportive to a woman who's disrespecting him. But when they signed up for it, typically he believed this woman loved him and respected him. And if she says she wants a leader, that means what he says go. All y'all brothers profess to that. The only thing you can say he's wrong about is the fact that he stayed with a woman that continued to disrespect him. But if she was with him and he's the leader, and your daughter, if you're raising a daughter that's going to marry a man and she decided to be with that man, when she decides to disrespect him or not follow him, she's wrong because she signed up, she committed to that guy. And she said, I'm going to follow him. That means what he says, go. There is no negotiation. Is that
No,
correct or not?
no, hold, wait, Mr. Ali, you make a good point, but the only where you making a mistake at, brother, is
Right.
the problem with us is when a real man cut a woman off who's being disrespectful. And I'm not just talking about, you're going to have challenges in your relationship. I don't think that you should run off of off of just because a problem came up in your relationship, or your marriage. Because I don't
Can you
believe
tell me what that? Can you be specific?
I just want to say this. The problem is,
but can you be specific? I'm being intentional. Can you be specific about what the problem can be that a man should not look past or can look past?
Listen, I think that if a woman cheats on a man, since you would that, let's go to there. If a woman cheats on a man, he needs to cut her off immediately. But the problem, Ali, is this: when he cuts her off, she got a million sucking niggas that's going to be running around and catering to her. So she never really learns her lesson. But when you see that men sit there, because you know how I do just to get the booty. Oh, he was wilding anyway. Well, if he was emotionally available, justifying her cheating, you got dudes that's running around. They suckers. It's a lot of suckers that's out here. So it's. Still
I want to stay in the relationship. What if she says no? What if she says no?
Huh?
What if she says no? Should you leave right away? Anything?
Say that again.
Anything that's in regardless to the relationship.
No, because first of all, I don't believe that just because you say something and that's just it. A good leader, a wise general, listens to his captains. Because now the general makes the last decision. Yes, I believe that a man should make the last decision. But a smart leader, wise
brother, that's what I'm right. I'm asking you that though. No, brother, I'm asking you that from the. I don't want to go to where a man can't lead, because a lot of women and a lot of sometimes brothers can go to the lowest of the man. I'm asking a leader. This is a leader. He's getting the final say. He say, no, we're not moving to Arizona. We're gonna stay right here in California. And this is my word. I believe this is what's in the best interest of our family. And she says no. Should he stay or leave?
I think that
she gotta go.
Listen,
get
if
out.
he's making that decision, he has to go.
Get out.
I think that and let me just say this, right? Those are grounds of that's something that you could come back from. Sometimes that's why in the Holy Quran it teaches us that it's separation, right? Ali, wait. Because
but you're going away from
I'm not going away.
Root.
No. You trying to put me in a box.
I'm not trying to put you in anywhere.
Wait. I didn't cut you off, Lord. Let me finish.
Okay, but you right? But I'm asking you a question directly.
Bro, I went
hey, let go. It's between me and him.
Listen, Ali. I said to you that I believe that if he feel like that's what's best in interest of his family or what's best, right, and he make that move, cool. But now it's a separation there. So that's why in the Holy Quran it says when people are separated and they still married, outsiders shouldn't involve themselves in that, because sometimes they can. That's something that you could come back from. When I'm talking about cutting someone completely off, I went to cheating. I went from which is I believe if a woman cheat on you, you should cut her off. I believe that any stealing or trying to undermine you with your children and things in that criteria, those are severe things, because women could also teach your children to hate you. At the end of the day, these are things that, that some things that you can literally cut off, and there's some things that you could probably, and everybody different. Some people.
So is that disrespect? So is that disrespect?
It's disrespect, but it's levels to disrespect.
So that's what I'm asking. What I'm asking.
Disrespect though.
But I'm asking, how do you blame the man for being disrespected? It's contradictory. Y'all say leave. If you say a no to the final word, if you ultimately disrespect this man,
women know who to do that.
Let me finish. No. You can say that, but that means that men should lie then, because if she knows who to do it to, that means she committed to a man that believed she loved and respected him. This is why
I would never. I watch women at restaurants snapping on niggas in public. That never happened to me before. But guess what? She know who to do that to. I done seen women the same. Listen. I even, and it doesn't matter if she grew up with both.
How do y'all blame that on the men?
Listen.
No. I'm listening to you.
Oh, wait. She know your woman. If you think your woman not studying you to know what gets underneath your skin
Every
and what
day.
doesn't get underneath your skin. She
Yep.
knows if you are emotional or not. She know if she could say the little to tick
So
you
then if
off,
I cheat,
and
so
you
then if I
allow
cheat, hold
someone,
on. So
and
flip
anyone
it.
that anyone that
flip
allows
it.
someone to pull on your strings of emotions, the people who are control you from emotionally based is the people that's actually in control.
Do
You
y'all?
think
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna ask the sisters. I'm gonna ask the sisters watching. And when we saying that men are putting themselves in positions where he said there's 100 suckers out there ready to save y'all if we do something wrong, right? If I say, if we all are sitting here and a man disrespects you, puts his hands on you and violates you, all the men will concede and say, who was wrong? Brothers, who was wrong for disrespecting a woman or putting your hand on?
They're going to say the man, no matter what.
The men. And as soon as we flip it in front of y'all, and again, it's to keep a certain facade with women. If we ask you when you disrespect me, whose fault is it? They're gonna blame the men. So when we say that, then that means this: if Ali cheats on you, if Ali deals with multiple women, if Ali, no, I don't want to listen anymore. I don't want to pay. Let me finish. I'm not going to misunderstand. Let me finish. Let me finish. See how y'all see what I'm saying? Let me finish. If I do anything that is not demonstrating respect to you and love to you at a certain point, it's your fault because you didn't vet better. You didn't make sure I was that man that could still be capable of loving you and being entrusted in me. You should have looked for my red flag.
Is the picker.
Hey, Lecco, hold on. Lecco, hold on. Lecco, you left your wife, and then you said that everybody else was your wife. You said the lady up the street was your wife. You said the other woman, all these women, you were their husband. How you everybody husband but your woman husband?
What is your infatuation with me and my fucking marriage?
It's
what is
credibility.
wrong with you? Are you gay or something?
I ain't infatuated.
What is your
problem? Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor.
Okay, so look, let me just say this, y'all. Let me say this. I'm gonna try and bring it down a notch real quick, right? So I don't know if y'all heard of the serenity prayer, and I think this goes perfectly with it. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, and the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference, right? So I think what's happening is we don't always have the wisdom. Now we can gain it, and once we gain it, we can understand that there are things that are unacceptable and you have to separate yourself from, and there are things you can help somebody work past, but it depends on the skill set that you have. A relationship is a skill set, and teaching and leading is a skill set. There are varying degrees within that skill set, right? So we just need to be able to identify the things that this is a non-negotiable, and disrespect, especially consistent disrespect, should be a non-negotiable. Now, there are intangibles that come into a situation, right? If you don't set the parameters early in the relationship, it's going to require an even better skill set than before, because you either do the work up front or you do over the amount of work in the end to get a lesser result. It's the way life works, unfortunately, right? So the only situation where you can't just walk away is when there's a child involved and just leave her there. But prior to the child, if you are experiencing extreme disrespect, you need to leave that woman alone. Like Hink say, leave her at the restaurant. It is no reason for a man to allow a woman to continue to disrespect him and he continuously messes with her. No sex is worth it. If you, in general, men, if you find yourself in a situation, right, where you're getting disrespected, but it's the best sex you've had in your life, get the best Vaseline you can and jag off and think about her. Because at this point, you have put your whole life in jeopardy, because things can go wrong and you could be stuck with somebody that will continually disrespect you. When a woman is going to move forward disrespecting you, what she is essentially saying is, I don't actually love you. Women show.
I think we're missing a couple things though. We're really missing a couple things.
Just real quick,
there's a bunch of.
I swear it's gonna be real fast. Y'all keep switching and saying continually being disrespected. When he's initially disrespected and he chooses to leave, you still say it's that man's fault.
No, it's not his fault if he leaves.
Ali, I think you misunderstanding.
No, I'm not. Okay, y'all we can go back.
I'm sorry. Let Paris go. She had her finger raised. I'm sorry.
Paris.
I just wanted to say that I definitely think that it's the hierarchy amongst men versus women, because the idea is that we don't tell these women these things too. We do. There are times where women say, "Oh well, he wants shit to me, this, that, and the third. And I've heard Precious say it. I've heard Casey say it. I said it. At some point, you got to step in the ring and be accountable for how you get mistreated, right? Like, we love to try and make it seem like it's victim shaming, but the reality of it is it takes two people to dance. It takes two people to be involved in this situation. And when people are saying women know who to try, that is not a lie. Like, I said something one time on Twitter and it kind of like went into a different state because, of course, people read to interpret the way that they want to. But I basically said that women respect dominance. And when a man can impede violence on other men, her respect heights. Because now she sees that you can bulldozer your way into getting respect. But women respect dominance. And when you're putting yourself in a position to say, she can do whatever, she can act whatever, she can say whatever, this, that, and the third. Essentially, it's counterproductive to saying you are a leader. That's all it is. Like, it's counterproductive to saying I'm in control of this situation when the people that are under your purview are controlling you.
But Marcus,
all right. So
Marcus,
hold on, real
it-
quick, Ali. Look, I think we're missing something here, right? That we're not going over, because everybody's saying, okay, it's the man's fault, the leadership, the everything else. But Ali kind of went at it for a second when we were talking about how women change. There's women who will come in, it's the Trojan horse. They come in one way and then they will change on you. And sometimes intentionally, sometimes not, right? Women go through hormonal balances. Women deal with postpartum depression. Women become different people sometimes. So that same woman who would have showed you respect, treated you well, everything else, you didn't let it progress into anything. And then one day, just like a man can become an abuser or whatever, a woman can become a nightmare just the same. And then now you're in a situation, you got kids, you're married. It's okay. You're great. You're married. You got kids. You are tied together financially, everything else. You don't want to lose your wife and your kids. More importantly, right? Your kids, you don't want to lose access to your children. And that's a tough pill for some people to swallow. The court system is not really in man's favor. A woman could literally move away. You can't have access to your children anymore. You might really love your children and want the best for them. You might want them to grow up with the father in their house. And then you can't, because one, it's going to financially destroy you. There's so many different ways that these women can just change on you because they're awarded the leverage after that. Go ahead.
I gotta stop you, Trev. A man can't do anything out of fear. Okay, you leave with the kid, whatever. If this woman is undermining your household, disrespecting you, whatever it is that you said, I don't care about wife, kids, picket fence. I don't give a damn what. If a woman is totally undermining your household, disrupting your peace, okay? At some point as a man, you got to look at yourself and say, okay, I can't live like this. And if there's no other way, you get her the hell out and just pay child support. I don't give a damn about no courts, no this and that. If I can't see my kids, oh well. At the end of the day, I am not, and no real man, no man of leadership is not going to stay in a hellhole type of situation where a woman is undermining his authority because he's not going to be able to be himself. And if you lose yourself, you might as well have lost your family, because you're going to be walking around like a robot, sitting around looking crazy. You ever heard of the situations where kids grow up in a household where the father he's there, but he's not there? Because that's one of those situations where the guy
I agree with you.
Hold on. When a guy just cuts off and he's just a robot, then children ain't happy with the man. You might as well. A man cannot lose himself in anybody. He is a man first. In any type of situation where the world is falling apart or whatever, that man has to eat first. That man has to get what he needs first. Because if he ain't there, everybody falls, because it starts with him. So if he's fucked up in the head for whatever reason, he has to fix what's fucked up. And if his family is what's fucked up, they ass gotta go. He can go out and make another family if he needs to. That man has to set boundaries all the way from the top to the bottom. And if he loses his boundaries, he has lost himself. He has lost his kids. He has lost his wife within the marriage. So you get the fuck out.
I agree.
And
Brother Rashad, I would just
let you talk. And then
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Let me get my point.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Because we got to close out. I know people got to get off.
Shit, it's 1:30.
I know Casey wanted to say something. Ali wanted to say something. Both Ali's wanted to say something. Then we're gonna close it out there. Okay. All right.
It was just real quick. I just was saying what happened to duty. Like we were talking about duty in marriages, and that's what Trev is explaining. When you have a family and you've invested time and resources and love, and you've built, this family structure, you're not just gonna walk away at those first signs of despair.
Right.
You need to get in therapy. You need to do everything you can to stay by your family. That's why our community is what it is right now. Is because soon as problems arise, soon as things get hard and crazy, it's like, this is crazy. I don't need this. Right?
We're talking about undermining the household, disrespect, stuff like that. Crazy shit.
You got a process to
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that I duty goes for the man and the woman.
So with a woman,
I think I think that, just to be clear, because I think Ali, I don't think that you understood exactly what I'm saying. It's not that that a woman is not held accountable for her part. That's not what I'm saying at all. But in ranking, because I look at a man as a leader, I'm a military man. If I'm a first lieutenant and everyone underneath me in my barracks is they acting wild, when the captain comes, he not talking to the private soldiers. You know who gets in trouble? Now, I wasn't even in there with the fight. I had nothing to do with that. The minute that captain comes in there, he's on my ass. You know why? Because I supposed to be in control. I supposed to know everything that's going on. I supposed to be able to guide. So not that the private soldiers won't be held accountable. They will go. They're going to be held accountable. But ultimately, who gets held accountable the most
is the leader.
Me. I supposed to, those people are underneath me. And if a man is taking his rightful place in the household, and if the household is in disarray and the household is not being ran properly, you don't go, a man, if I went into your household, Brother Ali, and I start telling your wife, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do this, you're gonna look at me like, nigga, who you talking to? You know why? Because if the house is disarray, you're not going to put that on your woman. You're the person that's head in charge, and you ain't going to allow no one to put all of the blame on your wife. You won't allow that to happen. Why? Because I will be undermining you and disrespecting you as a man. You're the leader. So if a man walk in, he's talking to the leader. I don't want to talk to the subordinates or the ones who he's protecting. I'm talking to the protector. So at the end of the day, I do, and I'm landing my plane right here. I do, and I agree with Trev and Casey. You have to. I'm not talking. I was answering Ali's question because he went straight to the extreme about what the actual. I believe in working things out. I do believe in trying to cultivate. You got a wife and children. There is duty. You're supposed to try to do everything that you need, depending on the situation.
Tell them the butt.
You have to try to work things out because that's what's best for the family. But at the end of the day, if there's unreconciled differences, then obviously which is why the Holy Quran, the God hates divorce, but it's permissible. But he hates
it out.
So, at the end of the day.
So can I respond to that? Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
So first one, we've gotten so caught up into this conversation of leadership and no offense to you as well too. I'm saying what's continuously happening on in these panels, that you're saying that you're taking accountability for what happened with those soldiers. And my family, almost all my uncles and fathers served. My father served. That no soldier has dishonorable discharge, and then there's treason if you go against your country. So you're not blamed for what a soldier did if he went against if he went against his country, or if he was disrespectful to anyone, or he was out of line and didn't listen. Second part, when we're speaking about, okay, that's fine. That's why there's dishonorable discharge.
You could call your family up right now. Bro, I served.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. I showed decorum.
Let him get his
no,
point
I didn't.
out.
No. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you.
Go ahead, Ali. Let Ali get his point out.
Second, the very first thing that I said was, Marcus, I agree with you. If you end up in a relationship and you're being tolerable of disrespect, you have to take accountability about the disrespect as well too. I'm still not going to take disrespect away from what the woman is doing. So what I asked you brothers to make sure we were clear. So so we don't have a misunderstanding. You're saying that if the brother tolerates disrespect, that you're saying he's wrong, which I disagree with. I'll give him accountability for tolerating disrespect. I'll give him, because he's still being disrespected. The part I had a problem with is the initial disrespect. You're saying if this woman disrespected you, you said that he should have vetted better and he should have seen the signs before it came. That's the problem I said. So, and I'll say that I'll give this the premise of this. If we are all imperfect people talking about getting closer and healing and taking care of each other, and we're supposed to give all this grace to women, and a man and woman meet each other and they're imperfect, and then they commit to love, and one person goes off, and if it's not the man and we're going to blame the man, this is again why men are in crisis, because if it's a responsibility and a dedication to a commitment, the person who goes off is wrong, even if it's two imperfect people. And if we bring two perfect people into the situation, it's still the person who was wrong. That we're misleading our brothers, we're setting our sons up for failure, and men, there's going to be still more men delete. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt. 79% of the men that's deleting themselves, the 80% are men, because men get no grace, men get no understanding, even when they're showing up as men, and a woman to tell a man, giving his best, everything he's given, you're just not man enough. Where we'll accept the worst, like you said, have a community of men that'll take care of OnlyFans women, prostitutes, strippers, and still give them a space to exist. And we still blaming men, but men are giving grace for all these women to exist. Because if we stood on true G code, like you saying, women wouldn't have nowhere to go. And I'll say that.
Rashawn, let me ask you a question. Rashawn, let me ask you a question, because this is real life shit. Me and Rashawn been around each other plenty of times. You think a woman gonna try me, Rashawn?
Yeah, I think so.
I've seen women try you all over the panel.
Shut up.
I'm not shutting up. You ain't gonna tell me, hey, Trigger Mike. He's not gonna tell me. Listen, he done disrespect. I don't disrespect.
Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why.
Rashawn, answer the question.
Like, honestly, in person, I haven't seen anyone try you.
Thank you.
In person. Now on the panel,
let me just say this.
I've seen people try you on the panel. But
let me just say this.
In person is a different
everything
story.
Because and to be fair, I said this before last time I was on the show. Everybody is different in person. Facts. I know, it's only a few of every people that I've met in person that was really, they transitioned off from what's the name, but everybody got G Unit cookies on camera. But
But in person,
and the whole night, everything changed. I even seen dudes who women might be on, like the comments, oh, he's this, he's that, is crazy. But then when I see the person in person, when I see them see him in person, they trying to go home with him. So I don't believe nothing. I don't believe nothing at the end of the day. So
JR done seen it, Sweeney done seen it, Rashawn done seen it, Paris, like real shit. All this other shit is social media shit, but at the end of the day, a man of leadership, a protective man, because it's about protection. It's not about alpha male bullshit. It's about protection. When women feel safe around a man, they sit down and they shut the hell up.
All right, so that's what let me just say this one thing, Sugar Mike. I think, Ali, part of the thing that might be missed is that's why I was talking about it's a level of discernment that has to be had when we're talking about things that the punishment should fit the crime, right? So everything isn't get up and walk away and leave her forever. But when people talk about holding women accountable, the only time you really can hold somebody accountable is when you're actually dating her. And when you're dating her, if she does this type of behavior, you have to not reward it. Be that you withdrawing some. That's you know what I mean?
I agree
And
with
then
you.
if it continues after you say, hey, this is not right, my behavior, like you know, we have to have a discussion about this. I will not accept this, right? And it continues along that path. Everything from that point forward is your fault. The grace you showed her was great because maybe it was instructable. When you determine, because there's a point where we all determine what's fixable and what's not fixable. If you've determined that something is not fixable and you stay within that situation, not only do you have to accept all of the blame, you need to be mad at yourself as well in that specific scenario, right? Now, your question was about grace. What is something? What did it make it any clearer about what you could provide grace for and what you can't, or the way that it's not just jump from 0 to 100?
No. My main, I never was really pushing back on the fact that you were saying that the man was tolerating disrespect. That wasn't the part that I had. The part
Okay.
where both of you and Ali, y'all profess this, is that if the woman disrespects you, you still blaming the man. That's the problem where I have with you, where we're not taking and that's the way we live in a society where you can't gay shame, slut shame, fat shame, nothing shame. Man can never tell a woman when she's wrong. And so she's never wrong since the point when she's a little girl to an adult. She's never wrong. It's always the man's fault. So she's out of line, it's his fault. If
So
she's disrespectful, it's
y'all
his
give me
fault.
1 second. We're gonna finish this up. We're actually gonna keep it going. This is now Lapeef After Hours on Thursday. Anybody who has to go, you are excused. Thank y'all so much for coming up. I'm gonna read the super chats, then we're gonna get the conversation. We're gonna keep it going. This was a good one. Y'all got me. I said, fuck that. I ain't going to bed. This is a good one. I'm gonna get in on this. All right, Miss Polly Wright, $2. Good evening, Ali. Much love. Trigger Mike, who is this guy? Casey, I have a question. If your husband grew up with Marcus, how did he end up simping on YouTube? That's a real question.
No, won't you let her answer? Won't you let her answer that? And she go tell
you. You serious?
Yes, I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. He was
Yeah,
up here
no
using his Elder Barge voice, the Serenity Prayer. I was like,
you think Marcus is Marcus is really cerebral. He's a very cerebral person. He's a deep thinker, and he's able to express himself. And his friends and family like really appreciate who he is and who he is a part of the group. That's why I was like laughing to myself when Rashawn Ali just said like people different on social media. Like he must be talking about this generation because who y'all see right here, y'all can come to BR, y'all can come to Louisiana. Like people know me. Like I'm the exact same person. I'm respectful. I'm very passionate. I'm humble. I'm very loving, and I'm sure y'all see all that on the couple shows that I've been on. That's what I display. And I respect authority. I respect my husband. I respect my family. I know my maiden name I hold very dear to my heart, and also my married name, my husband's name. I take that with me wherever I go. So, you know, this is real life. Like we're talking real life issues. It's not I don't have a YouTube page. So we not fronting. Like this is real. But yeah, Marcus is exactly who he is, and he's not a simp. He's nowhere near a simp.
Yeah, you don't even gotta go into detail. Trigger Mike, no, he just
I'm
be
not.
for the internet.
He trolling. He trolling.
My man, $10 to all the ladies. Here's some advice on how to properly vet a man. Just look at let go and pick the opposite of that. I agree. Andre Dale, $5. Dating with intentions. Most want the microwave, not the oven baked process. When we fast forward, we miss vital steps, and the results are the same: failure. And that usually happens when sex is involved. People want to skip the whole process. Caesar's Palace, $5. As Black women are the least married, they need to compete for that ring. Other races want your man and will continue to take him from you, ladies. Your choice. I ain't going nowhere, $5. Earlier, when Ali pressed let go on leaving his marriage, let go was like, JR, him picking on me again. I'ma leave. I ain't playing. You better get her. Andre Dale, $5. Most want the other to jump while they wait and see. Discernment is key because me is Ruling most. Sex is 90% mental, 10% physical. We want order. Stop it. Caesar's Palace, $2. Salute Ali for always going hard online. Respect. I ain't going nowhere. $2. Give me your all or I ain't giving you shit. Simple. Andre Dale, $5. Most including me. Whenever I've put sex before building a foundation, it ended in failure. Ali, they leaving. That pipe ain't right. They taking flight. I had a question for Chelsea. What does pro sex mean? She said, I'm
I
pro
can
sex.
tell you. I know what pro sex means.
I'm
So
sure you
it-
do. Please explain to
you
all
want
of
to
us.
know? All right, so it means that they don't sex shame, they sex positive.
Oh,
and that
sex
they,
positive. Okay, got it. That's the word. That's the term I've heard used. Sex positive. We have a resident hoe on my show named EBD. He's explained it to me many times.
And of course, they're referring to premarital sex.
Yeah, exactly.
Man,
Basically,
he's
the
crazy.
I'll fuck anybody whose crib is this. Yeah, all of you can get blowjobs. Those people. I ain't going nowhere. $5. When I entertain a lady, it's gonna be a lot of kicking at my crib. We ain't gonna kick our shoes off. We gonna kick our shoes off, kick back. If you withhold sex, I'm kicking you out, and you kicking rocks. Sounds very 2023. The AP, my man, $5. Paris. I'm feeling an annulment tomorrow. What you doing this weekend? Sis be spitting 100 facts. AP, if you don't stop it, you literally fresh off nuptials. The ink ain't even dry on your license yet. Good God Almighty. AP, $2. MLG just ruined Paris's point. Damn it, son. I ain't going nowhere. $2. Let go. You financially supporting all these wives. Andre Dale. By let go logic, then I'm a stepdad to all lady friends.
He said he's
continue
everybody's
to do
husband.
stuff out of order and fail. Make it make sense. Divorce is at 50%. Stop it. YKS, get rid of let go. He's slow, and I don't want other slow people taking his advice. He bad for us. No comprehension skills, and he love to overtalk people. Caesar's Palace, JR, can we even know if most men struggle with taking accountability with failed relationships? If most women will say a good man is not good enough? Good question. YKS, Chelsea is pressure. Ali, keep feet on necks. Caesar's Palace, $5. Ilkhan, I think you're 100% right. Their arguments cannot hold up against you picking holes in their points. Rashawn, you can't blame men for everything. That's the reason I came up here. Y'all were killing me with that shit. I ain't going nowhere. $5. Let go is a husband to every woman except the woman he made vows to. That sense ain't sensing. Ali's problem is he's for men. Beta males for the women. Caesar's Palace, $5. Rashawn, the woman might be the LT, but she has the general as her father, and that's the government. I don't understand why people can't get what Ali is saying. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for the super chats. This is officially Lapeef Let's Talk After Hours. So let's keep this discussion going, and let me tell y'all why I came up. Because my man Marcus was doing what he do, and then Rashawn came up and backed that shit up again. But I love the military analogy that he used, because we all understand who has ultimate accountability of society, and that is the men. But right now, soldiers are running amok, and nobody's disciplining them at all. Doesn't
Whose
matter.
fault is that? Who fault is that?
No. The soldiers are running amok. So here's the interesting part. Hold on. We, the generals, are not on one accord, because I am for holding the soldiers accountable. Every time we have this discussion, we do this arrogant thing as males, as if it's only about us. But there is a concept y'all are forgetting. It's called consent of the governed. We should be kicking people out of our fucking ethnic group if they don't comply with what we got to do. This affects our children. This affects our daughters, the women that come behind them. If we give them license to behave the way they behave with no discipline, this is what I'm saying. There is no disciplinary action for any of women's behaviors. It's actually incentivized. I understand getting the generals in line. They are the first to be disciplined. But now we're looking at it like, your house is not in order. Your house is not in order. While the other generals will tell them, just let them do what they do and let's get things right amongst us. Absolutely not. Do y'all realize that in the past, women were beheaded for some of the shit that they're doing today? Men have never tolerated this type of behavior from women.
Right.
But we do.
Hey, I'm about to.
I'm saying don't
How do you
tolerate it.
stop it?
I think that's the point y'all missing. I'm literally saying don't tolerate it. What I'm speaking to is men having power over their lives, power over their relationships. It seemed like, and I could be wrong, how I hear it, how it comes off to me is if y'all are arguing that men do not have power over their lives. I get greater society can inflict things and stop you from getting to point X, Y, and Z. But in your individual life as a man, you have the power to say yay or nay specifically to a relationship. And if you say yay to some bullshit and it keeps occurring, one, that's your fault because you allowed it to happen. And two, that's your fault because you allowed it to happen. It's always your fault because you allowed it to happen. I don't understand what the point that gets made to me, and this is no offense to any of the brothers on the panel or anybody in general, just when the general statement comes around to me, it sounds as if men are allowing women to dictate the terms of how relationships go and then saying, hey, this woman did XYZ. Why are y'all mad at me? And I'm looking back at you and saying, bro, because you supposed to stop her from doing it. And if she did it, get her out of there. Put a new one in her place and move forward. I don't get how that's such a hard concept.
I would say that is the part I agree with.
It's blowing my mind.
That's the part I do agree with. Men got to find the fortitude to let the woman go. So what I'm actually saying is that the women are too incentivized to do what they are doing. So now a man that even does that will find a way to get pushed back in his home. She'll use his kids against them. She'll do things that no woman ever had license to do in history. But what men need to do is find the fortitude to say, I'm not putting up with this shit. There is a zero tolerance policy for that bullshit going forward. That's what we need to be telling most men. Don't sit here and try to acquiesce and say, well, I'm doing it for the kids. Your word is law. If you were taught a certain way to keep your house in order to stop it from being in disarray, because like I said, this affects your children, they will see how you acquiesce to their mother. They need to see you laying down the law. It affects their behavior and it affects their chance of having viable relationships in the future. So I agree. Men should not be taking that shit, but I do not absolve women of any accountability. They in my household, figuratively speaking, there would be some beheadings. I'm not dealing with it.
So Sugar Mike, the accountability comes from you rectifying the situation early. When we say it's all men's fault, that doesn't absolve women of accountability. In fact, it holds them extra accountable. It's the most accountable you can hold them. Do right or leave. Do right or this punishment ensues. Do right or there's a consequence. This whole I can't punish, I can't do X, Y, Z. Bro, your presence is a gift. I'll say it again. Your presence is a gift. If she ain't right, take your gift back. Remove yourself until you find somebody that accepts the gift correctly. How is this a hard concept? In order for the concept to be fought against, y'all would literally have to be saying men are not worth it. I'm saying men are worth it. I'm saying you are worth it, bro. You are worth it to somebody. Find somebody that feels you're worth it and make it work with them. Don't try and make it work with people who don't see your value. It gets complicated when other things in life happen, but prior to the kid so even before marriage, man, even before marriage, you can't tell me that these women pretended to be some way, tricked you for 6 years, get into a marriage, and then 4 years in the marriage they change, unless it's something's going on like menopause or they're having a mental breakdown. Other than that, them signs was there the whole time. Stop the cap.
Yeah,
man.
but Marcus, that's part of it. That's
I'm trying. Can y'all hear me? I just want to.
Mistaken ask for the link. I'm gonna drop it in Instagram.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just making sure. I'm about to go, man. I love each and one of y'all. I support each and one of y'all, no matter what.
You love Let Go too?
Yeah, I love Let Go too. I love Let Go too. I don't make it regardless of what happens. I'm still trying to have a good faith conversation. But I'll say this, man, before I go. Until our women are given instruction again on how to be a wife, on how to be wives, on how to love men, on how to love families, and how to love their children properly, and while we still telling men to be dutiful, until women are working again, and relationships and marriages are going to keep falling apart, and they slowly just they're deteriorating more and more and more. When someone says I'm just for men, no, I'm for men and women coming together. I'm for families. My other brother married. I want men and women to come together and get married. But when you're seeing who's taking the duty, who's still running the world, who's still trying to make it easier for everyone, who's still investing in everyone, catering to everyone, everyone's literally saying this man is loving too much. He's being weak and a sucker for getting run over. and being disrespected for trying to love someone. So when we live in a society like that, and there's no pushback to the woman, like the grandmas used to do, like the mamas used to do, like the aunties used to do, you need to respect that man and cherish your household and your relationship with this man. You doing it wrong. Go back and get your man. Now it's go get a stepdaddy. Go do what's best for you. Go and invest in self-love. You 40 years old, still investing in self-discovery. All these women online leaving a great guy that was loyal to her and disrespecting them when they weren't disrespecting them in the beginning. So until our women work and our women are love again, there's nothing, there's men are just gonna be sitting out here by themselves. And like Marcus said earlier, it's gonna get to a point where men completely are done with women, completely done. But I love y'all and respect y'all.
Ali, I actually agree with
y'all.
what you. I agree with what you're saying. In an ideal situation, that the family, when we were talking about arranged marriages earlier, right? It works when people are in a community holding everyone accountable. But we're not in that ideal situation. What we have to come to terms with is no one is coming to save us. We have to fix these issues on our own. So in an ideal scenario, you're 100% right. It should already be resolved. The person should come to you perfect. That's not the world we live in, though, bro. In the world we live in now, we have to fix it. We got to save ourselves. We got to pedal the lifeboat.
Right.
That's
right.
all I'm saying.
But till death do us part, through sickness and through health, this man is supposed to be the man you honor. So if if we're raising king, if we are brothers, you're raising son. Trev, I'm not sure if you're raising a son. I don't know if Trigger Mike raising a son or raising daughters and sons. You better show up as a man when you meet this woman. There's no energy on this panel off this energy, except for maybe like Trigger Mike, maybe Trev, maybe certain guys, very seldom, where you having women, grandmamas, and men saying, hey, women, ladies, show up as a wife, conduct yourself. And what's crazy is after they've lost a relationship, they'll have other women like the Queen Maker coming to women, telling women, hey, ladies, keep your legs closed. Don't deal with these men. Stay away from these men. Come deal with other women. Be homosexual. Engage in his behaviors. Let me pimp you out. Let other women like me that act like men pimp you out. Don't go listen to men who are actual men. All the things that we've been teaching women are teaching themselves, but they don't want to hear it from a man. Most women. I'm not saying the good women. I'm not saying the divine woman. I'm not saying the woman that's getting on in a line and getting married and being in relationships. But for the most part, women are only listening to what they respect and value. That's that college degree. That's that boss they work for. That's that judge they honor when they want to work against their man and their cat and dogs. Men are not respected except for what they can bring for the most part. And I'm not taking away from great women that's out there. I'm talking about the women that just love men for the tangibles and not the intangibles. I love y'all. I respect y'all. Mistaken, how you doing?
Hey, Ali.
Much respect for y'all, man.
Yeah. All right, bro.
So
mistaken. Hold on real quick.
Here's the problem. The problem
you
with
must have
that
a
part.
teacher work day tomorrow.
I'm on vacation. We're on fall break.
I'm like, what the? Yeah, I just found out today that's my kids got the same thing. What the hell I'm gonna do with them all day in this house, bro?
Yeah. So what I was trying to say, all right, most relationships are failing, right? We're 50+% of a failure rate, and then a lot of men are just there just because they know the severe consequences, right? For like, okay, maybe all of us on this panel understand that there's certain things you shouldn't tolerate as a man, and certain things you will not, right? But not every man has that opportunity, right? First of all, men's value is completely different from what it was. Men are absolutely undervalued, right? Men are not respected. 80% of men are pretty much invisible. They get with a woman. It's not like they're just going to go ahead and be able to jump right into a great relationship after this, right? And the court system, we can't ignore the fact that it's not in our favor at all. We will be devastated. Leaving a relationship leaves men devastated. And regardless of how you feel about that woman or what you want to, stand up to her or whatever, and that's cool. You should, right? But if somebody takes your kids away, that's different. Who wants to not have, just think about what you're doing at that point. When your kids are taken away from you, what is your daughter going to become at that point in her impressionable years? What is your son going to become? That's what we're talking about. That's the other side of it. Some people want to raise their children. Some people literally do a bid. I know people who are literally doing a bid. They might say, look, I'm going to leave when I can, whatever. I don't really care about the alimony, whatever. I'm going to leave, but I'm at least going to stay here at least until my children are grown, because they don't want the consequences of them. And because we know the statistics, every one of us knows the statistics of what children become once the father is outside of the household. That's a major issue. Everybody can say, just let go, just leave and all of that. But then what happens to your children? For those of us who think outside of the realms of ourselves, but are actually worried about our offspring and what they will become, what do you tell them when they want to ensure that they have a positive role model and you can't do the same thing remote when you know that your soon-to-be ex-wife is going to be downing you, telling you how horrible you are as a father, how horrible men are in general. And this is the example that they're going to hear from her. Some people don't want to deal with that.
So Trev, I'm not
saying just us.
I'm right. Once you have kids, this whole dynamic shifts, right? That's why I keep adding that caveat on the end of the statement. What I'm saying is before you had the kids, before you once you had the kids, you're gonna have to suck it up and do a lot of things. It's about duty more so than ever, right? But before that, there are 100% signs that these people are presenting.
Nope, not always. No. Just like we were talking about earlier. Ali made a perfect point about this. Just like how dudes are coming in, they want to hit. Don't tell me you ain't got the game and a fool of chick that you want to hit. I don't care what. Listen, I don't care what type of discernment a female thinks she got. If I'm going in to hit and split, I'm gonna get it off. Period.
Right.
If she's attracted to me and there's nothing she could do about it, there's no such thing as discernment. I don't care what you got going on. I know how to play the game. And you think that women are not equipped to be more conniving, more seductive, more convincing to men? No way. We can't say that. We know that women can come in one way and then end up another, or go through menopause, or go through postpartum depression, or something else hormone that will completely change the person that they were. And you still have this situation, right? Now what? Now that these things have happened to you, this is after children. You didn't know any of that. She was a perfect woman before that, and now she's not.
So Trey, I 100% made an exception for postpartum. I made an exception for a chemical imbalance, for things that like physically alter the person that she is. People can pretend, right? But no, I don't think anybody is that good a pretender for that long that you get into you go, how long is you vetting before you get in a marriage? Like, just give me a time frame so I can understand what time, how long these
before you get into a marriage. Listen, for me, I would say you should do several years. But
so
guess
3
what?
years, 4 years,
but you know what happens though? Let's say you didn't find a woman until you were like in your 30s. She might be near the geriatric pregnancy stage. Now you like, damn, okay, if we wait until you're 40, you like 35, I really love you. Like, okay, damn. Now what? Now you're going to get into that situation, understanding that. So then you're saying, you know what? I need to get into this marriage first. I want to do it the right way. Let me get married. I don't want to just have a child out of wedlock. Some people are faced with these types of circumstances, right? And it is what it is. This isn't something I would see myself venturing into, but guess what? We all don't have the opportunities. Some of us, there's a lot, like I said, 80% of men are invisible. They can't be that selective. They can't vet the same way. They don't have the same opportunity. It's easy for somebody who could go ahead and get theirs, or somebody who already has a relationship, to say that. But to the dudes out here that's struggling, which is most dudes, I just said 80% of men are invisible. They're going to take what they could get. And I'm not saying they should, but what choice do you have? You trying to get something off. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
You good? Go ahead.
No, I apologize. No, I was saying if you're taking what you can get and that's what you can get, then you can't be mad. You got to hold yourself still accountable. If you said this is all I can get, so I'm gonna take, it's like if I was hustling, right? And I say I can't get no job and I get caught selling drugs. Got to take that L. I still chose the choice that put me in that situation. Like, ultimately, I'm the master of my fate.
Well, we kill women all day for saying you don't understand where you are, where your place is in the sexual marketplace. And then, but you got to choose better at the same time. We're doing the same thing. So if you were not getting responses from certain women, we can't tell men to choose better either if they don't have an option, right? They can get what they can get. So then at that point you suggesting take nothing. We kill women all day and say choose better, choose better. Mm-hmm. So, and now we're saying, okay, maybe men, we could choose better, but we have to at the same time understand where we stand. You are only going to get what the market dictates what you can have, right? That's the problem.
So if you can get a 7, right, but she's cantankerous, but you can get a 5.5 that can put some makeup on and look a little better, but she's not going to be cantankerous. Men are choosing the 7, is what it sounds like. Choose the 5.5.
No, most men can't get a 7. That's not real. Most men can't get a 7. Most average women think they're 10s.
Comparison, though, the bottom line is what he's getting at is that whatever option you have, choose the best option from what you have. Like, you got a dozen of eggs. I'm not going to choose the egg that's already cracked. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to choose the best looking egg that's in a basket. So that's all that he's saying. And I think that's where a lot of us get in trouble at, is because we think we deserve the 7 or deserve the 8, but we really are at a level 5 or 6, and then get mad that the 7 and 8 don't want us, and then blame everybody. And that's not the case. A lot of times we are dating outside of, I guess what y'all call our market value, and get upset about it.
No, and I understand. Sometimes we're punching outside of our weight class. We understand that. But we're saying that the dudes that are taking what they can get. We're not talking about the dudes who's reaching up. They're taking what they can actually get. The women that actually respond to them. For some men, the options are extremely limited. We continuously go over the stat that, okay, men up to age 30 have not had, they're either virgins or haven't had sex in a year. We talk about that all the time, right? So just think about that. Think about that. Who had nothing in a whole year? And the curve doesn't go acceptable until you get to like the top 20% of men. Every other man is pretty much, their stats are underwhelming. So when I'm saying take what you can get, because they don't want to die alone, right? Just how we tell women, hey, don't die alone. You don't want to go ahead and buy a dog and die alone. The men are taking what options that they have. Right. And sometimes, like I said, she might come in one way and then change to another. You're not going to just get out of a situation. We talk about, OK, the duty of marriage and all of this. But then now you stuck in a bad situation. Your leadership is done. Respect from women doesn't come back. Right. Respect is hard to gain, easy to lose, and impossible to get back once you've had it and lost it. That's just how it is.
You know why they shouldn't be dating those women that they feel are out of their league? The main reason is the respect factor, bro. So those relationships are doomed to fail. If you feel like this woman was out of your league, right? What you tend to do is let stuff slide because you like, at least I got her. And that relationship will always fail.
You're gonna treat her like she's out of your league, and she's gonna take
out of your league. That is the actual simping, when you pedestalize somebody like that, which I've never done. But when you pedestalize them, that's gonna end you in these situations. Well, then you'll be mad and say women want me to run all over them, when in fact what happened is you thought she was out of your league, so you let her run over you.
I was gonna say that's a small group of men, because men do not get these women. That most women now, we're in the Instagram generation that these women could be 300 pounds, calling themselves 9s and thinking that they deserve Captain America as their dude. What they'll do is they might smash the dude that. Well, you know what? That's actually not correct. They usually get to smash a dude that is out of their league. That's all that this dude is not taking them out in public. But so that's why they think their value is higher than what it is.
Now, can I ask y'all a question? Because this is something that you guys were kind of discussing earlier, but now I would really like you guys to go a little deeper on this. So in these spaces, a lot of times we talk about how the men talk about how they want a traditional woman, and that's their ideal woman. But after hearing this conversation, and I've heard it before too, that they want the traditional woman, but don't want the true behavior of what a traditional woman is supposed to be like, right? So everybody would say, oh no, she got to treat me like a husband before we even get married. We ain't getting married if she ain't doing this. She ain't cooking for me. She ain't cleaning for me. We need to move in. A traditional woman does not operate like that. They're not moving in with you. They're not. You understand what I'm saying? It's just there is a level of reservation that they're
Yeah.
supposed to have as a traditional woman, and then
Yeah.
you get everything once you get married. Why is that not
So we've messed that
understood?
one up. I listened to that one too, and what it is it's now because we've taken it out of the courting arena and we're dating now. It's messed it all up. It's muddied the water. So you are right in the fact that a traditional woman wouldn't do those things the way those men are saying it. First off, not moving in with you. A traditional woman wouldn't do
Exactly.
that. So that part needs to be taken out entirely. What does need to happen in that video, and I think I understood what he was saying. You are auditioning for the role of wife the same way I'm auditioning for the role of husband. Everything that I can do, it needs to be previewed for you. But the things that we keep trying to do that on an individual basis. This is why I tell women, I've told my sisters, and I will tell my daughter, do not occupy intimate spaces with men. Everything you can do on a date, you can do around your family.
Mhm.
He can come and eat a meal that you cooked at your mama and daddy house. People don't realize that stuff. You trying to do it at his crib. That's why you got fucked. You see what I'm
You know
saying?
what? I'm gonna tell you. You know what though? There's one key ingredient missing, right? Because I'm gonna tell you, if women possess this, then men would have no problem treating her that way, and that's her chastity. If women, that's the main part of being traditional. She still has her chastity. That's different. Now, if a woman has that, she can easily command or demand that type of behavior. A man will respect it. If he knows that no one has ever touched her, then he's not going to have a problem courting her in that way because she's bringing her full market value at that point. It's a complete difference. But women are not traditional in that sense. So you can't have a boat. Go ahead. What's that?
What I was going to say is just because you have your chastity still does not necessarily make you wife material. Just like if you've had sex before, it doesn't disqualify you from being wife either. So what I'm saying is other attributes have to be tagged onto that. And so
Yeah, no kidding.
Right.
No kidding.
So
That's cool. That's part of the courting process. But as
Right.
far as us waiting, that would make us still be able to treat you that way and say, okay, well, now I have respect for you saying, hey, you don't want to live together or you don't want to do certain things because we say, okay, you are a virgin. That makes the difference. That's the point where we would respect it and honor that and not have a problem waiting and until we're married, if we understand that part. Of course, that doesn't mean you negate everything else and say, okay, she's a virgin, that's all I need. No, you still court the same way.
Your approach of expectations, I think, is what is the bigger issue. So for a woman, so say like a woman had maybe 2 sexual encounters, right? And neither one of those ended up in marriage, and both of those relationships were serious in her mind, thinking that it was going to lead to marriage, and neither one of them did. And then she decides, you know what, this having sex is not working for me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to refrain from doing that. Get to know the guy. If we're going to move in the direction of marriage, then that's what we're going to do. So as a man, right, as a man, you're saying, no, it's over. And that's fine. That's cool. But the fact that I think a lot of women are having issues with is the fact that you are determining whether or not I am going to give it up based on the fact that I've had somebody before you, that I'm not completely a virgin. What I'm saying,
and you know why? Because I don't want to pay full price for something you gave somebody a discount to, right? Just like if you found out that I bought this woman a house and then I'm being reserved about it for you. Oh, well, that was that situation. But I don't really do that anymore. You're not trying to hear that either. If I,
that's what I'm saying.
Whatever
That's
advantages.
fine. Each person has their autonomy over how they're going to respond to that situation. But what I want women to know, if any woman is still there, is that if you are truly taking ownership and saying that you're holding yourself accountable and you're going to start moving different because stuff has not been working out the way that you've currently been moving and sex has been the issue, then remove that off the table for yourself. If a dude isn't going to stick around because you've drawn boundaries because you want a different outcome, that's on him. It's like you guys are trying to like prod women like once you give it up, you're no longer of value to any man, so you just need to give it up. That's how they end up collecting more and more bodies. and then y'all talk about them, and then y'all don't want them either.
But no, remember, this is a what I call it, symbiotic relationship, because this is one of those things where in fact, even men, grown men and fathers know this well. This is why they're so adamant about telling their daughters, this is why it also doesn't make sense on YouTube when we tell men, oh, talk to the men and tell them to keep their dick in their pants. No. We understand the nature of men. Men will try to score. And no matter how many men I can hold back and change their mind and make practice dick discipline, there's another wave of them behind that I don't know that will interact with my daughter or my sisters.
Mhm.
So what it eventually comes to is like, I can't stop men from trying to score, but I can tell her to be a better goalie. I can absolutely tell her value is in her chastity. And if you don't block these balls, you go get scored on. You see what I'm saying? So it's always going to be default to knowing your value as a woman. Men will always try to score. It is your choice. No man, unless he's raped you, has ever had sex without a woman's consent. Your consent is everything. Once you've given up that up, you've given up your power, because men wanting sex is a natural biological necessity. It's never gonna stop. The fact that people even think we can put it in check is ridiculous to me. The sexiest, hold on real quick. The sexiest thing I've ever heard, and this is why I agree with Trev when he said, we will, for a woman that we want, the sexiest thing a woman ever told me was no, and literally laid out her demands in detail. If you want to see me again, this is what you have to do. Boy, don't try me like that. I'm not that type of girl. I will see you tomorrow, and I want to go here because I really like you. I was like, God damn. At first, I was like, that's some bullshit. I ain't calling her. I called her ass the next day.
And was she a virgin?
Not sure.
Okay. But that's what I'm trying to say. My point being is that more than likely, I don't want to take that. More than likely, she probably wasn't, but she probably also didn't have a high body count. But what
I don't believe she did not. No.
Right. And so for me, that's what I'm trying to say is that as a woman, you can still have standards and draw boundaries on what you will and will not do with the dude. And if he stepped because you're not jumping into bed with him and that's an expectation that he has of you, that's cool. That's why women are saying, all right, I'll just be by myself. If I can't move in a way that I know is going to be better for me, so I don't have to continue to rack up bodies, especially, like I said, knowing the stats that Black men aren't getting married, but they're having babies. They're in cohabitation relationships for years. You know what I'm saying? So as a woman, if I know those things, it would make sense. Like you said, I need to be the goalie at this point. And if I want different results, I have to move differently.
And the symbiotic relationship, this is why I said it got so messed up between men and women, because we're talking as if men are the only aggressors. There are men who literally want to take a woman seriously, and she will drop your drawers.
That's true.
So it's like we have a sexualized society now where you like, oh no, this chick bad. I can see her being wifey, and then you find out she's overtly sexual, and that's all she wants from you. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of goes both ways. I just want to make sure we have balance.
Yeah, no, that's true.
But I'm not saying that people have to like. I understand that you have your own boundaries, and it's up to you personally to set your boundaries. Correct. But what I'm saying is, and I'm also not advocating for women to just go ahead and smash every dude on the first date just because you did it before. Okay, that's not it either. But what I'm saying is, okay, for me personally, I would say, look, I think we probably should cohabitate for a little while before we move in. And I'm not expecting a virgin, but maybe you might have had 2-3 partners, something like that. And that's acceptable. And maybe you wanted to wait a while, right? But that doesn't mean that at that point, I'm like, all right, but now you're trying to you put the threshold of marriage in front of it, and you're not a virgin, right? Even if you say you want to wait for quite a while, I want to really get to know you, I want to really be comfortable with you, all that is acceptable, right? Because you take your time with it. You appreciate it more than the average woman of today, right? And that's fine. Yeah, so that
that's really what it is. I'm willing to wait until I'm not willing to wait.
Well, look, no, it's not even that, because I mean, there's other options. But what I'm saying is that's fine, right? So all right, so here's another thing you got to understand about men too, where it comes to that. They'll wait for you, but they won't wait for you. Wrap your head around that one real quick. So that's another option too, right? We can sit there and wait on you, but that doesn't mean we're waiting. You can wait, but that has nothing to do with me. If I feel like this is something that I really need to do, then I probably will. And I'm not on your time. I'm on my time.
Right.
And that's fine
exactly
too.
why women, it makes more sense for women to not put themselves in that situation and withhold until they're sure, because you're going to move.
And that's fine.
Move regardless, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, who's going to lose in that situation?
She is.
He is.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying it makes sense for her to not do that. And if you make moves, will she be hurt? Especially if she like you? Yes. But at least she has one less body count. Because imagine if she did like you, she did give it up, and then you still went on your way. And I think
let me ask.
A lot of times
I want to ask you this.
That's how they get all of these body counts, is because they're in a relationship with, or think that they're in a relationship with the guy, they're having sex with him, and they realize that the relationship isn't what she thought it was. So now they on to the next one. And then in this situation, they think they're in a relationship with that guy, or actually is in a relationship with that guy. That relationship doesn't work out. Then they on to the next one. So that's how the body counts happen. And then y'all say, oh, well, you should be able to vet better. But when you're start dating at what, 16, 18, most people in high school, you start dating in high school, based on stats. When girls are having sex, they're having sex earlier and earlier. But we'll say at 16, if the average age is going to be 16 that you start having sex, and the average age of marriage is in your late 20s, early 30s. How many bodies can you build up between that time, between a 10 to 15-year period?
You tried it. You tried it.
That's all I'm saying, is that's how bodies end up happening, because when you're young, you don't have enough sense. Then when you're old enough, these rules are in place. If I said then he's gonna leave. So let me have sex with him.
Yeah, exactly.
Why you don't need to do it.
That is a certain type. You know what's interesting is that we actually always feel for the woman that was genuinely duped. A lot of women give their all in relationships, and you can see, like, even in college, I know a very key group of girls, like some AKAs, some Deltas. They were down for their dude. They were rejecting other dudes' advances. You'd be like, yo, what's up, Ashley? I know you ain't still with that. She was about that dude, and he did her wrong. We always feel for those type of women, but that is not all women, and it's definitely not the majority today. The way I think these women rack up these bodies, agree with you with that. The way these women rack up these bodies now is that they realize that whatever they qualify for, actually, they can take a step up in the sexual arena. Because even a dude that won't be seen with big girls be like, God damn, that ass is fat. I'll hit that. I'll hit that after dark. So now she knows that the way that I can get this guy and feel like I am desirable to him is to sexually be submissive to him. Whenever he wants it, however he wants it, I get to tell my girls, I'm smashing such and such. Yeah, that nigga ate my whatever. So it's when we give women sexual choice and sexual freedom in that way, that is how they rack up these bodies.
Sugar Mike, what's the inverse of that for relationship?
That as well. I think what you were saying, like, what's the comment that the young lady said before about being sex positive? I think that's the culture and generation that we're dealing with now. So anything is acceptable when it comes to that. So I do think that's different.
Sugar Mike, what is the inverse? Because that's the thing that women have control over, right? Mm-hmm. Sex. They can go up 1 point for somebody that will not be with them, right?
Yep.
What is the inverse of that equation
for males?
So yes, what is the inverse?
Let me think on that one. Well, not for marriage. Men kind of tend to marry who they qualify for. Let's see.
What was the question again, Marcus?
What's the opposite?
Yeah, like women can sleep with a man that's further up than them on like attractive level wise, sexual marketplace level wise, right?
Mhm.
They won't get a relationship, but they can sleep with them. Men can spend money on.
Oh damn! It was on the tip of my
that's
tongue.
it.
I was like, if he spends
That's the only
money,
part.
if he is resourceful and has an image, not even just money. If he has an image of some sort, he can go up a few points. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right. It's
money.
money
Money
related.
is the
It's money
equalizer.
related. Because I was like, nah, but a
Well,
regular man, no.
and
You
what
can
happens when
that
you
joke.
use money to start a relationship? The same thing as those girls who use
Yeah, it's
they
not based on anything
It's not
substantial.
gonna be built
It
on
will fail.
and you'll end back
Yeah,
up.
that's
So what I'm saying
leading
is,
with your
skip
wallet.
that you're gonna leave with it. What I'm saying is skip all of that. I know it's unfortunate. It's like I'm probably gonna die earlier than most people because of my height, right? Tall people don't live that long. There are things in life that you benefit from and that you are not gonna benefit from. Unfortunately, this one of them things. People gotta be realistic.
Damn, I ain't no
That's
tall
all
people
I'm
don't live that
saying,
long.
bro.
It's kind of depressing. I'm like,
Now, this was the other question that I had as well, and I'm this is genuine because I truly do want to know. So I know in these spaces we keep hearing that men are being accountable. Men are accountable. Can y'all please tell me what y'all are being accountable? What men are being accountable for?
We just had a whole conversation saying we're responsible for the whole thing in a relationship.
No, you were saying that, and you were getting called a simp.
No, he called himself a simp.
No,
Nobody
no,
called him a simp.
no.
I think
I
Common Sense called him a simp.
I definitely took my dig tonight. I definitely took my dig tonight.
But I need some specific examples. Marcus, what you were saying is that you were telling men that they need to be accountable, right? You were saying more along the lines of, if this is the situation, since you are the leader, then you have to be accountable. But what I'm trying to understand is the men who are saying that they are accountable. I guess I'm trying to look for some of the tangibles of what they're saying that they're being accountable for outside of just saying we're accountable. I'm hearing the words, but I guess I want to know the actions behind the words of what they're being accountable for.
If a divorce breaks down, if a divorce happens, right, the men will be held responsible and be looked at as their fault why the divorce occurred. If they lose their home, the men will be held responsible for why they are now homeless. If they not protected, like if somebody runs in their house and is continually doing anything dangerous, like any violent access to them, then they will look at that man and say, "Why did you let this happen?" Like it's baked in things that we always gonna be like looked at and be responsible for.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's what I say. I think responsibility and accountability are two different things. And I guess I'm trying to understand the accountability part. Like you say, if this situation happened, then they will be held accountable. I guess what I'm asking is, what are they doing right now? Because those are, if this happened, then this would happen. I guess when I look at stats and I'm looking at those things, to me, the accountability is the action part. And I guess that's what I'm looking for. What is the action part? And this is just for me, so I can be visually aware when I see it to acknowledge it. Because I don't want to walk around saying, men keep saying they're accountable and they ain't accountable. But I want to be able to know what I'm looking for.
So the one thing I will say as far as accountability for men that I see is that a little bit more than I do see it in women. We all get a little bit of a pass somehow, some way of being naive and not knowing we're doing damage, right? I think a lot of us that were college age and participated in like the free sex culture, you didn't feel wrong about it because a lot, like I said, you weren't coercing anybody. The women were just as promiscuous as the men were, you know. So you didn't feel wrong. It's like, oh well, she wanted, let's do it. What I think accountability for men looks like in that the second you notice the damage that you're doing, you no longer participate in that activity.
That's the
one thing that I can tell you now is that I don't like, and why I talk the way I do, women are now doubling down on it. While somebody like me said, like I actually was at a crossroads, a literal crossroads where I said, I can get married, start a family, and be the representation I want to see in the community and make up for a little bit of these wrongs and some of the hoes I created, or I can keep on hoeing. That, like, literally 26 years old, I made it. That was my sexual peak. My sexual peak. And I decided to go the opposite direction. So I do see not all men do that because some men aren't even having sex. But what I'm saying, I see more men do it, and that's what I think accountability looks like for us.
Mhm. Okay. So I think in that regard, I can see what to look for. But in these spaces, a lot of times men are saying, oh, men are always held accountable. Oh, well, we get a divorce. We got to pay half. That's not accountability, is what I'm trying to say. That's not what accountability is. So that's where the confusion is. If the court's got to place something on you, if you're saying, oh, well, I got to pay child support, the court, that's not accountability. And I think that's where the confusion is.
TK, no, the fuck you didn't. My
Oh,
hair
that
was-
is fun.
Oh shit. But no, you're right. You're right. But so the word accountability for men, this is, I think, how most men look at it. Men cannot escape accountability. Therefore, we don't really talk about it. So yeah, it will more often come out in the divorce and, oh, we're accountable for all this, but men cannot escape accountability. And powerful men have accidentally done is create every law that was ever written was written to punish a man. But human beings in society are supposed to be reprimanded for their wrongs. We're supposed to wag the finger. That's how we've always
Change the
done it.
behavior.
Exactly.
Right.
That's how we always done it. And somehow we built in protections from women. The worse they got, we protect them more. So, that's where we're kind of calling foul because men can't escape it. And the people who trespass the most in our society, we take their livelihood away. We throw them in jail. We do all these different things. So I think that's why men probably have a hard time explaining it because everything is accountability for men.
Well, see, this is my understanding of accountability. Accountability is taking ownership of something.
Yeah.
If somebody is punishing you because you didn't do something, right? Then that's not, I guess, in my opinion, that's not accountability. It shouldn't take, like, if I know I had a child, it shouldn't take her to take me to court to pay child support. If I was accountable, then that means we're never going to get to court. You know why? Because I have to take ownership for the child that I created with you, knowing that that child is going to need to be fed, clothed, or whatever. So I am going to give you money to help support the child. That to me is accountability. But if she has to take me to court because I'm not paying child support and then the court makes me pay it, to me, that's not accountability. And I think that's where I guess I'm having trouble seeing where they're saying we're being accountable. If somebody is making you do something and you're not doing it of your own free will because you know this is what you're supposed to be doing, then that's not accountability.
Well, I 100% agree with that, but I will have to say most men are accountable in that respect. And this is why it's actually very weird here in America, because do you know how hard it is how rare it is for a man not to want to take care of his own seat. Like in other countries, this is not really an issue. It's an issue, in the small part, but it's rare. So what it really is that there are systems that impede him from doing what he wants to do. Unfortunately, sometimes that's the child's mother. So but
that's where I say that I've seen that firsthand.
Yeah, he can't dictate any terms because the child lives with. Yeah, I'm like you. So if we didn't have all of these provisions, because here's what I propose. First off, the child needs to be with its biological mother through its infancy, and then anytime after that, drop them off with the dad, whether the dad want them or not. So I advocate for full accountability of men because of what they represent to the children and their social and emotional makeup. That all of that basically comes from him, right? They don't cross him. It's a weird analysis I was doing in my head because I think when I say it on my show, women think I'm saying that they're bad parents. I'm saying your gifts are different than mine. So you can't possibly instill a gift that you don't have. With like men, like my children, think about it this way: my children don't act up when they're around me. When their mom comes home and I send her out to get her nails done or get pampered, when she comes in the house, she thinks they're asleep. She's like, are they asleep? No, they're sitting down writing in their workbook like I asked them to do. But then I go out, do my stuff, come back, and they tap dancing on her damn head. So that's a representation of, oh, well, I represent something different. I won't have to punish as much, discipline as much, because they automatically listen to me. The tone in my voice, when I stand up, they look like they got fear in their eyes. So that's why I say drop those kids off with their daddy. He represents something different from you, whether he want them or not. If we can start getting that happen, we'll have a lot of shit turned around here in this. But I advocate for that type of accountability for men. Absolutely.
That was for me. Like, even in the comments, I just saw somebody say accountability doesn't mean something. It was accountability has nothing to do with accepting it or not. And I think for me, that's the issue right there. The mindset behind what accountability is. And I think a lot of women are feeling the same way, in that when they're hearing men saying men are accountable, it's built into the system to be accountable. I think it's more built in the system to be responsible, but not necessarily accountable. Because again, is that awareness, that ownership that you take, personally to do something. But
I think it's both for men, though. I think it's both. You have to take personal, it is encouraged, and no, it is your duty to take responsibility for everything that you put out
Correct.
into the world. But they will hold you accountable by garnishing your goddamn check. That's accountability. When they garnish your it's accounts receivable, not responsibility is receivable. It's accounts receivable. They will garnish your goddamn check to make sure they're not paying. They will hold you accountable. Forget that. It's what it is. You know what it is. Everybody benefits. A society benefits from having dutiful, accountable men.
Right. Both. Right. Being responsible and accountable.
Willfully accountable men. The government should not have been any kind of stopgap to insert into the dealings of people. That to me is one of the greatest atrocities here. The worst part is that when demonic women learn to use it against the man, even when he doesn't deserve it.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think that's the tragic aspect of it, because a reason a lot of these laws were set up was because the conditions that women were put in when men were not there. You know what I'm saying? Like, they went off to war. That's how welfare even started for women getting out, because men went off to war, they got killed. And back then, at that time, women were not really in the workplace. They were at-home mothers, things like that. So they had no income. So that's where it started. But then again, like I see a lot, we, as a society, we pervert things, what I'm saying? And women begin to take advantage of that system that was really set up for those who were in need, which Black women initially didn't even have access to that. But then when we did, we began to take advantage of that and perverted the system, and it has gotten worse. You know what I'm saying? So in that regard, I do think women are effed up who are intentionally using the system to, line their pockets or whatever, taking advantage of the system.
I do believe in our lifetime, I'll say this in conclusion and read the super chat. In our lifetime, we're going to see a change, because there's no way you could have told me as a college student in political science class that I would see the repeal of Roe v. Wade and what else did they do? Like, a provision, a part of affirmative action repeal. Back-to-back years. There's no way. So somebody's coming for all this shit. Because now, but the reason I do believe it's happening, and I actually said this in like 2011. As soon as it starts affecting the white man in a high enough percentage, he's gonna want to change that shit.
It always happens. That's why they got Narcan and all of that.
Exactly.
Because all of that whole drug ODs are affecting white people.
Even the LBGYN stuff. People were like, "Oh, well, y'all need to." No. That's white man's problem to fix. They were the ones who enabled it. That is their goddamn problem to fix. All right, let me get these super chats real quick. Duke Whitfield, appreciate that. Trigger Mike, Fist. Jeremiah Mine. That's kind of a dope name. $10. They are raised not to respect men. If culturally there isn't a sham over her head for doing so, and he can't physically reprimand her, he is left doing mental gymnastics at her mercy. Jeremiah, again, $10. When she disrespects a man, it's predicted on the ideal that he isn't worthy. They use the ego of other men and this ideal to make men in their image. And this is why we have a community of simps and ray-rays. My man Big Ant, $10. Like I told Mike before, that everyone can't get a 10. Sometimes you got to get 5 good 2s and same thing. Woo! I've never heard. So this is the part I disagree with, Big Ant. There is no such thing as a good 2. 5 good 2s. You gotta get 5 2s. Oh man, ladies,
you meant to say get 2 good 5s
and make you a Denzel. No, bad math, Big Ant. Bad freaking math. Tim Duncan. This is funny. This is a funny name and a funnier picture. $5. Men are being held accountable right this second by maintaining his status to be deemed worthy. That's correct. All right, man. I'm out. Mistake. I was like, yo, this fall break, I did not know until this evening. My wife didn't tell me, like, I didn't look at the calendar. It's my fault. But she's like, oh, you know the kids don't got school tomorrow. I was like,
I'm redoing my laundry room. I was working. I'm good. I love vacations. Yes.
Man, I probably gotta take off tomorrow, man. Well, if she don't, she said she may
They
not
have off on Monday too. We have off.
Yeah.
We had off Thursday through Monday.
Yeah, they have off tomorrow through Monday. Who the hell did it? Because my daughter's too old for the daycare now. So I was gonna send him there. Then she's like, no, I'll stay home because to get them, that's probably $300 to put them in there. Both of them in there for Friday and Monday. But all right, we out of here. Thank y'all for coming through. All right, Lapeef After Hours is over. We had a dope show. All right, everybody. See y'all next time. I'll be on tomorrow, maybe 12:30 p.m. I'm gonna find some kind of ratchet topic to talk about. So y'all stop through.
All right. Come to Chic Critique.
Oh, I will.
All right. Bye.